Good morning to you, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It is Tuesday morning, March 19th. As you all know, we have a lot of top stories and headlines to share with you. So let's go ahead and get started with those top stories, giving you a live look at this hour in Washington, D.C., a live look at the White House. As we know, the race to the White House is on this morning. 5 states will hold their presidential nominating contests today, a week after both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump secured enough delegates to clinch their party's nomination. Now, races to watch include the Illinois primary, Arizona presidential preference primary, Florida presidential preference primary, and the Kansas presidential preference primary and Ohio primary. Of course, we will have extensive coverage all day right here on Live Now from Fox, so make sure you are tuned in to get the very latest information. Another top story we are following is weather conditions this morning. Spring officially arrives today, but tell that to the tens of millions of people across the eastern U.S. currently facing winter-like temperatures as cold air dives in from Canada, making it feel more like January and forcing people to pull the parkas back out of the closet. March is typically recognized as the battle between winter and spring, and the arrival of a new work week left nearly 170 million people shivering in colder than average temperatures Monday. Even more Americans will need the coats on today. There's even a risk of winter weather, including dangerous snow squalls and lake effect snow from the Great Lakes to interior Northeast and the northern and central Appalachians. Take a look at your screen. You're getting a live look at our XRAD system, and you can see how many of those temperatures are in blue, letting you see those cold temperatures. Looking at my home state of Tennessee, 28 degrees there for many people, and then you can see that lake effect snow that I just mentioned up there in that northern region. We see 30-degree temperatures, 34, and even 37 there in Illinois. Goodness. So if you're in that area, definitely going to need the coat. Another top story we are following this morning is the Israel-Hamas War, giving you a live look out in Gaza at this hour. And that's where we're going to begin our coverage this morning, as there has been tension between Israel and the U.S. following Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's speech calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu an obstacle to peace. President Biden called it a good speech, but has also recently spoken directly with Netanyahu. Israel has also now agreed to send officials to the U.S. to talk about their strategy in their fight against Hamas. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has more on this story.
President Biden says he's committed to long-term support for Israel, but the administration wants to hear from Israeli military, intelligence, and humanitarian officials on an upcoming visit to the White House.
To hear U.S. concerns about Israel's current Rafah planning and to lay out an alternative approach that would target key Hamas elements in Rafah and secure the Egypt-Gaza border without a major ground invasion.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says more than 1 million people have taken refuge in Rafah after fleeing other cities destroyed in the war.
A major ground operation there would be a mistake. It would lead to more innocent civilian deaths, worsen the already dire humanitarian crisis, deepen the anarchy in Gaza, and further isolate Israel internationally.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recently told President Biden he is focused on his country's end goals.
The elimination of Hamas, the release of all our hostages, and the promise that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel, while providing the necessary humanitarian aid that helps achieve these goals.
Israeli forces are continuing their mission in Gaza City. They say they have launched another raid on a hospital, accusing Hamas of rebuilding its base there. Gaza's health ministry said the army attacked a part of the hospital used for specialized surgeries.
We will continue to strike wherever Hamas tries to regain its grip. Israeli army troops are continuing to operate in the hospital compound.
Pressure is on for more aid to be allowed into Gaza as the UN Food Agency warns famine is imminent in some areas. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that very detailed report. Switching gears now to a live event that just came through our Live Now from Fox Studios, heading out to Germany as U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is hosting the 7th in-person Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting at Ramstein U.S. Air Base there in Germany. We're told he will discuss the ongoing crisis in Ukraine with ministers of defense as well as senior military officials from around the world. He just now started speaking. Let's listen in.
Fought Putin's aggression with defiance and skill. Russia has paid a staggering cost for Putin's imperial dreams. At least 315,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded since Putin's all-out invasion in February 2022. Russia has squandered up to $211 billion to equip, deploy, maintain and sustain its imperial aggression against Ukraine. Putin's war of choice will cost Russia $1.3 trillion in previously anticipated economic growth through 2026. And Ukraine's defenders continue to degrade the Kremlin's capabilities. Ukraine has sunk, destroyed, or damaged some 20 medium to large Russian Navy vessels. And Ukraine continues to down Russian warplanes. Now, Ukraine's troops face harsh conditions and hard fighting. And Ukraine's civilians endure a constant barrage of Russian missiles and Iranian drones. But Ukraine won't back down, and neither will the United States. So our message today is clear. The United States will not let Ukraine fail. This coalition will not let Ukraine fail, and the free world will not let Ukraine fail. Just last week, the United States announced additional security assistance for Ukraine valued at $300 million. This is an extraordinary measure to support Ukraine's most pressing needs for air defense, artillery, and anti-tank capabilities. We were only able to support this much needed package by identifying some unanticipated contract savings. But we remain determined to provide Ukraine with the resources that it needs to resist the Kremlin's aggression. And so do the countries of conscience that have gathered here today. Together, this contact group continues to dig deeper to get vital security assistance to Ukraine. The Czech Republic recently procured 800,000 urgently needed artillery shells. Germany, France, Denmark, and Sweden have each recently announced important new military aid packages. And these are investments in Ukraine's just battle against Russian aggression. But these are also investments in our shared security, in European security, and in global security. We will all be less secure if Putin gets his way. And we will all be less secure in a lawless, violent world where dictators can redraw borders by force, wipe countries off the map, and rebuild their old empires. So Ukraine's battle remains one of the great causes of our time. And the Ukrainian people do not have a day to waste, and neither do we. So we continue to build creative, adaptable, and sustainable ways to support Ukraine's defenders. And this contact group continues to move full speed ahead to get Ukraine the capabilities that it urgently needs to help Ukraine build a future force that will provide its long-term security. Earlier this morning, I convened the first meeting of the Capability Coalition Leadership Group. And I'm grateful to Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany, Iceland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, and the UK for steering the capability coalitions. We're coordinating on cross-cutting issues such as drones, sustainment, command and control, and training, and galvanizing our defense industrial bases. The 8 capability coalitions have made significant progress in recent weeks. We'll keep working together with all of the capability coalitions to identify gaps, to maintain cross-cutting needs, and to help Ukraine build a formidable force for the future. And we won't let up. The capability coalitions underscore our shared commitment to Ukraine's long-term security, and we stand united and firm. Ukraine's struggle for freedom matters to us all. And ladies and gentlemen, let's not kid ourselves. Putin will not stop at Ukraine. But as President Biden has said, Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. Ukraine's survival is on the line, and all of our security is on the line. So we will continue to stand together to resist Putin's campaign of conquest, and we will continue to keep the faith with the people of Ukraine. And with that, we'll pause as our friends in the media depart.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Press through there. Please stay there.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
All right, start unplugging. Let's go.
Let's go.
No, leave these. You're going to take it out with you.
So those remarks and comments wrapping up out there at Ramstein U.S. Air Base in Germany. Lloyd Austin speaking, hosting the Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting. I want to give you all another live look at a slate we are keeping a close eye on. This one takes us out to Armenia, where soon the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg will give a joint news conference with the Armenian Prime Minister. So several live events we've experienced this morning, which is always great as we work to give you the very latest information with our top stories and headlines of the day. The time now 6:09 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Taking a look at many of our live slates, this one out in Armenia. We're still waiting for this event to start. Nevertheless, as we await, we can transition to discuss another top story as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. You're getting a live look out there in Gaza. And speaking of the Israel-Hamas war, we have a live event going on right now. Qatar's foreign minister spokesperson there on your screen, speaking during a weekly briefing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Doha, Qatar. We're being told he's talking about refugees in Gaza. Let's listen in.
Well, first of all, I don't think we are at a moment now where we can say that we are close to a deal. We are, as I said, we are cautiously optimistic because the talks have resumed, and that is a good thing, and we hope that that continues, and we hope to build upon that in the coming days. But it's still too early to announce any successes. So we remain, as I said, we remain hopeful. The fact that the talks have restarted is a good thing, and we hope that we can get there in the next iterations of talks, as was discussed. Regarding, we need to compartmentalize here. The talks in Doha are over the humanitarian pause and the 3 phases of the agreement that most of you have reported on already. That is not directly linked to talks about between the United States and Israel over a possible operation in Rafah. Our position is very clear on this. Any operation in Rafah right now will be a humanitarian catastrophe. And therefore, obviously, any escalation on the ground has its bearing on the talks, but such a magnitude will have very serious bearing on the talks themselves. We hope that nothing happens in Rafah that would create this humanitarian situation or make it even worse, or that it would be negative towards the talks themselves. But I can't get into the details of how the United States and Israel discuss this.
في الوقت الذي يقوم فريق إسرائيلي أو من الجيش الإسرائيلي بالسفر إلى واشنطن لبحث خطة دخول رفح، هل هناك فريق قطري مصري في واشنطن يفاوض على عدم الدخول أو تهدئة الأمر هناك؟
الدور القطري هو بكل وضوح مع الأشقاء في مصر هو الوساطة فيما يتعلق بهدنة إنسانية في إطار خفض التصعيد بشكل عام ووقف إطلاق النار في قطاع غزة للوصول إلى نهاية لهذه الحرب. وهذا الدور معلوم لديكم، معلوم تفاصيله وكيف يتم هنا في الدوحة أو في القاهرة أو في أي عاصمة أخرى في إطار هذا الأمر. وهذا لا يعني أن هناك جهد خاص في اتجاه ما تفضلت به، ولكن طبعا هذه الأمور كلها يتم مناقشتها على طاولة المفاوضات. أنور.
عليكم. أنا عندي سؤال بالنسبة للوساطة، هل هي راضية على مستوى التفويض الممنوح للوفد الإسرائيلي؟ وهل لديكم معلومات أن الوفد الإسرائيلي يفاوض؟ السؤال الثاني بيتعلق بموضوع الشكل هذه المفاوضات التي تجري وتقودها الوساطة بين إسرائيل والوفد الحماس، وهل هناك مدة زمنية معينة لهذه الجولة؟
بالنسبة للصلاحيات الممنوحة لفريق التفاوض، هذا السؤال طبعا يوجه للطرف الإسرائيلي حقيقة. احنا من ناحيتنا نتعامل مع الوفد الموجود بناء على المعطيات الموجودة على الطاولة أمامنا. لا أعتقد أنه يمكن وضع مدى زمني على المحادثات حاليا. لدينا نستطيع أن نقول مدى زمني نحن متفائلون أن يتم الإنجاز من خلاله، ولكن هذا بلا شك هو مرتبط بتبادل المقترحات بين الطرفين ووصول لحلول للقضايا الخلافية الرئيسية. فحاليا لا أعتقد بوجود ذلك. بالنسبة لشكل المفاوضات تجري حاليا فهي لا تختلف الحقيقة عن الجولات السابقة من المفاوضات، كما قلنا سابقا في أن يكون هناك.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, right now, the Qatari foreign minister spokesman is answering questions in his native tongue, but nevertheless, he has been answering some in English. He's speaking during that weekly briefing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Doha, and just putting things into perspective, he's speaking on Gaza refugees. That second box on your screen giving you a live look there at the Israel-Gaza border. As we know, at this hour, now it's 6:17 on the East Coast, there is a humanitarian crisis that looms amid the war. We know several people displaced without basic necessities such as food and water. Let's continue to listen in to see if he answers any more questions in English.
الإسرائيلي أم هي مماطلة من أجل كسب الوقت ومزيد من القتل؟ شكرا.
يعني احنا كما قلت احنا متفائلين بحذر لان المفاوضات عادت مرة اخرى الى الانعقاد بهذا الشكل، وهي كما تعلمون هي مفاوضات غير مباشرة بين الطرفين، ولكن الان حقيقة لا اعتقد ان سيكون من المفيد.
All right, so wishful thinking, not in English again, so just a few moments, but nevertheless, as we continue to talk about the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war and the crisis going on out there in Gaza, we're going to switch gears as right now a new feed has come through. Thanks to my producer David for alerting me of this new feed that's come through. Right now, the UN has come together to discuss that humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza. This, in fact, is in English. Let's listen in.
With respect to your question, it's ultimately up to a competent court to make any judgment on the genocide aspect. We will and continue to provide information to the relevant courts if requested. And there, of course, are other, apart from the ICJ and ICC, of course, there's the Commission of Inquiry as well, which is investigating incidents which have occurred in Israel and Gaza. So it ultimately is up to those competent authorities.
Gorky, vous avez une deuxième question?
Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien compris la première phrase. Je pense que je l'ai raté, mais je ne sais pas s'il est de la en fait, si l'ONU, peut-être que ça n'a jamais existé dans l'histoire. Alexandra, là, peut-être je vous laisse vous répondre. Peut-être ça n'a jamais existé dans l'histoire que les Nations Unies portent plainte contre un État membre. Est-ce qu'au vu de la gravité de ce que nous vivons aujourd'hui à Gaza, qu'il ne serait pas, et d'autant plus d'ailleurs que je pense, si ma mémoire est bonne de ce que j'ai appris, je n'ai jamais vu autant de fonctionnaires internationaux qui ont été assassinés dans le cadre d'un conflit comme de ce genre.
Sur ce dernier point, oui, vous avez tout à fait raison. Hein. On n'a jamais, vraiment, le conflit à Gaza a porté malheureusement à la mort du plus grand nombre de collègues dans un conflit restreint, enfin, pas sur des années, mais sur un temps si restreint. Mais je vais laisser Jeremy répondre à votre question. So it would be the UN suing one member state because of its behavior.
Yeah, I don't think I would be really in a position to comment on a action either by the UN or other states in that respect. I wouldn't be here to speak on another state's behalf with respect to that. With respect to the UN writ large, I think that probably is more of a political question which should be directed towards New York.
Mais vous aviez une deuxième question, Gorky?
Une deuxième question, Jérémy. Je ne sais pas si Ravina Ramsadani vous a envoyé une vidéo que je lui ai transmise.
Qui, pardon?
Ravina, sa collègue, oui. Je lui ai envoyé juste pour la préparer, que j'allais poser cette question. Actuellement, à Carlisle, il y a une situation de racisme qui devient grave, Madame Alexandra Velouchi. Il y a aujourd'hui une vidéo qui devient virale d'un jeune enfant noir qui est interpellé par des blancs, des jeunes blancs, alors qu'il allait à l'école. Ils lui ont demandé de lécher leurs bottes, en fait, carrément, de se plier, comme au temps de l'esclavage. Et j'aimerais savoir, parce que ce n'est pas un acte isolé, parce qu'à Carlisle, actuellement, il semble que même les travailleurs au niveau de la santé, les Noirs qui sont là-bas, sont confrontés à une telle situation.
So, media questions being answered there in Geneva, Switzerland, as the UN Human Rights Office has come together for a meeting discussing famine in Gaza amid the Israel-Hamas war. And then also on the left side of your screen, popping up those LiveNOW top stories. Speaking of the Israel-Hamas war, we know Israeli officials will soon travel to Washington to coordinate Rafah food aid. We're also following top stories as it relates to those Tuesday primaries. Americans in Ohio, Illinois, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Florida will head to the polls today. And also following weather conditions as the East Coast is bracing for a spring freeze as temperatures plummet. The time now 6:22 on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were getting the very latest on the Israel-Hamas war, checking in with the UN Human Rights Office out in Geneva, Switzerland. They were giving us an update on that famine out there in Gaza as it relates to the war that continues at this hour. Right now, they're still answering questions in French, so we're going to switch gears to a new live feed that has finally started, this one taking us out to Armenia, where NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is now speaking, giving a joint news conference with the Armenian Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
Leadership, your clear voice for peace, and your strong commitment to democratic values. Armenia is a long-standing partner of NATO, and I welcome your contributions to NATO missions and operations. For nearly 20 years, Armenia has been a key partner in NATO's Key for Peacekeeping mission, helping to ensure a safe and secure environment for all communities in Kosovo. And I welcome your increased troop contributions in recent years. Today in our meeting, we discussed the importance of stability in the South Caucasus. This matters for Euro-Atlantic security, as we face a more dangerous world. Armenia and Azerbaijan now have an opportunity to achieve an enduring peace after years of conflict. This is why I urge both countries to reach an agreement paving the way for normalization of relations and a durable peace for your people. NATO supports Armenian sovereignty and territorial integrity and your peaceful aspirations. And Russia's war in Ukraine is a sobering reminder that we cannot take peace for granted. I welcome your solidarity with Ukraine and invite all partners to do what they can to ensure Putin does not win his war of aggression. The situation on the battlefield remains difficult, but this is a reason to step up and not to scale back our support. If Putin succeeds in Ukraine, there is a real risk that his aggression will not stop there, and other authoritarian actors will be emboldened. Today, we also spoke about the progress in Armenia's domestic reforms. I welcome the fact that you're working to bolster democratic control over your armed forces, including through your participation in NATO's Building Integrity program. You have also shown a real commitment to tackling corruption, strengthening your democratic institutions, and upholding the rule of law. So, Prime Minister, thank you again for your warm welcome and for your work to build a brighter future for your country and for your region. I look forward to continuing to strengthen our partnership, working together for greater peace, stability and prosperity in the South Caucasus and beyond. So thank you so much. It's great to be here.
Thank you.
So brief comments there from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg out there in Armenia speaking with the Armenia Prime Minister. The Armenia Prime Minister did speak before the NATO Secretary General, but it was in his native tongue, so not in English. Looking at another live event that we have going on, some good news as it is back in English. We just heard from that joint news conference with the NATO Secretary General as it related to the Russia-Ukraine war. Right now we're going to switch gears to discuss the Israel-Hamas war. Out in Geneva, Switzerland, the United Nations Human Rights Office discussing famine in Gaza as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. Let's listen in.
He sped off. When I turned around and looked to see where my car was, he pulled off. And I was on my way to church, so I went over my daughter's house. And when I was on my way to my daughter's house, I pulled to the side to, park until she came outside so we could go to church. So my grandson and me were... Then I jumped over the seat.
From WHO because oh, thank you. Yeah, is it correct to say that 1.1 million people are already facing catastrophic hunger, or is it a projection? For me, it's not very clear, and I see different medias as well. Some saying that they are already facing hunger, catastrophic hunger. Some saying that this is a projection until July. So if you could just clarify, thanks a lot.
I understand from the brief I understand from the brief of the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Report that 1.1 million people, half of Gaza, experience catastrophic food insecurity. So that is the words that I've been using. Now, I'm looking at Margaret and Jens. I don't know if you want to compliment or to explain. Jens, you want to come? Or Margaret, I mean, you're welcome on the podium too, huh? I'm sure there will be questions for all of you. Jens.
Good morning, and thank you, Luca, for your question. The IPC data that we got yesterday are, of course, the science that team or consortium of experts were able to gather. That data was reviewed by the Famine Review Committee. As you know, that is a completely independent body of nutrition and food experts who reviewed the data. And they came out and clearly said that they confirm that famine is now projected and imminent in North Gaza and Gaza Governorate. So I want to make the distinction. When we talk about famine imminent, it is the two northern governorates. They say that the threshold for food insecurity there had already been reached. Actually, it has been overreached more than 3 times the scale that they put for famine. They also say that the second indicator, which is malnutrition, has most likely been reached, but the death rate, the crude death rate of non-trauma causes, meaning not people killed by war, but people killed by food insecurity, they have been unable to determine, but it's likely to happen. So what I want to say is that they are looking at a population size in the two northern governorates of Gaza, where they say that 210,000 people, that is 70% of the estimated population there, are basically facing famine. Now, what is important to understand is that these numbers are not the worst case scenario. This is the most likely scenario. These are also not projections whereby they say this is probably going to happen by the end of May. They say it is most likely happening within a period that started 2 days ago, mid-March. So famine, what they are saying clearly is that famine thresholds may already be the case in northern Gaza. Now, they also have the projection for a longer period, and that's where we come to the 1.1 million people that may face catastrophic food insecurity, one of the 3 famine indicators, with extreme lack of food and where all coping mechanisms have been exhausted. And mind you, the coping mechanisms we have seen the past weeks, even months, are people eating bird seeds, animal fodder, wild grass, and weeds. So they have consumed that already. We are beyond that. There's literally nothing left. So that's what it means that all coping mechanisms have been exhausted. So if we get, and now we are in the projection, now we are looking ahead, not a state of facts today, looking ahead for a famine projection with 1.1 million at risk, and you look at the crude death rate, then you're looking at more than 200 people dying from starvation per day. That's what's meant. Thank you.
And it's also striking that there is absolutely 0 people in this strip that is in food security. Now it's 0. Okay, so I hope, Bianca, that we've given you that Jens has given you the elements to understand it. I don't know, Margaret, you want to add anything on this?
Just that our teams are regularly sending missions, particularly to the north, but wherever they can, whenever they're permitted. We often have our missions denied. And increasingly what the doctors and medical staff are telling us is more and more they're seeing the effects of starvation. So they're seeing newborn babies simply dying because they're too low birth weight. They're seeing the pregnant women who are coming in are also underweight and suffering the complications that occur if you are trying to carry a pregnancy and you lack the nutrition. Increasingly, we're seeing children that are at the brink of death through starvation that need a refeeding. And our work now is setting up stabilization centers, malnutrition stabilization centers. We've set one up in the south. We're looking at doing this in the north, but also we are looking at setting up refeeding throughout the community. But the problem is, we have to be able to bring the materials in. We cannot bring them in at the scale and to the people without the access and the safety. So there is no answer to this, until you start, until there's a ceasefire, and until our aid is allowed to come in at huge scale. I think Martin Griffiths said it really well. Gaza has to be flooded with aid, that will only start. It will be absorbed like sand at the moment. The desperation is so great.
Indeed. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. My question for Jeremy. Jeremy, recently, Israel army raided the Al-Shifa hospital and detained some journalists. Reportedly, some journalists were released, and the others, fate of others is unknown. My question is, are you aware of the latest situation at Al-Shifa hospital, and how do you react to detention of journalists? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for your question. So the bottom line is this: when it comes to the Al-Shifa incident, is that there are laws of war, and that's the international humanitarian law, and they must be respected. Now, as you know, IHL extends special protection to medical units, which must be protected and respected at all times. Now, what I would say is Israel has alleged that Hamas is using some hospitals in violation of IHL. But even if Israel contends that those facilities have accordingly lost their protection under IHL, any attack by Israel must comply with the principles of precautions in attack and proportionality. So it's always, from a human rights perspective, we always go back to the law, and in this case, IHL.
Thank you, Jeremy. And maybe I can add for Mohammed, yesterday, the deputy spokesperson of the Secretary General referred to this issue that you have described. And he said, we stand against any harassment of journalists anywhere in the world. And certainly we do so in this instance. Our sympathies go to your colleague, as well as to all the other journalists who suffered from any violence during the course of this incident. Catherine.
Yes, thank you, Alessandra, for giving me the floor. I'd like to come back on what Jeremy said. He read the comment by Volker Turk on the risk of famine. Could Jeremy be a bit, elaborate a little bit about the sentence that mentions everyone, especially those with influence, must insist that Israel acts in respect, in fact, of the international human rights laws. So I'd like to know, as the UN, as an international organization, cannot take the lead on action, would it mean that countries or a group of countries like European Union go together and take the lead of actions as they took the lead on actions against Russia. So should they take action against the state of Israel in order to force them, in fact, to allow help to enter? Thank you.
Yes, thanks. And I guess I'll revert to what I had just said earlier, and it circles back to the law. So under Article 1, common to the 4 Geneva Conventions, states have an obligation to respect and ensure respect for rules laid down by those conventions. I'll just go back to it and say it again. Respect and ensure respect for rules laid down. So this obligation includes taking all available steps to ensure full compliance by parties engaged in hostilities, and that states must not, through their own policies or actions, facilitate commission of violations of AHL. I think that's quite clear. It's beyond, it's all states, all states.
And the Secretary General, as you've seen.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Geneva, Switzerland. As the United Nations Human Rights Office, they're discussing famine in Gaza amid the Israel-Hamas war. Following other top stories this morning on the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look at our XRAD system, and you can see some cold temperatures this morning as spring begins today with some freeze warnings. And that bottom right box, a live look out in Washington, D.C., now at 6:43 on the East Coast, as today 5 states are holding presidential primaries as the race to the White House is on. The time now 6:44 on the East Coast. Right now giving you a live look out in New York City as the sun is starting to peek over those skyscrapers. A beautiful shot there out in New York City. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, checking in with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, getting the very latest as lawyers for Donald Trump say he's unable to get a bond to secure that $464 million judgment in that civil fraud trial. More details when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with top stories and headlines of the day, lawyers for Donald Trump say he's unable to get a bond to secure his $464 million judgment in that New York civil fraud trial. They're asking that Trump be allowed to continue an appeal without putting up the money. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is live outside Trump Tower in Midtown with more. Robert, good morning to you.
Jeanne, good morning to you. Attorney General Letitia James has not indicated whether she will grant the former president a grace period beyond the looming deadline, which is Monday. If she does not, then she could move quite quickly to begin seizing his assets, including Trump Tower. Approaching about 30 companies, attorneys for former President Donald Trump said in a court filing that so far he has been unable to secure a bond to cover the $454+ million judgment against him. That indicates that he does not have enough cash on hand. So what's his recourse? Well, here are a few options. He could appeal to New York's highest court, sell assets to generate the cash he needs, or appeal to a wealthy benefactor for the money. Assuming that Attorney General Letitia James does not extend Monday's deadline, once it passes, she could start moving quickly to seize his properties to cover the judgment. That looming Monday deadline is far from the former president's only legal headache. His first criminal trial, centered around hush money payments, is scheduled to begin in mid-April. Yesterday, the judge in that case, Juan Merchan, made some key rulings ahead of the trial. He will allow the infamous Access Hollywood tape to be referenced, but not played. Merchan will also permit testimony from the former president's longtime fixer Michael Cohen, as well as porn star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, both of whom allege that he had affairs with them, which he denies. Merchan will also allow testimony from a former doorman who claims to have knowledge about the former president fathering a child out of wedlock. Daniels, McDougal, and the one-time doorman all claim to have been paid off to stay quiet. The former president has not stayed quiet as he campaigns again for the White House. He made these accusations about Democrats on a podcast hosted by Sebastian Gorka, one of his White House aides.
I actually think they hate Israel.
The former president was not done.
Any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion, they hate everything about Israel, and they should be ashamed of themselves because Israel will be destroyed.
Now to the criminal case against the former president in Georgia. Yesterday, lawyers for him, along with 7 of his co-defendants, asked Judge Scott McAfee for the right to appeal his decision last week to let District Attorney Fani Willis remain on that case. McAfee has to decide not only whether to permit that appeal, but then Georgia's Court of Appeals must agree to hear the case. So a couple of steps before that decision from last week can be appealed. Jeanne, back to you.
We'll be on the edge of our seats seeing how everything plays out. Robert Moses there with Fox 5 New York. Always stellar and detailed reporting. Robert, you try to stay warm and you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you so much. Giving you another live look out in New York City. Absolutely love this skyline, one of my favorites. And you can see how the sun is coming up even more than we did before we went to that break, before we got to Robert. And hopefully Robert can stay warm as well as other people out there in the city. If you're a viewer out there, cold temperatures this morning. As we know, spring does start today, but many people starting spring with freeze warnings. The time now 6:50 on the East Coast. Let's go to our 4th and final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, it is Tuesday morning, March 19th. We appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing with top stories and headlines this morning, we're going to head back out live on Unfiltered to Geneva, Switzerland, as right now the United Nations Human Rights Office, they are discussing famine in Gaza as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. And then those other two boxes on your screen, that top right box giving you a live look at temperatures across the U.S. with our XRAD system as spring begins today with several freeze warnings. And then that bottom box, we know the race to the White House is on this morning, giving you a live look at the White House there in Washington, D.C. 5 states today holding presidential primaries. Let's continue to listen in there live in Geneva, Switzerland to the latest as it relates to famine in Gaza amid the Israel-Hamas war.
Pour cette journée internationale du 20 mars, qui est la journée internationale de la langue française demain. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde et puis bon après-midi, bon appétit. Merci.
All right, so we got the tail end of that meeting wrapping up, but that's okay. We still have a lot of news to share with you this morning. We're going to bring this shot of the White House full for you now. Again, taking you out to Washington, D.C. now at 6:54 on the East Coast. As we know, the race to the White House is on this morning. 5 states holding their presidential nominating contests today, a week after both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump secured enough delegates to clinch their party's nomination. Now, races to watch include the Illinois primary, Arizona presidential preference primary, the Florida presidential preference primary, Kansas presidential preference primary, and that Ohio primary. Of course, we will have extensive coverage all day right here on Live Now from Fox. Another top story we are following this morning relates to weather conditions, bringing that for you now as you're getting a live look at our XRAD system. Spring officially arriving today, but tell that to the tens of millions of people across the eastern U.S. currently facing winter-like temperatures as cold air dives in from Canada, making it feel more like January and forcing people to pull the parkas back out of the closet. March is typically recognized as the battle between winter and spring, and the arrival of a new work week left nearly 170 million people shivering in colder than average temperatures Monday. Even more Americans will need the coats on today. There's even a risk of winter weather, including dangerous snow squalls and lake effect snow from the Great Lakes to the interior Northeast and the northern and central Appalachians. Take a look at those temperatures on your screen with our XRAD system. My home state of Tennessee, 28 degrees. Goodness, I'm just cold saying that. And then you can see that lake effect snow I just mentioned up there. You can see temperatures ranging from 30, 34. Further north, closer to Canada, you can see 28 degrees. So we will continue to bring you the very latest top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Also giving you a live look out at the Israel-Gaza border at this hour. We are keeping a close eye on this story. As we know, there's been tension between Israel and the U.S. following Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's speech calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu an obstacle to peace. President Biden calling it a good speech, but has also recently spoken directly with Netanyahu. Israel has also now agreed to send officials to the U.S. to speak about their strategy in their fight against Hamas. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has more on this story.
President Biden says he's committed to long-term support for Israel, but the administration wants to hear from Israeli military, intelligence, and humanitarian officials on an upcoming visit to the White House.
To hear U.S. concerns about Israel's current Rafah planning and to lay out an alternative approach that would target key Hamas elements in Rafah and secure the Egypt-Gaza border without a major ground invasion.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says more than 1 million people have taken refuge in Rafah after fleeing other cities destroyed in the war.
A major ground operation there would be a mistake. It would lead to more innocent civilian deaths, worsen the already dire humanitarian crisis, deepen the anarchy in Gaza, and further isolate Israel internationally.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recently told President Biden he is focused on his country's end goals.
The elimination of Hamas, the release of all our hostages, and the promise that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel, while providing the necessary humanitarian aid that helps achieve these goals.
Israeli forces are continuing their mission in Gaza City. They say they have launched another raid on a hospital, accusing Hamas of rebuilding its base there. Gaza's health ministry said the army attacked a part of the hospital used for specialized surgeries.
We will continue to strike wherever Hamas tries to regain its grip. Israeli army troops are continuing to operate in the hospital compound.
Pressure is on for more aid to be allowed into Gaza as the UN Food Agency warns famine is imminent in some areas. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that very detailed report. Continuing with top stories this morning, again, we know the race to the White House is on this morning. You're getting a live look out there in Washington, D.C. On this Tuesday morning, it is March 19th. 5 states holding their presidential nominating contest today, a week after both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump secured enough delegates to clinch their party's nominations. Those states including the Illinois primary, Arizona presidential preference primary, Florida presidential preference primary, Kansas presidential preference primary, and the Ohio primary. Joining us live this morning to further explain the importance of today's elections is political science expert at the University of New Haven, Dr. Patricia Krause. Dr. Krause, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning.
Thank you. So I was explaining those 5 states where those presidential primary will happen today. Explain the importance, and for those that are unfamiliar with why we even have primaries.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are probably asking, why are we continuing to have primaries when, President Biden and Trump have already secured their nominations. So in terms of sort of the primary outcome for presidential candidates, perhaps not as important to have these primaries, but several of these states also have down ballot candidates, and those are important. So I think that's sort of the focus of the primaries today, particularly in Ohio, where you have a competitive race there. So these primaries do continue to be important. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people may decide to not turn out to vote because the presidential candidates have already earned their nominations, but they do continue to be important across the United States.
As we talk about today, the term delegate votes keeps looming around. Explain how that relates to these primaries and the importance of it. And then also, Dr. Krause, if you could explain how it affects us voting, because people hear those delegate votes and sometimes they say, well, why am I even voting if the delegate votes are what matters?
Yeah, I mean, it's all part of the same system. So we go out and vote in a primary, and then the person that we vote for earns the delegate votes. So in essence, these delegates represent our vote. Once they go to the conventions, they get on the floor of the convention, and those delegates then in turn translate our vote to the vote for that particular nominee. So, it does seem very complicated, I think, to people. They don't really, it's the same with the Electoral College. We vote for president, but in essence, the Electoral College determines the outcome. It's kind of the same with delegates. Those delegates do represent us on those floors of those conventions. So it's not like our votes don't matter. And I think that gets lost in translation, that people think, like you just said, if the delegate is who I'm actually voting for, then why am I voting in the first place? So I think people, I always say this, it's important to educate yourself about, what this process is, how it works. And then what happens is when they hold their conventions, those delegates, they go to the conventions, they in turn stand on the floor of the House and they acknowledge who the vote for a particular candidate is. And once those votes are called out, then we in turn have a nominee for the presidency. So even though these candidates have won enough delegates at this point to be the nominee, that doesn't become official until they actually go to the conventions.
And as we're discussing that, Dr. Krause, I want to ask you, those 5 states that I mentioned that are participating in this presidential nominating contest today, why those 5 states? As we know, we have seen President Biden and former President Donald Trump campaigning hard in the ones that I just mentioned.
Yeah, and all of these states, particularly, again, you talk about Ohio, Florida, not so much anymore. Florida seems to be moving more towards the Republican side. It used to be a really important swing state. It's not so much anymore. But these are still states, they have high delegate counts and high electoral college vote counts. So these are states that you're going to see the presidential candidates focus on once they actually sort of get going full force with the campaigns. But like I mentioned, there's a couple of important things with these primaries that probably is getting overlooked. One is the race in Ohio to replace, I believe it's Representative Bill Johnson. Donald Trump has endorsed Bernie Moreno. You have 3 candidates in that race. They've been endorsed by different people, but this will be sort of a test to see how much impact Trump has, again, on those candidates that he does endorse. And then you have that sort of uncommitted protest movement of people who are protesting against Biden's position in Gaza. So in other states, they are encouraging people to either physically write in the word Gaza if they're available. It's not available on every ballot. Or there is actually in Kansas, a none of the above choice. So you do have some sort of interesting things going on outside of just the presidential races. And that's why these states are so important.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because as we discuss other races, I know a lot of eyes are on those presidential nominations. You can understand why, but talk about the importance of, those federal elections that are going to be taking place for the House and the Senate.
Yeah, and we probably have some of the closest races that we've ever seen coming up in the 2024 election. The House majority for the Republican Party is razor thin right now, with Representative Buck just recently kind of just giving up and going home, and for lack of a better word. So these races are exceptionally important. These primaries are going to determine who these candidates go up against in the general election. And that general election is going to determine who controls the House, who controls the Senate. And then, whoever wins the White House then has to deal with sort of the outcome of those Senate and House races. You end up with a unified government, or you end up with a divided government, which is what we have right now. And that really impacts Congress's ability to get anything done. And we've seen that can have a negative impact because we are in with divided government right now.
As we look ahead to later today, people heading to the polls, some polls already opened in states such as Florida now that it's 7:06 on the East Coast. I want to ask you, what do we need to be keeping a close eye on, Dr. Krause, as all of this wraps up later today?
I think one of the most important things to pay attention to is actual voter turnout. I really think that as we move through the remainder of these primaries, you will probably see voter turnout drop. Because people already, again, they see, we've already determined who the nominees are going to be, and they just stop going out to vote in primaries. I think it's important that people continue to vote. Again, I just talked about some of those down ballot races that are so important. So I think that's one thing that people will be paying attention to. Voter turnout in primaries generally tends to be exceptionally low to begin with. So I would hope that people would continue to turn out, have their voices heard. But I think that's probably one of the biggest things people are paying attention to. And I also think Ohio is something that people are going to be paying careful attention to.
Absolutely. And as we conclude this interview, Dr. Krause, I want to ask you what's next. Those Tuesday primaries are today. People wanting to know, if they're not in one of those participating states, when is it going to be their time to shine?
Yeah, and these primaries continue. So people need to go online, check and see the date of their primaries. I apologize, I don't know when the next primary comes up after this one, but there are still chances for people to go out and vote. It just, you have to know when that happens. And the schedule is easily available if you Google it. So I think that people need to sort of take action, and they need to find out when their time comes and still go out and exercise their right to vote. I think that's so important.
Dr. Patricia Krause, thank you so much for waking up bright and early and joining me here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
You know, I keep saying this, just please go out and vote. You know, please continue to be a part of the process. We're far away from November. Anything could happen. And, you know, if you don't go out and have your voice heard, then, you know, it's hard to complain when you don't get voted in that somebody wants to be in Congress or in the, you know, in the Senate. So, you know, just participate, be a part of the process. I think that's the most important thing.
Great advice there. As people say, your vote, your voice. Thank you so much, Dr. Krause. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Giving you a live look again out there in Washington, D.C., now at 7:08 on the East Coast. And Dr. Krause summing it up perfectly. The race to the White House is on this morning. 5 states participating in that presidential nomination. Time now 7:08 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue to give you top stories and headlines of the day, we also focus on those live events, giving you a new live event that's coming through our Live Now from Fox studios that just started, courtesy of our content partners over at the Associated Press. You're taking a live look as the European Commission, they're holding a briefing live in Brussels. Let's listen in.
You're not a visitor, right? You don't come often.
It's my first time, I must admit. Hi, I'm Guus Boeren from NOS Netherlands. Tomorrow it will be the 1-year anniversary of the announced initiative to supply Ukraine with 1 million artillery shells. And High Representative Borrell, but also Commissioner Breton have regularly commented upon how it's ended. I was wondering, where does this initiative stand today, and how many shells have been delivered under this initiative to Ukraine as of today or tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you. Peter.
Thank you for the question and welcome to the press room. High Representative discussed this issue yesterday after the meeting of foreign ministers of the EU member states during the Foreign Affairs Council, and I would refer you basically to his press conference where he was explaining in depth, but just briefly to recall, the political target still stands. We will deliver 1 million pieces of artillery ammunition to Ukraine this year. By the cut-off date, which we count rather at the end of the March, it will be around 500,000 of the shells.
But perhaps I could ask Johanna to come on the podium to remind you of the initiatives that have taken place, because one thing is the delivery of shells, the other is everything that the Commission has proposed in order to increase production capacity. And whilst we have not yet delivered 1 million shells, our capacity to produce shells has increased already to at least 1 million a year and growing. Johanna, if you could give us some information on that again.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Eric, for that opportunity. So it's within the Commission's remit. We do not deliver shells, but we facilitate. And what we are doing in particular is that we are facilitating for the European defence industry to ramp up their production capacity. And in that sense, at around the same time as the commitment was taken to which you refer, the Commission also said that we will strive to increase the annual production capacity of artillery shells of the European defence industry to 1 million per year. And this target we already reached somewhere in January. And we have proposed now a very important legislative proposal for a European defence industry programme, where we will take further measures to continue to support the European defence industry so that it in turn can support the European defence readiness in the medium and long term.
You have a follow-up? You need to wait until it's red. You need to push again, wait until it's red, and then you can go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your answers. I was wondering, what is, with all the ramping up of ammunition production, what is the reason that, as of now, only 50% of this pledge has been delivered? What are the reasons for that?
Well, one has to see the issue in the context of what the EU and its member states are doing for Ukraine in general. This so-called ammunition initiative, if you want, or 1 million target, was put together by the member states in particular circumstances in February last year. But this is happening in addition to all the other deliveries, either within the EPF co-financed scheme or in the framework of what member states are providing to Ukraine bilaterally. And it's not only shells for the artillery. It can be drones, it can be air defenses, it can be fighter jets, anything the member states have and can share and give to Ukraine so that Ukraine is able to protect itself. So this needs to be seen in a context of measures we are taking to help Ukraine. And while this was always a politically stated goal and aim, of course it had 3 tracks. So one was the member states in the first track, in the first 2 or 3 months, they had to gather anything they had in terms of artillery at their disposal at that particular time. Then there was the joint procurement, which of course takes time. And for that the member states need to place orders. So this was the logic also of the financial incentive of 1 billion euros, which was part of this 3-track approach. And this was happening, but again, the European Union can agree on a political target, but then the implementation is in the hands of the member states. But we are there. We might not have delivered by the end of this March 1 million, but Ukraine will get actually more than 1 million based on the capacity and based on the orders which have been placed. Again, we are talking in the framework of the EU coordinated initiatives, which are there in addition to all the bilateral activities. And this reflects the commitment of the European Union and its member states to continue providing Ukraine with whatever it needs to fight this legitimate war of defense against the Russian aggression.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on this issue for Peter or Johanna? I have one hand raised on the Interaxio platform. Tommaso, you have a question on this.
Yes, thank you, Tommaso Gallavotti, in Kronos Italy. It's just a detail. Are you going to consider export controls on ammunition, since the problem has been repeatedly said, is that member states often export ammunitions instead of redirecting them to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
That's not really export controls.
I mean, what the Commission has said is that member states should consider the priority that is given to the exports of weapon systems, and in particular to ammunition, and see how they can prioritize deliveries to Ukraine. This is where we stand. Let me come back perhaps briefly to the previous question, making the link between what Johanna and Peter have been saying. It is clear that the EU and its member states jointly have been providing tremendous support and continue to provide tremendous support to Ukraine from the military point of view, from military equipment point of view. Let me remind you that up to now we have already delivered more than 28 billion euros worth of equipment to Ukraine in terms of military support, some of that being financed by the European Peace Facility. But everybody recognizes that Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a wake-up call for Europe in terms of how its defense industry is organized and its capacity to respond to such a challenge. And it is this wake-up call which has led to the proposals which, some of which Johanna has presented to you, and on which we can of course provide, or much more details are actually available. And therefore, we are going to continue working with the member states in order to ensure that the European defense industry is capable not only of supporting Ukraine in the present context, but also adapting what is a completely changed geopolitical situation in Europe. So there's the immediate challenge, and there is the more medium to long-term challenge. Well, it's actually also an immediate challenge as far as we are concerned in terms of ensuring that Europe has the means to defend itself. All right, let me see if there are other questions on other foreign affairs topics for us today. No, thank you very much. Any other questions for Johanna on industrial issues or single market issues? That is not the case. Any other question for us today? I have Rita. Rita, go ahead.
Hello, thanks. It's a quick housekeeping question regarding the President's meeting with Antonio Costa tomorrow. Just wondering if you have an agenda for that meeting, and if do you foresee any statements afterwards? Thank you.
I will need to come back to you on this. I have no further details to provide at the moment. The press point is not foreseen. That I can say. Any other questions? Yes, you had a question for us.
All right. Thank you for giving me the floor. Simon Klatt for Agra Europe, Germany. I have a question for Olaf on trade. It's about rumors, or however you call it, on duties on Russian grain. If you can give me some specificities on a date of when the proposal will come, and what products we are talking about: maize, wheat, barley, and about there were rumors about 95 euros per ton. So if you can give me some clarification, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We have seen the media reports, but the Commission communicates on its proposals once they have been adopted, which is not the case, and we will also not. We are not in a position to communicate a date to you for any possible proposal. Any other questions on trade-related issues or agricultural-related issues for Olaf? Cal.
I just would like to know the Commission's reading of the latest positions inside the COREPER about the autonomous trade measures for Ukraine and the new rules that have been proposed.
We don't really respond to Coreper positions here in the press room, Carl, but perhaps more generally, Olaf can give you a reaction or an explanation of our position.
Sure. Thanks, Carl, for the question. I think the key thing is just to keep an eye on the trilogue taking place this evening. The Commission position on extending the autonomous trade measures for Ukraine is very clear. We try to strike the right balance between maintaining our strong support for the Ukrainian economy for as long as it takes, while building in safeguards for certain product groups, agri-food products, that we feel, based on the market evidence, warranted greater protection. And we look forward with interest to seeing how the debate and the discussion plays out in the trilogue this evening.
Thank you. Other questions for Olaf on trade or agriculture? No? Any other issues for us today? That is not the case, so thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow for the college readout.
That live event wrapping up out there in Brussels, Belgium, as the European Commission held a briefing discussing the Russia-Ukraine war. Top stories on the right side of your screen. As spring begins with freeze warnings, several cold temperatures. I can tell you in my home state of Tennessee, temperatures in the 20s, and I'm just cold saying that. And then that bottom right box, a live look out in Washington, D.C. as the race to the White House is on this morning. Today, 5 states holding presidential primaries. As we were to give you the very latest information, we have to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, heading out to Gaza to give you the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war, we'll be joined by a senior lecturer in criminal justice and homeland security at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue to give you those top stories and headlines of the day, giving you a live look out at the Israel-Gaza border. As we know, famine is imminent in northern Gaza, where 70% of people are experiencing catastrophic hunger, according to a report that warned escalation of the war could push half of Gaza's total population to the brink of starvation. The report by the International Community's Authority on Determining the Severity of Hunger Crisis came as Israel faces mounting pressure from even its closest allies to streamline the entry of aid into the Gaza Strip and to open more land crossings. Aid groups complaining that deliveries by air and sea by the U.S. and other countries are too slow and too small. Israeli forces, meanwhile, launching another raid on the Gaza Strip's largest hospital, saying Hamas militants had regrouped there and fired on them from inside the Shifa hospital compound. Well, joining us live this morning to further break down this conflict of the Israel-Hamas war is senior lecturer in criminal justice and homeland security at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Mr. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Janae. Good to be with you again.
So a lot of information I just shared. We can start with that humanitarian crisis that looms. Many people saying that the aid being received is too small and too scarce. And we've actually seen this in real time. I remember talking with you a few weeks ago, and you could see the food coming down on small like parachutes, something you would see at a basketball game when they drop down the T-shirts for the fans. And it was really small. What's being done? We are hearing that Hamas has allegedly been stealing the aid meant for those out in the Gaza area. Break that down for us, please.
Sure. So there's different routes in which humanitarian aid is being attempted to be gotten into the Gaza Strip. You have the land routes across the southern border from Egypt, and a few routes have been opened up from Israel into the Gaza Strip. Most recently, the Israelis opened up a northern route into the Gaza Strip and only allowed in a small number of trucks to try that out. There was also the airdrops, as you mentioned, but those airdrops provided very, very few meals. And once the airdrops platforms got onto the ground, who knows where that food went? And so in addition to the problem of getting food into the Gaza Strip, you also have to distribute that food. We've also seen the sea route. A ship came from Cyprus and then had to be offloaded by small boats going out to meet it. That only provided a very small number of meals. There's 2.2 million people in the Gaza Strip. And the maritime route that brought in food only provided 500,000 meals. In other words, 1 meal per every 4 Palestinians there. So this is really a crisis. Even in the best of times, the Gaza Strip has to rely upon external food being brought in. There are no farms here. It's not self-sustaining. And so when you interrupt the supply of humanitarian aid, famine is going to result from that. The problem with famine is that after a certain point, even if you eat, you can't recover. And so this is a very serious situation. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that 100% of Gaza is under a condition called food insecurity, meaning that there is likely going to be famine as a result of this. And so this is a very, very serious problem going on there inside Gaza, serious beyond that of the conflict between Hamas and Israel.
So many great points you just raised. And when you spoke about the famine and how it's hard to recover, we should also mention that there was already a humanitarian crisis in this region before this war broke out. So how do you recover from something that you never really healed from in the first place?
Yeah, as I said, there are no farms here. So the Gaza Strip relies upon humanitarian aid on a day-to-day subsistence before October 7th. And so once October 7th happened and IDF started placing this country under pursuit of Hamas, the food aid stopped, and therefore the Gazans have been experiencing this reduction in the availability of humanitarian aid ever since October 7th. But in best of times, it was just barely enough to survive with. And so this really has put them into a crisis situation. Now, you put this up against the IDF's intention of pursuing Hamas into the southern part of the Gaza Strip, into Rafah. Israel is under a lot of intense pressure. President Biden spoke with Netanyahu on Monday concerning the plans to enter into Rafah, told him he had deep concerns about this. However, if Netanyahu plans to get rid of Hamas, he has to enter Rafah. And so this, on top of the humanitarian aid problem, has made Gaza in a very, very difficult situation. Ongoing with this has been the efforts towards effecting a ceasefire and to release the 135 hostages that are still being held. And those talks are continuing forward, but that's very difficult to do when the country is starving and IDF is planning to pursue Hamas into Rafah. So there are a lot of moving pieces in this, and the possibility of this all going wrong is very high.
As we know from the very beginning, Israeli officials and IDF forces have been adamant, saying this fight is not against those innocent people in that region. It is against Hamas. And further breaking that down, I want to ask you, as Israeli forces just recently launched another raid on that hospital out in the Gaza Strip, it just further shows how their fight continues to defeat Hamas. As we see these raids happen, I know that there's been kind of conflict over, them raiding a hospital, but put it into perspective, because Hamas doesn't care where they camp out. Tunnels, hospitals, schools, hiding bombs in little kids' teddy bears. I mean, this is something that they have to do, correct?
Absolutely. So Al-Shifa Hospital was one of the central hospitals in the Gaza Strip. IDF had cleared that hospital. There was a lot of press coverage of the fact that they had gone in there and had basically shut down the operations of Al-Shifa Hospital during that period of time while they were trying to clear Hamas from there. But after they had cleared it and had moved on to other areas in the Gaza City, Hamas had returned there and was once again using that as their central base of operations for the northern part of the Gaza Strip. And so Israel, the IDF, had a firefight with Hamas there yesterday. And so this is not over yet, despite the fact that the IDF is clearing from the north down to the south part of the Gaza Strip. Hamas has a presence still in some parts of the country that have supposedly been cleared from them. But nonetheless, the central concentration of Hamas that still exists, Hamas was thought to have been about 25,000. They're now thought to be around 10,000. Those 10,000, a majority of them are believed to be in the southern part of the Gaza Strip, mingled among the Palestinians that are not Hamas members down there. And consequently, IDF must be able to go into Rafah to clear that area to be able to encounter Hamas to remove that threat. And that's very difficult when you have civilian Palestinians in that area. They've got to move the Palestinian civilians out of that area and engage Hamas, and that's a very difficult process.
Absolutely, and I can only imagine with so many moving parts and ever-developing parts. I want to ask you, Mr. Ken, what do we need to be keeping a close eye on? I know Fox News confirming that Israeli officials will be traveling to Washington to discuss their steps to defeat Hamas. What are you hearing on that end, and also from your personal end and your expertise?
So the thing that I found very interesting during the last week was that Benny Gantz, a member of the War Cabinet for Israel, traveled to both the UK and met with David Cameron, and then he traveled to the United States and met with Senator Schumer, among others. And with this travel here, he is looked at as a potential political rival of Netanyahu, and may be the next person to lead that country as prime minister. And so that was interesting to see his influence there and the fact that he was meeting with foreign leaders. That was a very interesting part. But I would keep an eye on the external machinations going on, in that Israel is being brought into a lot of pressure from the United States, from the UK, and a number of other countries. And so whether they will yield on their plan to enter Rafah, or whether they will ignore that and insist on going into Rafah, that is something that will probably come to a crux here during this week. And so that will be a key point, whether they enter Rafah.
Absolutely. And while I have you, Mr. King, because I know you're very candid, which I definitely appreciate, and I know the viewers too. We know today is the Tuesday primaries in 5 states here in the U.S. And one of those key topics is the Israel-Hamas war. Recently, former President Donald Trump saying that if you don't vote for him, you're basically stating you hate Israel, you hate Israelis, you don't want to get a ceasefire, you want more people to die. Can you talk about how the strings are being pulled as it relates to this war and as it relates to the election that is in place?
So everything is political, and so both political parties are trying to gain points, trying to gain votes over this issue. And so it's not surprising that the Israeli conflict is being used as a political tool in the battle for who controls the country after the next election. And so, probably both, President Biden said that he was fully behind Israel. And then now our support of Israel is starting to weaken a little bit over this matter of Rafah and over the matter of humanitarian aid. President Trump, full supporter of Israel, much more in tune with Prime Minister Netanyahu. But this is all politics, and politics at the expense of this ongoing conflict.
You summed that up perfectly, Mr. Ken Gray. We always appreciate your expertise and dialogue. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
No, I think we about covered it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Thank you so much. Giving you another live look out there in Gaza at this hour, now at 7:39 on the East Coast. And as Mr. Ken so eloquently put it, we know this war rages on. Some windy conditions out in that area. You can see the Israeli flag there just blowing in the distance. And speaking of winding conditions and weather, I want to give you a live look at our XRAD system there on your screen right now. Some cold temperatures across the U.S. My eyes keep honing in on the Tennessee area. You all know I'm from Memphis. Goodness, 27 degrees in that area. I do not envy them, as I am in Florida right now. But speaking of the weather, we know spring officially arrives today, and we also know many people don't feel those spring-like temperatures. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, checking in with the expert. I'm talking about Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. He gives us all things weather, and we are going to get the very latest from him. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy you're waking up with us on this Tuesday morning, giving you another live look at our XRAD system. And as you all saw before the break, truly some cold temperatures this morning. Spring officially arriving today, but tell that to the tens of millions of people across the eastern U.S. currently facing winter-like temperatures as cold air dives in from Canada. Joining us live this morning to further break down these cold temperatures is Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, good morning to you. I'm glad to see you're bundled up. How cold is it where you are?
Yeah, good morning to you. I am bundled up here this morning in Metro Atlanta, Alpharetta suburb just to the north of the big city, essentially the capital of the South, right? Atlanta. And we are under a freeze warning until 10 a.m. Eastern time. It's hovering around 30 degrees with that wind chill. Feels like it's in the low 20s. It definitely is a shock to the system here at the end of March. You know, it's really not the norm to get this cold, though March is one of those transitional months, comes in like a lion, usually kind of leaves like a lion too. Let's be honest with ourselves right now. But millions of people from Texas all the way across the deep South into the Carolinas and Tennessee, all kind of going through this plunge of air coming down from Canada. But, you know, if you look at the flowers that are blooming in Atlanta on the trees, beautiful cherry blossoms. You've got those pear trees with the red and the pink hues, and people's backyards with hydrangeas even starting to come in. I hope that people covered up any sort of ornamental plants that they had here this morning with a sheet or a towel, just because, you know, just a little bit of that freeze can stop the growing season for not only folks that are just gardeners in their backyard, but farmers out there. And we know farming is a significant part of the economy all across the South. So here's the good news, is that we will be out of these cold temps in a matter of the next 5 or so hours as they will continue to go up. Having said that, it's still going to be pretty darn chilly all across the South. We won't see freezing temperatures in the coming days, but we're still going to see lows in some spots in the high 30s and in the 40s, and highs in the days in the 50s and 60s. So we're not going to really have that great warm up anytime really soon. But hey, that's nothing compared to what folks up in the north and the Great Lakes are about to go through. They're going to get some snow everywhere from Chicago to Milwaukee, even some in Minneapolis, and even parts of upstate New York in the Northeast where that cold is going to come in. So if you're in it to win it here in March, especially with the NCAA tournament coming up in a couple days, men and women, maybe you just find a warm place to go into and just know that spring is around the corner. It officially is today, but you wouldn't know it based upon the winter parka that I have on right now. Back to you.
Well, Robert, I will say you gave us some good news to hold on to. We could get some better temperatures in the coming days. I'm in the Orlando area here in Florida, and I will say for me it was cold this morning, but it's that wind chill. That wind will smack you right in the face. And as you mentioned, bundling up with that parka. And I'm glad you mentioned another thing, Robert, I wanted to ask you really quickly. You know, the beautiful video you provided us looking at those cherry blossoms. We know in many areas like D.C. and the Carolinas, as you mentioned, it's a good sign that people can get out and start planting. As people who are into foliage do so, do you think they need to hold off for the next few days or just go ahead and do it and cover up those plants?
I think you know, you hold off if you're in that planting mode right now. Probably just I would wait another weekend or so. You know, maybe wait to the first weekend of April, which is the Easter holiday weekend. I would wait till then because this cold snap is it's too much. It's too hard on them. Maybe if you've already bought them, put them in the garage if you have a garage, or just cover them up and with a blanket, and then just, you know, pot them or put them in the ground at some point in the next week or so. It's still just a little too cold, and then we'll just admire the trees that are already blossoming. Hopefully they'll be okay. I think they will. The good news about this cold snap is it's not like it's a long, like a whole day or 2 days. It's hours, but it is a shock. And, you know, for ornamental plants, yeah, it can ruin them. So be careful with it. You know, you don't want your money to go down the drain, and you certainly want those buds that are coming in to last all throughout the spring into the summer.
Absolutely. Some great advice there from Robert Ray, Fox weather correspondent. You heard it from the experts, so don't send me any emails asking me about the plans. Robert Ray, just let you know, live, raw, and unfiltered. Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Yeah. You try to warm up. I won't say anything else. Go ahead and get warm.
Thank you. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather, as they are our winter storm headquarters and honestly our headquarters for anything weather related when it comes to cold temperatures and cold snaps. As Robert so eloquently shared with us, you can search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser. Giving you another live look at our XRAD system now at 7:48 on the East Coast. And my goodness, those cold temperatures. But he has some good news to share. Things should be warming up in the next few days. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, I'll be combing through the live feeds, giving you all of those live now top stories, headlines, and live events of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, continuing to give you those top stories and headlines, and of course those live events right here on Live Now from Fox. Right now we're going to head out to Germany and giving you a live look as the German defense minister is on your screen answering media questions. This on the sidelines of that Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting that happened earlier this morning at Ramstein U.S. Air Base there in Germany. We heard from Lloyd Austin, who was out there for that meeting. Some of his answers have been in English and others in German. Let's listen in to see if it's in English right now.
Weitreichende Raketenartillerie genau gemeint? Mehrfachraketenwerfer, Artilleriegeschütze?
Beides und mehr.
Also spezifizieren?
Nee, wir sind ja noch ganz am Anfang. Die Capability Coalition ist ja gerade erst letzten Freitag verabredet worden. Jetzt geht's in die konkrete.
All right, so right now, not in English, he's speaking in German, but there has been some English response to those English media outlets that are out there. All right, nevertheless, we have another live event, this one taking us out to the UK, the British Parliament coming together, discussing several issues. I know recently they were discussing the humanitarian crisis that's looming amid the Israel-Hamas war. Let's listen in to see what they're discussing right now.
Going up in real terms. He will also be aware that the Scottish Government can switch resource to capital unlimited amounts if they choose to do so. He will also, I'm sure, be aware that the Scottish Government can borrow up to £400 million in capital each year if they so wish.
The Tories have failed to invest in our public services and high-growth industries, dragging the nations of the UK into recession and increased income equality. The UK government continues to impose hard cuts to public services, with the Commons Library finding that the Scottish Block Grant will in fact have fallen every year in real terms since 2020. And yet UK government ministers continue to deny that fact. Firstly, does she understand what real terms actually means? And can she tell us if she actually sees the devastating impact this is having on public services?
Just to be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, the Scottish Government's TDL spending review settlement is growing in real terms over this Parliament by over 1% a year on average.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, she doesn't understand what real terms means after all. Analysis by the Institution of Civil Engineers shows that multiplier effect for every £1 spent, the construction industry brings in an additional £2 of spend. So this means that the real terms cut to the Scottish Government's block grant for capital by £1.6 billion over 2 years further deprives the economy of a wider £3 billion. So why does this government think it's OK to decimate infrastructure spend in Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, the Scottish Government is well funded to deliver its devolved responsibilities and receives 25% more funding on average per person than the equivalent UK government spending in other parts. That translates to £8.5 billion more a year on average.
SNP spokesperson Drew Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, consequentials have consequences. The Chancellor's budget announced £20 billion worth of cuts for the public service, some 13% cuts for some departments, and that defies logic. The public sector is crying out for funding, yet his choices, if implemented, will lay waste to them. So does the Minister agree with the IFS that said it would be genuinely surprising if his plans could be carried out, or the Institute for Government, these spending plans will be impossible to deliver, or the Resolution Foundation that said they were fiscal fantasy?
Mr. Speaker, over the next Parliament, our plans are for spending to go up in real terms. I want to be absolutely clear about this. Equally, spending has gone up in real terms over this Parliament too. And you would have noticed at the beginning of this answer, I explained that you're getting £295 million extra this year through Barnett consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No wonder the Institute for Financial Studies say that there is a conspiracy of silence from both the Government and the Labour Party over the scale of these cuts. As a percentage of UK spending, the Scottish Block Grant is set to fall to its lowest ever level under devolution, dwarfing his other plans. For Scotland, the Commons Library figures show capital funding falling by 16% over the next 2 years. He's already confirmed that the Scottish energy sector is the biggest loser from his budget and is doubling down. Why is this government, why is this Chancellor trying to be the new Hammer of Scots?
The only area where I would agree with the honourable gentleman is I would love to know what the Labour Party spending plans are for the next Parliament, and perhaps they will enlighten us this evening. But I will repeat what I said at the beginning. On capital, you have unlimited ability to switch from resource spending to capital spending. That is a choice that your Scottish Government has.
Abdul Khan.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer this question together with question number 15. The government continues to tackle regional economic inequalities and level up the United Kingdom. The government is empowering local leaders through a range of devolution deals, regenerating places across the country and investing in vital infrastructure.
Carl.
Mr. Speaker, in response to this month's budget, the Director of IPPR North has said the budget is the government's admission that it has given up on levelling up this Parliament, despite there being much left to do. Delivering on the government's levelling up commitments would mean my constituents would benefit from reduced social welfare dependency, increased earnings potential, and improved health and well-being. So does the Minister not think my constituents and all citizens outside of London and South East deserve the benefits that come with economic prosperity?
Mr. Speaker, we are committed and delivering on levelling up across the country. Median pay growth has been higher in every region outside the London and South East under this government. And in his constituency, I can tell him that he's receiving £19 million from the levelling up round 1, 20 million levelling up round 3. We've announced a Greater Manchester Trailblazer devolution deal and a Greater Manchester investment zone. This will bring more jobs and prosperity for all of his constituents.
Kim Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard ministers this morning, and I must be living on an alternative universe. Liverpool has some of the most deprived wards in the country, experienced poverty and destitution in the last 14 years as a result of austerity. 300,000 have accessed the Household Support Fund, and while we are a resilient city, we will continue to support those households. So can the Minister explain what safety net will be put in place to support those in poverty and destitution when the Household Support Fund ends in 6 months' time?
Well, she's right to highlight the fact that we've extended the Household Support Fund for the most vulnerable. This is on the back of £96 billion of support during the energy crisis, nearly £400 billion support through the global pandemic. But I would just point out to her that the fundamental difference between this side and her side of the House is that we believe the best route out of poverty is through work, and this party is increasing employment.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Cornwall and the Isle of Scilly, most jobs are supplied within very small businesses. Many of them fall below the VAT threshold. And so in terms of economic inequalities around the region, will the increase to 90,000 for the VAT threshold is very welcome, but the threshold being that low and also the kind of cliff edge effect of going from 0 to 20% has a chilling impact on growing small businesses and providing all year round jobs. Will the Minister consider addressing some sort of taper to the 90,000, but also increasing that further to maybe go in the region of 120,000 or so VAT threshold? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he's right. We increased the VAT threshold for small businesses. This will affect and impact and benefit 28,000 businesses across the country. We feel that the £90,000 threshold strikes the right balance between managing public finances sustainably as well as supporting businesses, but we keep these things under review, as he knows.
Stephen Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Port of Milford Haven in my constituency has been right out in front, taking a lead in investing in and showing how decarbonisation can boost the economy of Wales and reduce inequality. Yesterday they were told that their bid to the government's FLOMIS port funding scheme had been rejected out of hand. So could I ask my right honourable friend whether he would ask his good friend the Chancellor of the Exchequer to meet with me to talk about the important work being done at the UK's leading oil and gas port and how the UK government can support those efforts financially?
Well, Mr. Speaker, FLOMIS is an incredibly important scheme for improving and enhancing our ability to expand floating offshore wind. We are a huge supporter of his constituents and the whole of Wales. If the Chancellor cannot meet with him, I would be very happy to do so.
Colin McCarthy.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Question 7.
The government, Mr. Speaker, will raise the point at which child benefit is fully withdrawn to £80,000 from £60,000 and will raise the high income child benefit charge threshold to £60,000 up from £50,000 from the 6th of April 2024, taking 170,000 families out of paying the charge. Overall, Mr. Speaker, these changes mean almost 500,000 hard-working families will gain an average of £1,260 towards the cost of raising their children.
Colin McCarthy.
Thank you and good afternoon, Speaker. These changes are welcome and mean that more Lincoln families will receive more support from governments, as I told the Minister in Lincoln on Friday. Can my honourable friend confirm when the formal consultation on basing child benefit on household income rather than individual income will commence if the civil servants in the Treasury will let him?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and it was a pleasure, as always, to meet him in his constituency on Friday, where we discussed this matter and indeed many others. The government will launch a consultation in due course on how to end this unfairness by administering the HICBIC on a household rather than individual basis. Doing so, of course, would require significant reform to the tax system, as our tax infrastructure does not currently have a mechanism to consider household income. But the government plans to end the unfairness for single earner families in the child benefit system by administering the HICBIC on a household rather than individual basis by April 2026.
Jim Chin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for that? Minister, child benefit income is an integral part of how families judge and make their monies last through the whole week. So if there's going to be any changes which will reduce that in any way, is it the Minister's intention to ensure that those who have questions or difficulties or have some concerns, that their concerns and their wishes will be taken on board? It's really important that those who are going to find financial changes can cope with the changes that come.
Yes, I thank the honourable gentleman. And because of the complexities involved, of course, that is precisely why we will be having the consultation. And I'm sure his views and those of his constituents will be warmly welcomed in that.
Bench.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Autumn Statement 2023, the Chancellor set out ambitious growth packages designed to boost business investment. This includes making full expensing permanent, a tax cut to companies of over £10 billion a year to ensure we're one of the most generous capital allowances in the world. With further growth-enhancing measures set out in the Spring Budget 2024, the OBR estimates that government policy announced at the past 3 fiscal events is expected to increase the size of the economy by 0.7% by 2028-29.
Sam Bench.
Speaker, like my honourable friend, the member for St Ives, I too was delighted to see the increase in the VAT threshold from £85,000 to £90,000 in the budget, which will help small businesses invest for the future, like the Two Doves Cafe and gift shop in Overton, which is popular with both people from Clwyd South and North Shropshire. But given the vital importance to small businesses, would my honourable friend prioritise increasing the VAT threshold again in the next fiscal intervention?
Well, my honourable friend comes to this House with significant business experience, so when he talks, we certainly listen, and I'm delighted to hear that he was pleased with the VAT increase, the threshold increase. I can tell him that, in addition to what I said to our honourable friend about the £90,000 threshold, it is at this level higher than any EU member state and the joint highest in the OECD, and many of his businesses will be part of the 28,000 that will benefit from this increase, so we have no plans at this stage to change it.
Andrew Quinn.
Thank you. But the actual record of this government over the past 14 years is abysmal. It is a fact that business investment has been consistently amongst the lowest in both the OECD and the G7, and now the Office of Budget Responsibility is forecasting a further 5% fall this year. Why?
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the facts of what we are announcing as part of every fiscal event, going back the last 3, we are enhancing our business environment, our business investment environment for international investors. If you look at FDI stock, we are the second highest FDI stock in the world. We have some of the best universities in the world which are attracting businesses. We have announced full expensing, which is a $10 billion a year tax cut. We have the lowest corporation tax in the G7. We are reforming our energy grid, which is bringing investment into our net zero ambitions. We are reforming our systems, reducing our taxes and encouraging investment.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognise it has been a very challenging time for Safe Hands customers. The honourable member will be aware that the FCA, as the independent regulator of the funeral plans sector, is responsible for dealing with specific cases. However, the Treasury and the FCA have worked very closely throughout the process of bringing the sector into regulation, as well as during the implementation of the new regulatory framework.
Smith.
Mr. Speaker, my experience of the FCA and the Safe Hands funeral plan fiasco is that they took 6 months to reply to my FOI request and pleaded commercial confidentiality to key questions. And despite being warned, the Treasury failed to support consumers moving from an unregulated sector into regulation. It appears to me that the Treasury missed opportunities to support consumers and is still shuffling its feet. Mr. Speaker, at least 47,000 people are out of pocket to the tune of £60 million. They were trying to protect their loved ones from expensive funerals at the worst of times. So, Will the Minister now consider an independent review of this matter? A constructive response is needed to ensure that safe hands victims can have confidence in a system which for too long has let them down.
I share the honourable member's.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in London, UK, as British Parliament has come together to discuss the economy and other items. Sometimes you'll hear them break out in deep, tense discussion to discuss the Israel-Hamas war. And speaking of the Israel-Hamas war, following Live Now top stories, we know Israeli officials will travel to Washington soon to coordinate with Rafah food aid. We also know it's a big day for those Tuesday primaries. Americans in 5 states, Ohio, Illinois, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Florida, will head to the polls today. And then we're also on weather watch this morning as the East Coast is bracing for a spring freeze as temperatures plummet. Right now, we're going to switch gears, though, as we continue to bring you top stories from around the world. Right now, we are heading out to the Philippines as a joint news conference was held very early this morning by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Let's listen in now, raw and unfiltered.
Good afternoon. I wish to welcome the distinguished members of the Philippines and the U.S. delegation, as well as members of the DFA Press Corps and the foreign press accompanying the U.S. delegation to this joint press conference by the Honorable Secretary of Foreign Affairs Enrique A. Manalo and U.S. State Secretary Antony J. Blinken. We will first hear from Secretary Manalo, after which Secretary Blinken will deliver his remarks. After the two secretaries have spoken, we will have a Q&A. Secretary Manalo, please.
Thank you. Honorable Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America, my friends in the media, both local and the U.S. traveling press corps, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I had an excellent discussion with Secretary Blinken today. His visit comes at an important juncture in Philippine-U.S. relations. We've been on hyperdrive over the past year or so. Engagements across issues, areas, and between and among government branches have never been better. The challenge now is how to sustain and further elevate our alliance and partnership. Our discussion today focused on many issues. These include on defense and security engagement. We discussed ways to strengthen the alliance through better coordination at the policy and operational levels to ensure that it remains relevant and responsive to current, emerging, and cross-cutting challenges in the defense, security, and economic spheres, while staying true to our commitment to safeguarding and promoting peace, security, and prosperity of the region, always anchored on the rule of law. I also thanked Secretary Blinken for his government's consistent support, especially with regard to recent incidents in the South China Sea in the past year. And in this regard, we discussed regional issues, especially the situation in the South China Sea, and I stated that the Philippines is committed to managing disputes in accordance with our national interests, a rules-based international order, and international law, especially UNCLOS. We reaffirmed our shared view that a strong and capable Philippines would make a formidable ally for the United States. And on this note, I underscored the importance of more substantial U.S. investments towards enhancing our defense and civilian law enforcement capabilities. We also discussed avenues for harnessing our partnership through collaboration with other like-minded partners, particularly in the framework of the budding Philippine-U.S.-Japan trilateral cooperation. In 3 weeks, President Marcos Jr. will be going to Washington for a trilateral leaders meeting. Our leaders intend to capitalize on the complementarities between existing Philippine-U.S. and Philippine-Japan bilateral cooperation, notably in infrastructure, critical minerals, energy, and maritime security. On the economic front, we highlighted the robust engagement in the first 3 months of the year, highlighted or headlined by last week's U.S. presidential trade and investment mission, led by Commerce Secretary Gina M. Raimondo, together with 22 companies in the ICT, energy, infrastructure, and logistic financial services industry. That visit highlighted the growing collaboration with some of these companies and the potential for new partnerships, many in areas that would cultivate a future-ready workforce. I welcomed the selection by the United States of the Philippines among partner countries under the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, or PGI, and the ongoing work on the Clark-Subic-Batangas PGI corridor. This aligns with our call for a bigger American footprint in infrastructure projects in the Philippines. It will also support the ecosystem necessary to bolster connectivity in the country and our further integration into regional supply chains. We have our work cut out for us, but I'm confident that we will deliver on our respective countries' and leaders' commitments to giving our people the better life and future they all deserve, marked by peace and stability in the region, a thriving and resilient economy, and an empowered community. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Secretary Blinken for his visit and for visiting us here in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Manalo. Secretary Blinken, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Manalo. Thank you very, very much for the strong, substantive exchange that we've had today. Secretary, I'm sorry. How's that? We'll try it again. Let's start again simply by thanking the Foreign Secretary for the very strong substantive exchange that we had today, as we always do, both between ourselves and with our teams. I was last in the Philippines shortly after the election of President Marcos, and it is fair to say that since then we have achieved remarkable progress in our relationship. The meeting between President Biden, President Marcos, and the White House last May set us on an ambitious course, and I think Ricky said it very well. We've been in hyperdrive, and that's demonstrated by the results we've already achieved, but also by our commitment to doing more together in the interests of both of our countries. The alliance has never been stronger, but we not only have to sustain that, we have to continue to accelerate the momentum. The Philippines is our oldest ally in the Indo-Pacific, more than 70 years working together to promote peace and security in the region. The EDCA expansion is strengthening that further, creating new locations for access to work together on humanitarian assistance, on disaster relief, including, for example, relief after the recent typhoons, and as well as creating greater interoperability, modernizing our military with real and important benefits for local communities. We have a shared concern about the PRC's actions that threaten our common vision for a free, open Indo-Pacific, including in the South China Sea and in the Philippines exclusive economic zone. Repeated violations of international law and the rights of the Philippines, water cannons, blocking maneuvers, close shadowing, other dangerous operations. These waterways are critical to the Philippines, to its security, to its economy, but they're also critical to the interests of the region, the United States, and the world. It's why we stand with the Philippines and stand by our ironclad defense commitments, including under the Mutual Defense Treaty. Article 4 extends to arm attacks on the Filipino Armed Forces, public vessels, aircraft, including those of its Coast Guard, anywhere in the South China Sea. Most important is we stand together in our determination to uphold international law for the Philippines, for everyone else, against any provocative actions. As the Foreign Secretary mentioned, we're also deepening our cooperation with partners who share this commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. The trilateral with Japan is a very important platform for building even greater stability and deepening peace. Just over the past year, our governments have increased cooperation on a whole host of shared priorities, not only security, but economic cooperation, humanitarian assistance, critical infrastructure. We've had trilateral meetings over the past year to include meetings between myself, Ricky, and our Japanese counterpart, the Vice President, President Marcos, and Prime Minister Kishida, National Security Advisor Sullivan and his counterparts, and this week in Tokyo, Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell will be meeting with his counterparts. All of this leading to the summit meeting between President Biden, President Marcos, Prime Minister Kishida at the White House on April 11th, the first trilateral leaders summit with the United States, the Philippines, and Japan. We're constantly expanding this partnership to meet bigger challenges, to seize bigger opportunities, including semiconductors, and you heard the Foreign Secretary reference that. I had a chance today to visit the Amcor facility, which is quite remarkable. But if you look at what the Philippines is doing in this area, it's already extraordinary. The Philippines has about 20% of the global market for assembly, for testing, and for packaging. And of course, it's a big part of the Philippines economy, representing about 12% of its GDP. But we want to support Filipino manufacturing, decrease dependencies, strengthen global supply chains. In November, we launched a partnership under the CHIPS and Science Act to explore opportunities to grow and to diversify semiconductor supply chains. During the mission that Secretary Mondo recently conducted very successfully, this presidential trade mission last week, we announced plans to invest an additional $1 billion in the Filipino tech sector and to double the number of semiconductor factories here in the Philippines. And we're exploring, as you heard, opportunities through the growth and investment, global investment and infrastructure program. Transformative investments in infrastructure that could have a major benefit for the semiconductor industry by addressing barriers to investment, including some of the logistics and energy costs. We're assessing additional priority areas for investment: clean energy, transportation, logistics, warehousing, to increase food security, for example. And it's a partnership, I'll just say in conclusion, that is growing day by day in a variety of other areas as well, from cyberspace to artificial intelligence to clean energy to critical minerals to outer space. We very much appreciate the Philippines joining us in sponsoring a resolution at the United Nations on artificial intelligence, the first standalone resolution on AI focused on deploying AI for the benefit of sustainable development. We now have more than 75 co-sponsors. So it's a long way of saying we've already seen an extraordinary expansion in our partnership these last couple of years, but as the Foreign Secretary said, there is a lot more to do, and I'm very glad to be here to advance that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. We'll now commence the question and answer portion with alternating questions from the Philippine side and the foreign media accompanying the U.S. delegation. From the Philippine side, can we entertain the question from Michael Flores of Reuters? Michael, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretaries. This question is for both of you. The White House announced that President Biden will host Prime Minister Kishida and President Marcos next month for the first trilateral summit. What form or shape will this trilateral cooperation take, and how will this be operationalized? Is the conduct of joint patrols in the South China Sea part of the discussion, and is this cooperation aimed at suppressing the rise of China, a word that Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi used to describe when it comes to the US's actions in the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the scheduled trilateral summit will be held the second week of April in Washington, D.C. And, of course, this is the first of its kind. And the main aim we all expect is that the trilateral summit will seek to aim cooperation, more cooperation, especially at the trilateral level. And this will include cooperation to promote economic growth and cooperation in various areas, such as in promoting clean energy. They'll also discuss, we expect, climate cooperation, and of course further peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region, and also around the world. And at the moment, we're also undertaking meetings at other levels, at senior official level, to see how this can also, how these various activities can be operationalized. So the basic aim, essentially, is to reaffirm also our historical ties of friendship, our commitment to shared democratic values and a shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific, and how to further promote the prosperity, security, and peace of our peoples and of the region.
Really, I would just everything that the Foreign Secretary said, which I agree with. These are three countries that have a shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. And I think a recognition that when we work together, when we collaborate, when we pool our resources, including in terms of economic cooperation, building critical infrastructure, humanitarian assistance, we're stronger when we do it together and bring together all the complementarities that we have. So that's really what the summit's about, as well as our work together to uphold international law, something that all three of our countries feel very strongly about. And in terms of operationalizing it, I'm sure there'll be things coming out of the summit meeting, but this is something the Foreign Secretary and I talked about today to make sure that even as we have this leaders summit, we have mechanisms in place to make sure that our teams are working together day in, day out, so that the 364 days that follow the summit actually advance the work in concrete ways.
Leon Bruno for AFP, please.
Yes, thank you for hosting us. Pleasure to be here in Manila. A question for both of you, a follow-up to my colleague from the Philippines. You mentioned the South China Sea and the harassment activities of China against Philippines vessels, Navy, or what have you. To what extent do those harassment activities trigger the activation of your Mutual Defense Pact? I mean, have you set red lines that would trigger the activation of the Mutual Defense Pact? And then more broadly, Secretary, obviously the United States is in a huge push since the beginning of the Biden administration to beef up relations with the Philippines here, of course, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Pacific Islands, what have you. To what extent are you not, in fact, as Beijing accuses you of doing, and Beijing also accuses the United States of using the Philippines as a pawn, to what extent are you not, in fact, encircling China and provoking Beijing? And if I may, and I'm sorry to move on another region,
Leon,
but if I may ask your question on Niger, the junta asked the United States to pull out its troops. This comes after France was asked to pull out and has pulled out. Were you surprised by that decision? Were you disappointed? And it leaves a huge vacuum. What is your thoughts about that? Thank you very much.
Okay. From the start? So with, Leon, thank you. With regard to the Mutual Defense Treaty, I'll simply repeat what I said. We stand behind it. We have an ironclad commitment to it and to the Philippines. And Article 4 of that treaty extends to any armed attacks on Filipino armed forces, on public vessels, on aircraft, and that would include its Coast Guard. And that would also be anywhere in the South China Sea. So we've been very clear about that, very consistent about that. With regard to the partnerships, to the alliances that we have been building out, that's actually been a central focus of our foreign policy. Not only re-energizing, reinvigorating existing partnerships and alliances, but reimagining them and building new ones that are fit for specific purposes. None of these are directed against anyone or anything. They're in service of something. They're for trying to realize.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening in as U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with his Philippine counterpart earlier this morning out in the Philippines, talking about U.S.-Philippine relations. Following other top stories this morning on the right side of your screen, we are following weather-related news as spring begins with freeze warnings across the U.S. That bottom box, a live look out at the White House as 5 states today are holding those presidential primaries. And as we discuss the White House, I want to bring that shot full, giving you a live look there in Washington, D.C. As we know, the rift between the Biden administration and the Israeli government may be widening. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, checking in with Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader to give us more on this topic. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:28 on the East Coast, giving you a live look at this hour at the White House. We know the rift between the Biden administration and the Israeli government may be widening. President Biden just spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the first time in more than a month. As Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, the president is concerned about the prospect of a new incursion into Gaza. Doug joins us live now. Doug, good morning to you.
Good morning. Israel is promising to send a delegation here to Washington to discuss what comes next in Gaza. And the U.S. response to the war becomes a larger issue out on the campaign trail. With a humanitarian crisis in Gaza worsening and with Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas, President Biden spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday.
Thanks, everybody.
White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was asked why it has taken so long for the two to talk.
Prime Minister, of course, knows how to reach President Biden. If the Prime Minister felt he needed the president for some reason, he would have picked up the phone and called.
This is a war of civilization against barbarism.
Netanyahu says Hamas must be wiped out, but his frosty relationship with the president underscores a report from NBC News that behind the scenes, Biden has been angry over falling polling numbers due to his handling of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Israel must make some significant course corrections.
To add to the tension, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish U.S. official, has said Netanyahu should be replaced.
The Democrats are very bad for Israel.
Former President Trump has excoriated Democrats over Israel, but added in an interview yesterday, any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion. The Biden campaign responded to that, saying that Trump is demeaning Jewish Americans. Back to you guys.
Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. We appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. Doug, you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giving you another look at the White House this morning there in Washington, D.C. Windy conditions. You can see the flag atop just waving back and forth there in the distance. The time now 8:30 on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We have several top stories and headlines we're following this morning. I want to share them with you. Right now, back to the White House. As we know, the race is on for the White House this morning. A live look there in Washington, D.C., now at 8:33 on the East Coast. We know 5 states will hold their presidential nominating contests today, a week after both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump secured enough delegates to clinch their party's nomination. Races to watch include the Illinois primary, Arizona presidential preference primary, Florida presidential preference primary, Kansas presidential preference primary, as well as the Ohio primary. Of course, we will have extensive coverage all day long right here on Live Now from Fox, as we have had since we first came on the air. Another top story we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox relates to the weather. We are on Weather Watch this morning. You're getting a live look at our XRAD system, and you can see some breezy and cold temperatures at this hour. Spring officially arrived today, but tell that to the tens of millions of people across the eastern U.S. currently facing winter-like temperatures as cold air dives in from Canada, making it feel more like January and forcing people to pull the parkas back out of the closet. March is typically recognized as the battle between winter and spring, and the arrival of a new work week left nearly 170 million people shivering in colder than average temperatures on Monday. Even more Americans will need the coats today. There's even a risk of winter weather, including dangerous snow squalls and lake effect snow from the Great Lakes to the interior Northeast and the northern and central Appalachians. And you can see those cold temperatures on your screen now. Take a look. Goodness, you can see those cold temperatures up there in Canada, looking like 30 degrees out there in Quebec. And then you can see how it's trickled down there to even Tennessee, my home state, Memphis, close to Memphis, 27 degrees. My goodness, if you live out in that area, you will definitely need a jacket. As we continue to follow top stories and headlines, we're also giving you live feeds as they come through our studio. Let's head out to London, UK, as a live event is underway. British Parliament coming together to discuss the economy as well as other items, including the Israel-Hamas war, as well as the Russia-Ukraine war. Let's listen in.
We now come to the urgent question. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, David Lammy.
To ask the Secretary of State if he'll make a statement on the situation in Gaza and Israel.
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his urgent question? Mr. Speaker, Israel suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history on the 7th of October last year. The scenes we saw on that day were appalling, and Hamas's disregard for civilian welfare continues today, over 5 months later. We remember those all the time still being held hostage and their families, and we call once again for their immediate release. However, we of course remain deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the impact of the conflict on all Palestinian civilians. We have borne witness, Mr. Speaker, to death and displacement on a vast scale. Over 1,700,000 people have had to leave their homes, many on multiple occasions. We are deeply concerned about the growing risk of famine, exacerbated by the spread of disease, and of course the terrible psychosocial impacts of the conflict that will be felt for years to come. We are totally committed to getting humanitarian aid to all the people in Gaza who desperately need it, either ourselves or through UN agencies and British or other charities. We and our partners are pushing to get aid in through all feasible means, by land, sea and air. We have trebled our aid funding to the OPTs this year, Mr. Speaker, providing just under £100 million, of which 70 million has been delivered as humanitarian assistance. 150 tonnes more of UK aid arrived in Gaza on the 13th of March, including 840 family tents, 13,440 blankets, almost 3,000 shelter kits and shelter fixing kits, 6,000 sleeping mats and more than 3,000 dignity kits. A field hospital provided by UK aid funding to UK Med arrived in Gaza from Manchester last Friday. This facility, staffed by UK and local medics, will be able to treat over 100 patients a day. Along with Cyprus, the US, UAE and others, Britain will help deliver humanitarian aid by sea to a new temporary US military pier in Gaza via a maritime corridor from Cyprus. But we have been clear that air and sea deliveries cannot substitute delivery of aid through land routes. Only through land routes can the volume of aid now be required to be met. We continue to press Israel to open more land crossings for longer and with fewer screening requirements. There is no doubt that land crossings are the most effective means of getting aid into Gaza, and Israel must do more. There is also no doubt that the best way to bring an end to the suffering is to agree an immediate humanitarian pause and progress towards a sustainable permanent ceasefire without a return to destruction, fighting and loss of life. Getting to this outcome is the focus of all our diplomatic efforts right now, Mr. Speaker, and a goal that is shared by our international partners. We urge all sides to seize the opportunity and continue negotiations to reach an agreement as soon as possible.
David Lammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, a UN-backed report revealed the shocking reality that famine in Gaza is imminent. Half the population is expected to face catastrophic levels of hunger, the highest number of people ever recorded under this system. Only twice in 20 years have famine conditions been reached. But what distinguishes the horror in Gaza from what has come before is that this is not driven by drought or natural disaster, it is man-made. It is the consequences of war. It is the consequence of aid that is available not reaching those who need it. Food is piled up in trucks just a few kilometres away while children in Gaza are starving. It's unbearable, and it must not go on. International law is clear. Israel has an obligation to ensure the provision of aid. The binding measures ordered by the ICJ require this. The world has demanded it for months, yet still aid flows are woefully inadequate. Aid actually fell by half between January and February. This is outrageous. The continued restrictions on aid flows are completely unacceptable. It must stop now. Just as Hamas must release the hostages now. I don't doubt that the Minister agrees with me, but will he have the courage to say that the ICJ's orders, including on aid, are binding, and that Israel must comply with them? And does the FCDO's lawyers believe Israel is in compliance currently with its obligations? Amid this accelerating hunger crisis, Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly approved plans for an offensive against Rafah. This would risk catastrophic humanitarian consequences. It would be a disaster for civilians and a strategic mistake. How is the government working to prevent a further attack on Rafah? The truth is this: if it isn't possible to address the crisis in Gaza, it won't be possible to address the crisis in Gaza if the fighting doesn't stop. And that is also the best way to secure the release of hostages. So will the government finally now join with us and dozens of countries and call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire?
A very compelling conversation happening within British Parliament as they are discussing the Israel-Hamas war. And on the right side of your screen, following other top stories here on Live Now from Fox, related as spring begins with freeze warnings, and also 5 states holding those presidential primaries as the race to the White House is on. The time now 8:42 on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jean Friend. See several new live pictures popping up here in our Live Now from Fox studios. There on your screen, a live look there at Air Force One as President Biden will soon depart to head out. As we know, today are those Tuesday primaries, so several candidates making their rounds, holding campaign events as I speak, and doing what they have to do so they can secure your vote and the nomination. So we are waiting for him to pop up in this shot. As we do, let's go ahead and head back to some other live events that we know are underway. I'm talking about the one as it relates to British Parliament discussing the Israel-Hamas war, and then those other boxes there on your screen as well. Let's continue to listen in.
Man-made famine was coming. I've just returned from Al Arish on the Egyptian Gaza border with the Foreign Affairs Committee, where we saw hundreds and hundreds of lorry loads of food and aid waiting for permission to get into Gaza. So let's be very clear about our language here. The people of Gaza are not starving. The people of Gaza are being starved. And does the Minister accept that there is no food shortage in the region? Does he accept that the reason that people are starving to death just 44 miles from Tel Aviv, the distance between Glasgow and Edinburgh, is as a direct result of the Israeli siege and their premeditated decision to cut off food supplies? And does he also accept that starving a civilian population to death is a war crime? And finally, does he still believe that the UK is right, both legally and morally, to continue selling weapons to Israel?
Well, on his final point, Mr. Speaker, he is well aware of the arms sale regime that Britain adopts. And as I have said to him before from this dispatch box, it is the toughest anywhere in the world. I think, Mr. Speaker, the difference, if I may say so, between him and me is that he sees things as we would wish them to be, but we in government have to deal with them as they are. And that is why we are taking so many steps to try and achieve the release of the hostages and to get aid and support into Gaza. And to one point that he makes, where he is right, and it's a point also echoed by the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and it is this: the way to get aid into Gaza is by road and by truck. Of course, we are doing everything we can to explore every way, including the maritime route and dropping aid from the air. But at the end of the day, it is through road traffic, and that's one of the reasons why we are working so closely with Jordan to ensure that that route of aid in by road is enhanced. But at the end of the day, that is the right route to get aid in, and we are doing everything we can to try and make sure that it is pursued.
Shulda Bahil.
Time I asked my right honourable friend about progress on trying to have a hostage transfer, because right at the core of this is the visceral feeling, which I think anyone can understand, of Israelis that they want their people home. Has any progress been made, and would he like to just update the House on where we are with that?
Good question. Well, I completely agree with my right honourable and learned friend, and that is why trying to get the hostages home and out of Gaza and trying to get food in, these are our two twin absolute objectives. And in an extremely difficult circumstance, Britain is certainly right at the front of of all countries, trying to achieve that. It would not be sensible, Mr. Speaker, for me to give the House a sort of running commentary on hostage release, but he will have seen that negotiations have resumed in Qatar, and obviously everyone in the House will hope that those negotiations are both speedy and successful.
Richard Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new independent multi-agency investigation by the UN into an Israeli military airstrike on a residential compound housing an emergency medical team, including from Medical Aid for Palestinians, a UK charity, has found it most likely involved in a £1,000 US manufactured bomb fired from an F-16 jet. F-16s include parts supplied by the UK. So will the Minister today rule out conclusively that no parts supplied by the UK were used to bomb a compound housing medical staff from a UK charity?
Minister.
Well, the events that the honourable gentleman describes are appalling, and what the British government would say is there must be a full and transparent inquiry and examination into how those events took place.
Percy.
Speaker, it remains incredible that some people in this place can barely utter a word of criticism of the Hamas regime in Gaza, who themselves are being accused of stealing and hoarding aid. In terms of the operation in Rafah, the Israeli government is very clear that hostages are being held there, that some of those hostages are being subjected to sexual violence and to other abuse. Are we saying to the Israeli government that they have no right to go in to seek to rescue those hostages or not?
Minister.
No,
Truly a compelling conversation underway within British Parliament as they are discussing the Israel-Hamas war, and that gentleman who just sat down discussing the latest on the hostage situation, those hostages in Hamas captivity, and the tragic things that they are experiencing while in captivity. On the right side of your screen, following several top stories this morning, as spring begins with freeze warnings, temperatures there on your screen. And I can tell you in my home state of Tennessee, some parts 26 degrees. My goodness, I get cold just saying that. So if you're in that area, you might want to bundle up this morning. And then that bottom right box, we are following as pretty soon President Joe Biden will depart for Reno, Nevada. All of this amid 5 states holding their presidential nominating contest today. The time now 8:52 on the East Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox as we work to keep you informed with those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. And continuing to give you those top stories and headlines of the day, we're going to head back inside a British Parliament as they are discussing the Israel-Hamas war and the latest of that Hamas hostage situation. And then on the right side of your screen, following other top stories, as many people are waking up to cold temperatures, with that top right box showing you temperatures from across the U.S. as spring begins with freeze warnings. And then that bottom box, a live look outside of Air Force One as we are awaiting President Biden to depart to Reno, Nevada. As we wait that, let's continue to listen into British Parliament discuss the Israel-Hamas war.
Starved to death.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think many people in Israel and elsewhere will find part of what she said profoundly offensive. And the point I would make to her is that she is right that the characteristics of famine are present in Gaza, as I set out in my earlier response, and that is why we are doing everything we can, together with our allies, to get as much food and support into Gaza as we possibly can.
Mr. Speaker, officials on the ground have stated that Hamas is appropriating or misappropriating as much as 60% of the humanitarian aid that's entering the Gaza Strip. And this is part of a long pattern of prioritising fighters, abusing aid to produce rockets, and using construction materials to build hundreds of miles of tunnels for its terror activities. So we know they do it, they've done it for years, and they're doing it now. Does my right honourable friend share my concern that Hamas is flagrantly disregarding the humanitarian needs of the people of Gaza, whilst Israel has been increasing the amount of aid going in exponentially?
Minister.
Well, I very much agree with my right honourable and learned friend that Hamas is using ordinary people in Gaza as a human shield. It is utterly repugnant, as well as completely against international humanitarian law, and like him, I condemn it.
Florence Session-Lomé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Humanitarian organisations have been warning repeatedly that this would happen. A group of us met with them last week. When this conflict started, I met with Islamic Relief, who are based in my constituency. We've now ended up here, where we are seeing healthcare being attacked, systematically being degraded. We're seeing no safe zones left. We're told that famine is on the onset, and we're told that the number of people being killed keeps rising. Will the Minister finally please listen to the calls of members across this House, the international communities, the people working on the ground, and call for an immediate ceasefire and unrestricted aid here?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have set out several times already today why calling for an immediate ceasefire may make us feel better, but is not a practical resolution. And that is why there's no difference between the analysis that she makes and the NGOs in her constituency and mine. There's no difference between the analysis. The question is, what do we do about it? And that is why Britain, along with our allies, is continuously on a 24/7 basis, arguing and doing everything practical we can to get more food and support into Gaza.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has mentioned the floating pier to be constructed by the United States. What assurances has he received that that pier will be used solely for the delivery of humanitarian aid and not, as has been suggested, subsequently repurposed for military use?
Minister.
Well, I think it is early days yet to see precisely how that maritime initiative will deliver. But what he fears, I do not believe will be allowed to happen in the way in which we tackle that issue. And we are giving strong support to all mechanisms for getting aid into Gaza, air, sea and land. But he, like me, will understand that the best mechanism is always by land.
Janet Church.
Speaker, I don't think I've ever received as many emails of concern from my Edinburgh South West constituents as I have about the situation in Gaza. And as has already been said, over 500,000 Palestinians are at starvation levels. 27 children and 3 adults have died so far as a result of starvation and dehydration. And in the words of Medical Aid for Palestine, this is not happening because the rains have failed or because there has been a poor harvest. It's happening because the Israeli authorities have refused to allow enough food into Gaza. So I have this question for him, and my Edinburgh South West constituents will be listening to the answer. Does he agree that starvation as a weapon of war is a war crime?
Minister.
Well, the point which I hope that she will make to her Edinburgh constituents is that she and I, the government, the whole House, is intent on ensuring that more food and more support gets into Gaza as rapidly as possible, and that is what the government is doing every day.
Neil O'Brien. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really welcome the hard work that the Minister is doing to get more aid in, to bring an end to the fighting and to get the hostages released, but it is just appalling to think that large numbers of innocent people, including children, are about to starve when there's aid just over the border. He is right that the aid must flow across the borders. It's better to get it by trucks. But if that's not possible, we must think of this like the Berlin airlift. We've got to get aid in via the sea, via airdrops. I welcome what the Americans are doing to drop it along the shore. We've just got to do whatever it takes to get the aid to the kids who are going to starve unless we do it.
Minister.
Well, I completely agree with the sentiments that he expresses so profoundly, and he is right that every single mechanism must be explored. But he will know that in terms of tonnage, the amount that you can drop from the air, the dangers to those underneath, the dangers of the aid then being misappropriated and stolen by Hamas, these are very real difficulties. And also he will be fully aware about the difficulties of the maritime entry. And that is why we are doing everything we can to argue for more points of entry into Gaza, more trucks to get in there, and more different land routes to get the aid, which, as he so rightly says, is desperately needed in.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ICJ's interim ruling made it absolutely clear. The killing of Palestinians in Gaza must stop, but it hasn't. Immediate humanitarian aid must be allowed into Gaza, but it hasn't. And the safety and security of civilians must be guaranteed, but it hasn't. As a result, we are now seeing more than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza left starving and on the brink of famine, as confirmed by the IPC report today. And the Israeli government continues to flout international law now through the use of starvation as a weapon of war. So I ask the Minister, whilst the children are left starving, civilians are killed and medical facilities attacked, just what will it take for the government to stand with international humanitarian law and oppose the actions of the Israeli military? And how many more innocent Palestinians must be massacred? How many more children must die through starvation? And when will they call for an immediate ceasefire?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped that the one thing that was missing from what he said then was an urgent call for the release of the hostages. And what I say to him, Mr. Speaker, in answer to his question, is that Israel must do more. And we've set out very clearly the 5 steps that Israel needs to take. They are an immediate humanitarian pause, increased capacity for aid distribution inside Gaza, increased humanitarian access through land and maritime routes, expanding the types of humanitarian assistance allowed into Gaza, such as shelter and items critical for infrastructure repair, and fifthly, a resumption of electricity, water and telecommunications services. Now, I hope that both he and I can unite with everyone else in this House on going after those 5 key aims.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Israeli hostages must be released.
All right, what you are listening to right there is over in British Parliament as they are discussing a variety of topics. But as you heard there, the big one they are talking about is the Israel-Hamas war. Some of those lawmakers there calling for an immediate ceasefire, others calling for the immediate release of all of the hostages. Do want to take you out live to this image that is right there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is live as we see President Biden expected to load up onto Air Force One and head over for a several-day-long trip to states like Nevada and over in Arizona. You can see he is walking over to Air Force One, and this all coming, of course, as 5 states are holding their presidential primaries today. President Biden and former President Trump continue to lock up support around the country after becoming their party's presumptive nominees. Trump expected to easily win the Republican primaries in Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio. Biden will likely do the same in all of those states except for Florida, where Democrats did cancel their primary and awarded all 224 delegates there to Biden. As you can see, he is now loaded up onto Air Force One officially. They'll take off in a matter of minutes and head toward Nevada. Dr. David Richards is the chair of political science at the University of Lynchburg, joining us now live to talk more about the primaries. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Sure. Good morning. My pleasure. Glad to be here.
Good morning. Well, first off, can you kind of break down for me what we should be watching for, if anything, during today's presidential primaries?
Well, I think the big key in terms of the presidential primaries today will be turnout. What kind of turnout are we going to get? It's been pretty low so far in the primary season. A lot of precincts in a lot of states had single-digit turnout, even on Super Tuesday, which normally, would see a higher turnout. I think that we'll have to see how well Biden does in states like, say, Arizona, where it was very close during the 2020 election. Can he get people excited there? We'll have to look at the number of people who don't vote for Biden or Trump, which seems kind of odd because they are the two presumptive nominees. But, look, in Florida, DeSantis is still on the ballot. Nikki Haley's on the ballot in some places. Will people kind of do a protest vote against Trump by voting for one of them? There have been active campaigns on the Democratic side to get people to vote either none of the above or to write in the word Gaza as a protest vote to Biden. So we'll have to kind of see if those have any momentum and sort of make an impact. The kind of exciting things going on today are actually down ballot. There are some House and Senate primaries that are going to be kind of key and interesting. In Ohio, for example, there's one for the Republicans, and that where they're trying to sort of decide who's going to be the Republican nominee, and there's some controversy about those candidates, including the fact that the Democrats have been pouring money, actually spending money on a Republican candidate that they feel would be a weak candidate for that Senate race. To try to get him to win. So I think that'll be a bit more interesting. But the main thing we're looking today is for turnout, and especially in those states like Arizona. Look, Kansas or, Florida, those are states, probably even Ohio, that Trump won, is going to probably win this time around. Arizona, Biden won in 2020 by 10,000 votes, I think it was. So he's looking to make a much bigger impact there as well. Illinois is a Democratic state. I don't expect too much excitement there.
And one thing that is important to note, as you said, we talk about the presidential primaries and voters turning out to pick their, who they want to be president here. But there are also those other races that do matter, because as far as the presidential race goes, we know it is going to be Trump and Biden. They are the presumptive nominees, but there are the other races that are going on as well. And low voter turnout there because of the presidential primary could mean low voter turnout there for the other primary as well.
Yeah, and these primaries, I mean, there's there are primaries for the Senate seat in Ohio where Moreno is in the lead. He's had some controversy around him. On the Republican side, Sherrod Brown is already the presumptive Democratic nominee. So that one will be kind of interesting on the Republican side. There's also actually a race in California. California is not doing a presidential primary today, but they're doing a primary for House Speaker McCarthy's seat when he resigned and retired. And so, ironically, they've already had a primary to pick who is going to run in 2024 for the seat that, the term that starts in 2025. But meanwhile, they have to fill that seat. And the same two people that ran for the primary for the actual seat are running to fill it for a temporary vacancy. So that's kind of a weird situation there. But yeah, those down ballot votes are going to be interesting, because if you don't get a huge turnout for people coming to vote in the presidential primaries, then you might get candidates who are going to be elected by sort of a smaller part of the party. Or in the Republican case, is that going to be candidates that Trump has backed so that he can get those supporters out there? Or is it going to be that, people who are protesting Trump are going to come out and vote for Haley or something, and then vote for a non-Trump backed candidate? So that will be interesting to see. Can Trump still work his magic on those down ballot candidates today?
As far as Biden and Trump go, are they still putting their efforts toward the presidential primary season and performing well, or have they kind of, started focusing their efforts more on the general election itself?
I am kind of surprised. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because of how sort of done we are with the primaries, right? So there's no real, idea that somehow Haley is going to pop up and win at this point, right? That's not happening. So I'm kind of surprised how hard the candidates have pivoted towards running the general election. Biden, who we're seeing right now get on an airplane to go to Arizona, which is a key state. He campaigned last week in Michigan, which is another key state that the Democrats have to carry if they're going to win. So Biden has actually, compared to 2020, where there was a lot of criticism that he sat in his basement, and to give him credit, it was sort of during COVID, but he's hit the ground running, right? So he's kind of out there campaigning. Trump, it's a little hard to tell that he's pivoted because I think he has been sort of doing a general campaign this whole time. But, he has certainly not let up, and he's still having events. So I think in some ways we're kind of seeing the start of that presidential campaign already, even if officially we won't see it until the conventions in July and August.
And I do have to ask, just based on what you've seen with polling and things of that nature, who does it appear does have the edge? Is it Trump or Biden?
Yeah, at this point, we are so far out that those polls, are kind of hard to follow. I liken it kind of to like when you go buy a car, right? You go and every time you go to a new dealership and you see a new car, you're like, oh, this is the one. But what you really have to do is kind of think about it, right? So what we're seeing now are polls that will swing as sort of news events happen, right? So Biden makes the State of the Union address, and all of a sudden he's up in a couple polls. Trump does something, and all of a sudden he's up in a couple polls. Generally, the trend has been towards Trump being leading by a few points. Certainly, GOP polling has shown that Trump is leading by as much as 4% in a nationwide vote. The problem with that, of course, is we don't have a nationwide election of the president. It's done through the Electoral College system, and so each state will matter. And I think really that's what both campaigns at this point are looking at, is they're going to have to fight this state by state. And so polling is going to depend on, each particular state. And so the national polls are interesting. They tell you trends, but, it's too close. When you're within 2 or 3 percentage points, that's within the margin of error. So it could be either way. And, the fact that we run the election through the Electoral College means that a national vote is, not going to happen. It's not what we should be paying attention to. It really should be those state-by-state votes, whether it's Ohio or Michigan or Wisconsin, those kind of states.
We've talked about this a few times now, but I do want to ask you again, and I pretty much ask you, I would say, every week here. But do you think at this point that Trump has selected who he wants to be his VP there, and when should we expect an actual announcement?
I don't think he's chosen. No, I mean, I keep hearing names. Just for fun, I put a list of VP picks up on my wall next to my calendar, and threw a couple darts to see who I should talk about this week. And evidently Tim Scott and my dentist, because I have really terrible aim. But Tim Scott's name still comes up. What was interesting in the past couple of weeks is to see people talking about the abortion issue and how that might impact Trump's vice presidential pick. There's some concern that he needs to show that he is going to be in line with the rest of the Republican Party in terms of abortion policy. But on the other hand, he's reluctant to let the Democrats have that as a wedge issue. So if he picks a vice president, and Tim Scott has kind of shown this, who is very sort of adamant or sort of harsh on the abortion issue, Democrats might use that as a lever. I still see Stefanik coming up. I saw Marco Rubio's name for the first time, but I don't think Trump knows. I think he's leaving his options open. Somebody reminded me that he picked Pence in July, so we still have some time. We'll have to see what happens, but Trump, I think, enjoys people asking him that because it's a little bit of attention, and he can kind of play with people and mention names and see what the reaction is. So I think he's still fishing, still trying to decide.
All right. Dr. David Richards, thank you as always for taking the time to join us, to be here with us and break down some of the latest headlines, especially when it does come to the election. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Nope. Expect early calls today from the AP. If there's no reason why when those polls start closing at 7 and 8, Central Time and Mountain Time, that we're going to just get those results in right away.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, you are taking a live look here as we see Air Force One with President Biden on board head out west as he's going to be in Nevada and Arizona here. Coming up on the other side of this quick 2-minute commercial break, we are going to head live over to Arizona, more specifically Phoenix, as we join our Fox 10 Phoenix team for a look at the primaries there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:17 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you saw before the break, and really all throughout the morning, we have been covering these presidential primaries that are getting underway here in 5 states today. One of those is Arizona. I do want to bring in Danielle Miller with our Fox 10 Phoenix team. She is live for us with what she's seeing out there and what to expect. Good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Josh. Yeah, as you mentioned, 6:17 here, Arizona local time. And 17 minutes ago, that is exactly when the polling places and locations opened here in the state of Arizona. So this is the presidential preference election here. We know that Joe Biden as well as Donald Trump are both on those ballots here. So people, registered Democrats and Republicans only able to vote here in today's election. So we're about 20 minutes into it now. We're here outside of the Maricopa County Elections Department. This is here in downtown Phoenix, and this is the main election site here. So there is one drop-off box. We've seen a few people kind of coming and going, but there is very tight security here around this building. There is fences and barricades up, so not sure exactly how many people will be dropping off those ballots here today. So all these polling locations here throughout the entire county, people can come, they can drop off those ballots, early voting ballots, as well as if they did not mail those in. So just getting underway here. This wraps up at 7 o'clock tonight. That is the time when people have to either have their in-person votes in or dropped off those early ballots. So I do want to say, how it's going to look today. No one really knows exactly how many people will turn out, but it's definitely something that people keep a close eye on. We do know that the presidential preference election was during the height of the pandemic, the last one, 2020. So we do know that a lot of those voters here in Arizona mailed in those ballots. Also in 2016, we saw incredibly long lines here in Maricopa County because there was reduced polling locations. There was also some technical difficulties that day. So things are just getting underway here in Arizona. So we are going to be keeping a very close eye on it to see exactly how the day wraps up. But as I mentioned, 7 o'clock tonight, that is how long it's going to be until those polls will close here.
All right. Danielle Miller there with Fox 10 Phoenix. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, we're going to be checking in with our different Fox affiliates. We do have Fox affiliates in several of those states where voting is getting underway here. Don't forget, later on tonight around 7 p.m. Eastern time, that is when our very own Andrew Kraft will be live here, and he's going to break down all of those results right as they come in from the hot seat. 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break, but we have much more live coverage coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border as we continue to cover all of the latest details on the war. This is now day 165, and coming up in just about 30 minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we will be joined live by the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem to discuss all of the latest developments on the war. In the meantime, I want to head over to British Parliament as they are discussing a resolution that would call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Let's pop up the audio to listen in.
RAF bases are actually being used as a launch pad for bombing in Gaza, or indeed any supportive operations militarily of the IDF and Israeli military forces.
Well, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that these are decisions that are not made at the whim of a minister standing at the dispatch box. They are made in the normal way through a proper legal and coded practice, and the government will always operate on that basis in these situations.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, Canada, Australia, Sweden, the EU have now confirmed that they will restore the funding to UNRWA, refuting Israel's accusation that 450 members of the agency's staff had participated in the 7th October attack. With people dying from the imminent famine in Gaza, with Palestinians being killed trying to get flour to feed their families, the international community holds a degree of responsibility for failing to stop this. In light of the catastrophic situation in Gaza, will the minister commit to restarting and increasing its funding to UNRWA as a matter of urgency?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have already increased funding significantly, including to UNRWA. He will know that Britain is not, at the moment, in a position of having to make that decision, because we have fully funded what we said we would do and are not due to provide any further money till the end of April. But the answer to his question, I hope, will be contained in the report, both from the Office of International Oversight Services, but also from the Katrin Colonna report, interim report, which we are expecting tomorrow. And I know that he, like me, will read it with great care in the hope that it shows a suitable way ahead, which we can all endorse.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister try and help the House in understanding the government's position and who the government believes is directly responsible for blocking the aid going into Gaza? And can he also tell us what the government's direct response is to the comments of the UN General Secretary, who has said that this is the highest number of people facing catastrophic hunger ever recorded by the integrated food security system anywhere and at any time?
Minister.
Well, regardless of the accuracy of those final comments, there is no doubt at all, as I set out in my early responses, that the IPCC report says, and I quote again, famine is a very real scenario. And that is why we are trying to do everything we can to ensure that aid gets into Gaza by every possible means. I've explained to the House the difficulties of the air option and the maritime option, but those difficulties are not stopping us from pursuing those opportunities. But at the end of the day, it is by agreement with Israel, getting more trucks in, by opening up more points of entry, by finding other ways of bringing aid in by road. We are pursuing all of those matters, and we will continue to do so.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The need for an arms embargo in Israel was laid out by the International Court of Justice in January due to genocidal risk and serious harms to civilians. Since then, we've had no action from ministers. UN experts have rightly called for hostage exchange and release, but they've also warned the transfer of weapons or ammunition to Israel should cease immediately. Over 13,000 children killed, the destruction of 60% of civilian homes and hospitals destroyed. Water and food supplies so low, Gaza is already in the midst of a catastrophic, man-made, state-made famine. Mr. Speaker, the Minister boasted moments ago that the UK has an arms licensing framework with some of the toughest regulations in the world. It is plain to see for everyone that claim is in tatters. So when will the ministers finally match their words with action and hold the Israeli government to these standards and hear the calls from aid agencies, the UN and my constituents to stop arms sales to Israel and to stop the onslaught against innocent Palestinian men, women and children?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've repeatedly said to the House, the issue of arms sales is dealt with in a legal and a coded way, and the government has no intention of varying from that process. It has been shown that, as I said before, it is the toughest regulatory regime in the world. We continually keep it under review, but it's important that these things are done properly and in accordance with the rules laid down by Parliament and laid down by the law, and we will not vary that. In respect to the early part of her question, I agree with her that it is essential that we are able to get more supplies into Gaza. We spend all our time arguing for new ways of entry, for new opportunities to get aid in, and as I set out in the 5 key aims that we have, we want to see a resumption of electricity, water and telecommunications services, as well as infrastructure repair, start as soon as possible.
John MacDonald.
We're all, across the House, we're all desperate to see the release of the hostages. But the negotiations with regard to the release of the hostages is not aided by the treatment of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails and detention centres. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz has reported that 27 Palestinian detainees have died since the war began, who've been in Israeli custody, and some during direct questioning. They've reported beatings, abuse, torture, sexual assault, prisoners being prevented access to doctors and lawyers and refused access to medication. A magistrate in Jerusalem has reported that the prisoners are detained in cages which are unfit for human beings. And now we've had the family of Marwan Barghouti, the Palestinian leader, who many place hopes in securing peace, have been beaten with clubs by guards. Could I ask the Minister to demand of the Israeli government now that there is access to the detention centres and prisons for humanitarian bodies to investigate these abuses and bring forward a report which hopefully will end the abuse and assist in the negotiations for the release of the hostages?
Minister. And you are listening there as British Parliament has been discussing for a couple hours now the calls for a ceasefire in Gaza as the fighting does continue. We know more than 100 people are still held hostage, taken by Hamas after October 7th. Coming up here in just about 30 minutes, we'll be joined live by the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem to discuss the latest developments there out of the Middle East. In the meantime, I do want to talk more about some political news, so to speak, as the Supreme Court seems likely to side with the Biden administration in a dispute with Republican-led states over how far the federal government can go to combat controversial social media posts. It's a case that could set standards for free speech there in the digital age. Alex Abdo is the litigation director at the Knight Institute there, joining us now live to discuss more on this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, for folks who have only been partially following all of this and are getting bits and pieces, can you kind of describe to me what the basis of all of this is that led up to the Supreme Court discussing this?
Yeah, well, the case is about the constitutionality of both the Biden and the Trump administration's efforts to pressure the social media platforms to take down what the administration claimed at the time was disinformation about public health and about the 2020 elections. And so the question before the Supreme Court is what limits the First Amendment imposes upon the government in having those conversations with the social media platforms.
We know those arguments were underway just yesterday. What stood out to you about those arguments overall?
Well, I was encouraged that the Supreme Court seemed to take seriously what I think of as the two most important principles that we want from a constitutional framework in this area. You know, the first principle is that it's really important to have a constitutional rule against the government threatening or coercing the social media platforms and other intermediaries for our speech into censoring speech the government doesn't like. But the flip side of that, and the other important principle, is that there is an important role for the government in participating in public discourse, in trying to galvanize public opinion or steer public attention toward the issues that the government thinks are the important ones of the day. And the Supreme Court seemed very attentive to, both sides of that coin. And it's a difficult line to draw. And so I'm very curious to see how the Supreme Court rules, but they seemed at least attentive to those two principles.
And digging a little bit deeper into that right there, do we know which way it could possibly go? Because it sounds as though the Supreme Court might have been ready to side with Biden there.
I think you're probably right in your prediction that the signs suggested the court was skeptical of the claims being made by Missouri and the other plaintiffs in the case. But it's a little bit unclear because there are a lot of allegations. Some of them I think the court clearly seemed unpersuaded by about what the administrations did. But there are a ton of allegations. It's a very long complaint. And we'll have to see. Justice Sotomayor, for example, expressed some real concern about whether the allegations being made were misleading and didn't reflect the actual facts of what the engagement looked like between the platforms and the government. Justice Alito, on the other hand, seemed to think that, seemed to credit some of those allegations. If I were predicting, I counted more votes in favor of the government than in favor of the plaintiffs, but it's a dangerous game to try to predict how the Supreme Court will rule.
Of course, you never really know until they actually release the ruling itself. Now, it sounds as though the Supreme Court, the High Court there, has discussed other social media cases as well. This isn't the only one.
That's right. There are a couple cases heard a few weeks ago. They're called the Net Choice cases. They were suits brought by Net Choice, which is a trade association that represents the tech platforms, challenging both Texas's and Florida's social media laws, which were passed in the wake of the platform's decisions to terminate the account of former President Trump. And those cases were heard a few weeks ago, and those will answer the question of the extent to which the government can directly regulate the platforms. So if yesterday's arguments were about government efforts to indirectly regulate the platforms through pressure or coercion, the other cases will decide what kinds of laws Congress and the states can pass. And that will be an enormously important decision too, because I think the platforms are right that the First Amendment imposes a significant barrier on efforts to regulate the content moderation decisions that the platforms make in creating the communities that they create and enforcing the rules of speech that they enforce. But I think it's important that the Supreme Court leaves room for careful and thoughtfully drafted regulation that would ultimately serve our democracy and public discourse. And again, in those arguments, the Supreme Court also seemed attentive, to those two important principles. And so overall, I have been encouraged by how the Supreme Court is grappling with these really hard First Amendment cases.
And I know social media at this point has been mainstream. It's been around for a couple decades now. It does seem like the Supreme Court is taking up a lot more of these cases recently. Why might that be?
I think it's because social media has become so much more important to our politics, to our elections, to our culture, to our lives. And so there is a lot more focus on the extent to which social media is changing the way we work, changing the way society works. And also a lot more focus on the concentration of power over social media in the hands of just a handful of people. And I think legislatures, as a result, are rightfully concerned that we have allowed 3, 4, 5 people, depending on how you count, to control so much of what can be said in this country and so much of what will be heard. And we should be concerned about that. And the question is, what space is there for government to respond to that extraordinary concentration of power over the means of political discourse? I think that's why, there's been a focus and why these cases have now made their way up to the Supreme Court.
And this may seem like an obvious question, you have touched on it, but how could all of this impact the future of social media as a whole, how we use it and how it's essentially policed?
Yeah, well, I think, these cases, the 4 ones, really 6 actually, there are 6 kind of cases that concern the relationship of the government toward our means of political discourse, will essentially be a referendum on the government's power to weigh in on social media, to weigh in on the ways in which it moderates our speech, the ways in which those decisions are delegated to a handful of companies. And, again, just to echo what I said a minute ago, I think it'll be important for the court both to recognize the important work that the First Amendment does in constraining the government, in making sure that the government does not impose its orthodoxy on political discourse, but also that it leaves space for the government to pass thoughtful laws. For example, a privacy law that limits the kinds of information the social media platforms can collect about us and the ways in which they can use that information. Or a transparency law that requires the platforms to be a little bit more transparent about the terms on which they offer their very important services to the public, or maybe even laws that attack the concentration of power that the platforms have more directly. Laws, for example, like an interoperability mandate that would make it easier for competitors to challenge the incumbent social media giants. So again, I think it's important that the court not foreclose all possibility of regulation of the platforms, but also important that the court enforces the real limits the First Amendment imposes.
All right. Alex, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down a very involved and complicated subject here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, like you said, it's hard to predict. And, all of us Supreme Court watchers will be waiting for the term's end to see how they rule. But thanks so much for having me on the show.
Of course. Thanks again. We appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out to this live image we have of the Capitol there in D.C., as I do want to bring you a statement that was just released by President Biden moments ago. This is all related to government funding and the funding of the federal government. He said, quote, "We have come to an agreement with congressional leaders on a path forward for the remaining full-year funding bills. The House and Senate are now working to finalize a package that can quickly be brought to the floor, and I will sign it immediately." Again, that statement released just moments ago here by President Biden and the White House. As we get more details and we see maybe some of the debate there by the House and Senate, we'll bring all of that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 9:39 on the East Coast and 6:39 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:42 on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we will be joined live by the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem to talk about the latest developments coming in out of the Middle East. For now, we have been dipping in and out over the last several hours as British Parliament has been discussing calls for a Gaza ceasefire. Things getting a little heated there. Want to pop the audio back up for just a few minutes so we can listen in.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IPC report published today shows that 1 in 3 children under 2 years old in the north of Gaza are now acutely malnourished. This figure was 1 in 6 in February. This month, people of Muslim faith across the world will be observing Ramadan. The situation is dire and urgent in Gaza. So will the minister call for an immediate ceasefire to ensure that no civilian goes hungry, malnourished, or without medical support in Gaza?
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, he and I both share absolutely the desire that people should not go hungry in Gaza, and that is why the government, along with our allies, is working so hard to get more food in. And we will continue to do everything we possibly can to make sure that the suffering, which has been so eloquently set out on all sides of this House, is brought to an end as soon as possible.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the deliberate starvation of a civilian population constitute a war crime? Yes or no?
There would be, I think, very serious doubt about the term deliberate starvation, the deliberate starvation. And so I'm unable to give her a yes or no answer to her question.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all know that behind Hamas sits the malign power of Iran and the IRGC. The same with Hezbollah and also with the Houthis. So with the Foreign Secretary now having been in post for 5 months, can the Minister update the House on the progress of actually prescribing the IRGC?
Well, as she will know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of prescription is not one which we discuss across the floor of the House, but the arguments for and against are kept under very close review by the government and will continue to be kept under that review.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. To deal with the worsening grave humanitarian crisis for the sake of the dying children and innocent civilians, as Palestinians desperately try to survive and observe the holy month of Ramadan, it is imperative that both sides agree to an immediate ceasefire, which is what I recently voted for in Parliament. Aid in huge quantities is critical, and any attempts by the Israeli government to block it must be condemned. So, Minister, what is the UK government doing to achieve an immediate ceasefire, get hostages released, and put pressure on the Israeli government to allow unimpeded aid into Gaza?
Well, he will have seen the words of the Prime Minister and of the Foreign Secretary about the absolute imperative of getting more aid and humanitarian supplies into Gaza. And what he says about an immediate ceasefire, I've answered that point on a number of occasions during the last hour and a quarter. As he knows, in order to get a ceasefire, both sides in this terrible conflict need to agree for a ceasefire. And there is absolutely no indication whatsoever that Hamas have any intention of a ceasefire. Indeed, they have made absolutely clear that they wish to perpetrate once again the terrible events that took place on October the 7th.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hamas's cold-blooded murder of at least 1,300 Israeli civilians on the 7th of October was truly abhorrent. But now, sadly, those horrific numbers are dwarfed by the number of innocents of all faiths who've had their lives taken away from them in Gaza. I welcome the fact that the government's moving on this position, but I believe it's going to have to move further and faster to prevent a catastrophe and further loss of innocent lives. The Minister has stated that the International Court of Justice ruling is binding. Will he inform the House how that ruling can be enforced?
Well, the point he makes about the government moving on its policy is not true. Basically, the government has made it clear throughout that we will do everything we possibly can to achieve a pause so that we can help get the hostages out and food and support into Gaza. And we are continuing to do everything we can, night and day, to reach that conclusion.
Jessica Morden.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. The head of the UN, Antonio Guterres, and the head of the EU policy, Joseph Borrell, and multiple accounts on the BBC have all indicated famine is underway.
All right, looks like that feed just cut out from British Parliament. If it does pop back up, we'll make sure to bring it to you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take you over to some of the other big stories that we are covering here on this Tuesday, March 19th. As we brought this to you as breaking news, former President Trump unable to post a bond covering the full amount of his $454 million civil fraud judgment while he appeals. That is according to his lawyers. In a court filing Monday, his lawyers said obtaining a bond that size is a practical impossibility under the circumstances that are presented there. Fox's Eric Shawn has been following this and joins us live here with the latest developments and to break it all down. Good morning, Eric. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, good morning, Josh. Good to see you. Thank you. You know, legal experts are calling this uncharted territory. The bond is so high, they say, it could bankrupt a business. But this is the amount that the judge ruled former President Donald Trump must pay, and he's got to cough it up in 6 days. Trump must come up with the bond. It's $454 million. By next Monday, he's got to satisfy that judgment that was set by Judge Arthur Engoron in Trump's real estate civil fraud trial. You may remember that Engoron found that the Trump organization overvalued its real estate assets to get better loan terms from banks. Trump is asking an appeals court now to, though, pause this judgment or accept the lower bond of only $100 million instead of the full $454 million. Trump posted on Truth Social that he calls the demand, quote, unconstitutional, un-American, unprecedented, and practically impossible for any company, including one as successful as mine, he says. The bonding companies have never heard of such a bond of the size before, nor do they have the ability to post such a bond, even if they wanted to, he says. Well, if Mr. Trump doesn't meet that deadline of next Monday, the Attorney General of New York State, Letitia James, she brought the case. She can freeze his bank assets or actually go after some of his real estate properties, like Trump Tower. He also owns a big skyscraper on Wall Street. But some bankruptcy lawyers say that the Attorney General, though, has to get in line before she might ever see a dime, because there are other creditors who they say could jump in front of her in order to get a piece of Trump's properties.
Number one is the other lien holders, equity holders, judgment lien holders, taxes, New York City, New York State. The list goes on and on and on.
Wow, this really sounds pretty complicated. And in order to post the bond, insurance companies need cash as collateral. Josh, they just can't rely on his real estate. He can't put up Trump Tower and say, well, I'm putting that up. He's got to actually have the hard cash in the bank. And because Mr. Trump does not have that much money in the bank, his lawyers say, they went to 30 insurance companies to try and get the bond, but all the insurance companies said no, because he doesn't have the cash. So that's why he wants a lower amount, or try to get this thrown out on appeal. But we'll see what happens as that appeal process continues. As of right now, the clock is ticking. Monday is when this potentially could come down almost $500 million. And other experts say, though, that other businesses have put up, tens of millions and $100 million in other cases, but they have not seen something this high in the recent past here in New York.
All right, Eric, thank you so much for breaking that all down. Like you said, we will see how it all plays out. Thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, everybody, the time 9:51 over on the East Coast and 6:51 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. You're taking a live look at the New York Stock Exchange as it did open just about 30 minutes ago. And you can see we started off the day in the red for the Dow, but we are now back in the green, just barely up about 0.09% or 34 points. I do want to take a look at some of the live cameras that we do have coming in from across the country here. This is a live look over at one of my favorite cameras. Shows the skyline there over New York City. Also want to take a look at this other shot out of New York. I say it a lot, but this is also one of my favorite shots. You can see Lady Liberty in the distance, and it looks like a beautiful day in New York. No real cloud cover as you look up to the sky. Also taking a look over at D.C. right now. This is where we have the Capitol building. A lot of political stuff to get to here on Live Now from Fox, but we do have to get one more quick commercial break in this hour. On the other side, a lot more live, raw, and unfiltered content. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines here as North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson is pressing the Biden administration to be more forthcoming with answers regarding the recent arrest of a potential terrorist suspect in Gates County, North Carolina. Following the arrest of the suspect after an hours-long standoff last week, the Gates County Sheriff's Office did report receiving notice from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, that the suspect may be on the U.S. government's terrorist watch list. The lieutenant governor making some brief remarks, again urging the Biden administration to be more upfront.
Last week in Gates County, North Carolina, an armed illegal immigrant was arrested who is on the federal terrorist watch list. His name is Awet Hagos. Reports indicate that Hagos came into the United States from Haiti, but is originally from an area near Yemen, a known hotbed of terrorist activity. Police were called to the scene after reports of shots fired, and when deputies moved in to apprehend him, Hagos attempted to disarm a deputy before fleeing. It took law enforcement over 4 hours to finally apprehend him. After learning of this incident, I spoke with Sheriff Ray Campbell of Gates County. I was briefed by him on the situation and thanked him for honorably discharging his duties and for the courageous actions of his deputies. More importantly, I promised I would do everything I could to assist him. At this time, the suspect is currently being held and has been charged with 3 counts of assault on a government official, 3 counts of resisting a public officer, 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon. The Gates County Sheriff's Office currently has 12 deputies, yet they find themselves dealing with a violent illegal immigrant that our own national security has flagged as a potential terrorist threat. Earlier this morning, my office sent a letter to President Biden. I called on President Biden to give immediate answers. In the letter, I raised questions such as, how did Hagos enter the United States? How did Hagos get to North Carolina? Did he travel by air, interstate, or rail? Are there other places that he's been in our state, that he's traveled to or through? And should those areas be on heightened alert? Is he alone? Are there others we should be watching for? Why is Hagos on the terrorist watch list? What organizations does he have ties to? What is his motive and his training? Mr. Hagos reportedly applied for and was denied citizenship. Why? President Biden, when Hagos was denied citizenship, who was alerted of his presence? Did the federal government report this to the state? Did the federal government report any of his activity to local law enforcement? Are there more illegal immigrants on the terrorist watch list here in North Carolina? We deserve answers to these questions. Over the last few years, North Carolina has seen multiple attacks on our infrastructure. We've experienced a cyber attack on a natural gas pipeline, and we've had multiple power substation attacks. Hagos was living just an hour from multiple military installations, both in North Carolina and Virginia. It's imperative that we know immediately if he had known terrorist ties or whether he's been in contact with any associates thereof. We need to know if there are any imminent dangers to the citizens of North Carolina. The silence from the Biden administration on this situation is not an isolated incident. Not even our elected officials in Congress or the Senate have been able to get any answers from him. Last week, members of our federal delegation wrote a letter demanding answers regarding a migrant housing facility in Greensboro. They received no information from the Biden administration, despite this facility going online just in the last few days. There are reports that this migrant facility in Greensboro will house around 800 immigrants from 13 to 17 years old. This facility deserves a high level of scrutiny, and we deserve answers. This is not because we fear some hypothetical tragedy, but because we have experienced it. 2 years ago, right here in Wake County, a deputy was murdered by illegal immigrants. It was reported that one of those 3 suspects was first apprehended by ICE as a minor. He later managed to cross back again into the United States from Mexico. Under Joe Biden's administration, over 7 million individuals have entered our nation illegally. And it's estimated that roughly 500,000 illegal immigrants are here in North Carolina. And we have very little information about these individuals. The federal government has refused to give answers. There have been very little coordination with local elected officials and law enforcement. So I have a message for President Biden. Mr. President, next week you will be here in our state, and we deserve answers. Our police and law enforcement deserve support, transparency, and information. Mr. President, for you to keep our state in the dark about an armed illegal who's on the terrorist watch list from an area near Yemen is not only wrong, it's dangerous. And the people of this great state deserve better.
All right, that right there was Lieutenant Governor over in North Carolina providing details about what he says was the arrest of a possible terrorist. Again, those were some fairly brief remarks that he did make on the topic, urging the Biden administration to provide more specific details. Do want to call your attention to some of the live boxes there on your screen. If you look to the top right, that is where you can see a live image showing the Israel-Gaza border. Coming up in a matter of minutes, we'll be joined by the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem to break down the latest details on the Israel-Hamas war, including the raid there at the hospital in Gaza, where the IDF says that more than 50 Hamas terrorists have been killed in that raid and more are still believed to be in the hospital. We also have a live image out of D.C. We know that 5 different states right now are doing their presidential primaries, and among them are Florida, Arizona, a lot of other states there. We're going to have all the results coming in tonight, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our very own Andrew Kraft will be in the hot seat with those results again immediately as they come in. It is 10:04 on the East Coast and 7:04 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events on this Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border. You can see Israel on the bottom of your screen, and then up top, that is Gaza in the distance. Israel's Prime Minister has agreed to send a team of Israeli officials to Washington, D.C. to discuss the impending Rafah operation. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying both sides are looking to make clear to the other its perspective. Biden and Netanyahu spoke Monday for the first time in more than a month, where Biden reiterated concerns about the prospect of Israel conducting a major ground operation in Rafah. Do you want to pull up these tweet or X posts that are coming in from I-24 News that is over in Israel here? They are comments that were reportedly made by Netanyahu during a closed-door meeting about this topic specifically. He said, quote, "If I were to talk about 2 states for 2 peoples and give up an attack in Rafah, then I would be on excellent terms with the Americans. Another prime minister would have done this, win the American support, but lose in the battle against Hamas." Again, these are going to be several different tweets, but he reportedly told that closed meeting of Foreign Affairs Knesset committee, "The Americans asked us not to carry out the operation in Rafah, but we don't have any other choice We need to have control over that corridor. Now, Doug Luzader with Fox News following all of this and breaks down the latest developments.
Israel is promising to send a delegation to the U.S. to discuss what comes next in Gaza as the war between Israel and Hamas becomes a bigger issue here on the campaign trail. With a humanitarian crisis in Gaza worsening and with Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas, President Biden spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday.
Thanks, everybody.
White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was asked why it has taken so long for the two to talk.
Prime Minister, of course, knows how to reach President Biden. If the Prime Minister felt he needed the President for some reason, he would have picked up the phone and called.
This is a war of civilization against barbarism.
Netanyahu says Hamas must be wiped out, but his frosty relationship with the president underscores a report from NBC News that behind the scenes, Biden has been angry over falling polling numbers due to his handling of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Israel must make some significant course corrections.
To add to the tension, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish U.S. official, has said Netanyahu should be replaced.
The Democrats are very bad for Israel.
Former President Trump has excoriated Democrats over Israel, but added in an interview yesterday, any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion. Now, the Biden campaign responded to that, saying that Trump is demeaning Jewish Americans. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that report. A lot to this here. And again, we know that Netanyahu has said that he will send a delegation of officials there to D.C. to discuss more about the Rafah offensive. And we heard from Jake Sullivan that both sides will lay out their case as they try to come to a common understanding. Now, I do tell you that the deputy mayor of Jerusalem, I've been telling you for about an hour now, will be joining us shortly to discuss the latest developments out of there, including the operation at Rafah Hospital in Gaza, where the IDF says more than 50 Hamas terrorists have been killed. That's coming up on the other side of this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border as we continue to cover the latest out of the Middle East. Israel's military saying Israeli troops have killed more than 50 Hamas gunmen during the ongoing raid of Gaza City's Rafah Hospital. The IDF adding the raid, which began Monday morning, also led to the capture of at least 180 people described there as suspects. The Israeli government and Kogat holding a briefing that just wrapped up here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Good afternoon. My name is Shimon Friedman and I'm COGAT's spokesperson for international media. Since the beginning of the war, we have taken numerous steps to increase the amount of humanitarian aid that enters the Gaza Strip and makes its way to the people of Gaza. We have placed no limit on the amount of aid that can enter the Gaza Strip. Last week, Israel, together with our friends and partners, launched 2 new initiatives, Crossing 96 and the Maritime Corridor, bolstering our capabilities to now facilitate humanitarian aid through land, air and sea. In terms of land, we started performing necessary security inspections of the aid trucks at the Nitzana crossing. We have since opened an additional crossing, Kerem Shalom. In both of these crossings, we substantially increased our capabilities. We added manpower, increased working hours, and purchased additional scanners to name just a few of the steps that have allowed us to now be able to inspect 44 trucks an hour in the 2 crossings combined. To increase the amount of aid facilitated by land even more, last Tuesday, following directives from the Israeli government, 6 aid trucks entered the northern Gaza Strip via Crossing 96. The trucks, carrying aid provided by the WFP, underwent thorough security screening at Kerem Shalom before they made their way to the north. This Sunday, an additional 18 trucks entered through the crossing. This program will continue over the coming days with additional aid making its way to the people who need it. In terms of facilitating aid via air, Israel has worked together with the US, Egypt, Jordan, as well as other countries to facilitate over 40 airdrops of aid to different parts of the Gaza Strip, including the north. The airdrops, as well as Crossing 96, are ways to get aid where it is needed, bypassing the bottleneck that the international organizations tasked with distributing the aid have created. While Israel went to great lengths to improve our inspection capabilities, the international organizations responsible for distributing the aid have not done the same. Israel is inspecting the aid faster than the international organizations can distribute it. This has resulted in aid, sometimes hundreds of trucks worth, waiting on the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom to be picked up. Israel has taken several steps to assist the international organizations to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches the people in Gaza faster. For example, to overcome the challenges of distributing aid in a combat zone, Israel established humanitarian corridors where the convoys can travel. We also announced daily tactical pauses in specific areas that allow the organizations to move around and for people to go out and collect the aid. In addition, COGAT CLA, the Coordination Liaison Administration for Gaza, also coordinates specific humanitarian passages. However, until the international organizations take steps such as increasing manpower, improving logistics, and extending working hours, to name a few, the distribution bottleneck will persist. In terms of delivering aid through sea, last week, following a decision by the Israeli government and in close coordination with the US, the UAE, and the World Central Kitchen, 115 tons of food arrived in Gaza as a part of the pilot program of the new Maritime Corridor. On Friday, a ship carrying humanitarian aid that was financed by the United Arab Emirates and underwent security inspection arrived in the Gaza Strip. The aid was then transferred to 12 WCK trucks and was distributed in northern Gaza. The shipment was secured by IDF forces. It's important to emphasize that this does not constitute a violation of the maritime security blockade, which remains in place. We hope to see additional shipments of aid in the coming weeks. Israel will continue to coordinate and facilitate humanitarian aid to the residents of Gaza through land, air, and sea. There is no limit to the amount of aid that we are willing to facilitate, because our war is not with the people of Gaza. Our war is with Hamas. Thank you, and I will now take your questions.
Thank you. First question is from Leo Soroka at the Washington Post. Can you please say how many airdrops of aid there have been in Gaza in total?
As I mentioned, there have been over 40 airdrops of aid, and it's important to understand that the airdrops of aid are part of a larger program to make sure that humanitarian aid is making its way to wherever it is needed. And in one of our tools to make sure that distribution issues caused by international organizations does not stand in the way of that aid getting to where it needs to get to. And there have been several projects, as I just mentioned. Airdrops is one of them. The shipments are another one, Crossing 96. So lots of different ways in which we're working to make sure that humanitarian aid is getting to where it needs to get to.
Thank you. Next question from Shira Pinson at NBC News. Now that President Biden has said a large-scale ground operation in Rafah would be a mistake, can Israel rule out such an operation? And does Israel agree with the US that its goal of defeating Hamas can be achieved without a large-scale attack on Rafah?
Questions about operational matters are questions for the IDF spokesperson's unit. COGAT deals with the humanitarian issues in the Gaza Strip, and I'm happy to comment on those.
Thank you. Question from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Channel 14 reported that a Hamas-linked contractor, Al-Hissi, will be controlling the Gaza Pier project. Can you confirm that, and are you concerned that the pier will simply enrich Hamas?
The pier project that we are working on is one that we're working on very closely with the US, with the UAE and the World Central Kitchen. And the World Central Kitchen is playing a very substantial role here in making sure that the aid is getting to where it needs to get to. And again, this project is part of our attempt to make sure that humanitarian aid is getting to whoever needs it in the Gaza Strip. And that's why we've opened this additional route for humanitarian aid to get that way. And we want to make sure that it's getting to the people who need it.
Thank you. Question from Linda Gradstein from the Voice of America. What kind of plan do you have to move 1.4 million Palestinians in Rafah to humanitarian islands and to provide enough aid?
So I can't comment on any specific operations in Rafah. This is something that is not necessarily for the IDF to say. What I will say, detached from anything that has to do with Rafah, is that in every part of our operations in Gaza, there have been two parts to each operation. One is the military part, and the second is the humanitarian part, which the COGAT leads. And so that has been the case up until now.
Thank you. Question from Hannah Julian at the Jewish News. Why is it believed that the maritime delivery of aid is cost-effective when aid still needs to be delivered on trucks once it reaches the dock?
The idea of opening the maritime route or the maritime corridor is to increase the different avenues in which humanitarian aid is making its way to the north. This isn't instead of the convoys that have to make their way from Kerem Shalom or from Rafah on trucks. It is in addition to those. It is in addition to the airdrops, and it's in addition to crossing 96. The idea here is to create as many avenues possible to make sure that humanitarian aid can get to where it's needed.
Thank you. Long question here from Melanie Lidman at AP. Is there a plan to open up more land crossings and or a direct route to northern Gaza after the recent test run at Gate 96? Why have they not opened the land crossings until now? And in the past, COGAT has insisted that there is no starvation in Gaza because of the number of calories per person with existing aid. But it's clear that international organizations aren't able to distribute the aid equitably. Additionally, the WHO's IPC report found imminent famine is possible in Gaza. Does COGAT have any response to the IPC report and the issue of malnutrition and starvation?
So I'll start with the last question. In terms of the ICP, we think it's a shame that international organizations are choosing to buy into Hamas's narrative. Hamas is trying to force a humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip because that's part of its strategy. And it needs to understand that strategy and abusing its citizens or the citizens of Gaza is not something that will work for it. And it's a shame that international organizations buy into that. It's important also to note that the report mentions that it doesn't take into consideration what took place in the last few weeks, which seems to be a shame because there has been a lot of improvement, as I mentioned, in the different projects in the last few weeks, and perhaps there's a reason that they've chosen not to do so. In terms of the different crossings into the north, as you mentioned, we have opened crossing 96. The issue here is that distribution is the biggest obstacle of humanitarian aid making its way to northern Gaza, not necessarily opening additional crossings. We, at the moment, are inspecting more aid than the international organizations are able to distribute. So the issue here is making sure that distribution capabilities are increased, and that's something that we have called on the UN and other agencies to do since the beginning of the war, to increase their capabilities to catch up with the improvements that we have already made. But we're not just standing aside with these issues of distribution. We're also looking for different avenues, such as opening additional crossings, the airdrops, and the maritime corridor.
Thank you. Question from Dan Williams. What is Israel's policy regarding armed Palestinians accompanying aid convoys in what Palestinians say is an effort to protect them? Does the IDF consider them legitimate targets?
The international organizations responsible for distributing the aid in the Gaza Strip are responsible for all of those different aspects. While we assist in that distribution and we help coordinate those convoys and allow them to go through our humanitarian corridor, the aspects of that are up to them.
Thank you. A question from Brian Peach from the Washington Post. Can you elaborate on how the aid from the World Central Kitchen-led ship is being distributed, if at all, with the security and unloading and distributing of the aid via the WCK ship?
So the aid makes its way from Cyprus, where it is inspected, and Israel is involved in that inspection process, makes its way towards the Gaza Strip, and that is where it is met by the WCK and with WCK trucks, where it is then distributed. Israel does secure the aid.
Thank you. Another question from Melanie Lidman at AP. Is COGAT working with the army or aid groups to improve conditions for delivery of aid inside Gaza?
So as I mentioned, we've taken several steps to improve the distribution and delivery capabilities of the international organizations. Opening the humanitarian corridors, tactical pauses, and those are just a few of the examples of things that we have done to increase the distribution capabilities and improve them so that we can see more humanitarian aid meeting the people who need it, and that is the goal.
Thank you. Question from Daniel Glaus at the Swiss public broadcaster. There are reports of aid being resold on Gaza markets. Do you have evidence of that? And do you know the prices compared to prices before October the 7th?
The aid that makes its way into the Gaza Strip and the aid that Israel facilitates is aid that is donated, and it is meant to reach those in need. It's donated by different countries and different organizations, and that is the aid that we facilitate, and we then pass it into the Gaza Strip, where the international organizations are responsible for distributing it to the people in need, and this is the mechanism that is in place so that the food gets to whoever needs it.
Thank you. Question from AFP. The UN warned today that Israel's severe restrictions on aid into Gaza could amount to a war crime. What's your reaction?
Well, I would say that we don't place restrictions on the amount of aid that comes into the Gaza Strip. We place no limit on the amount of aid that can make its way. We have gone to great lengths to increase our capability for inspection, and that's why we are inspecting more than can be distributed. There isn't a limit on what we have allowed, the amount that we have allowed to come in. I know there's also been specific questions about restrictions of specific goods being allowed in, and here also I think it's important to clarify that the four main categories of humanitarian aid that we are focusing on right now is food, water, medical supplies, and shelter equipment, and that is what we are prioritizing. However, if there is a different product that needs to come in, for example, to help build a field hospital, there are 6 now, and hopefully we'll see a couple of more being built in the near future, then there isn't a blanket ban on products that don't fall under those 4 categories. There is only a necessary inspection that these products have to go under, and if we understand where they are going and that they won't be used by Hamas for their terrorist activities, then we will allow those in as well.
Thank you. Question from Heidi Jensen from the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten. There are reports of gangs stealing aid and selling it. How is COGAT or the IDF trying to improve security to make distribution easier and avoid this problem?
So it's important again to understand that the distribution of the aid is something that is the responsibility of the international organizations, and all aspects of that are their responsibility. However, Israel does take several steps in order to assist them in that, including, as I mentioned, allowing them to go through the humanitarian corridors, which allow them to move more securely, announcing tactical pauses so that they can move, and also individual passages, humanitarian passages that are coordinated on the ground. So we take several steps to assist them in doing this because, again, what we want to see is that the humanitarian aid is getting to where it needs to get.
Thank you. That was the last question.
Thank you very much.
And that was a briefing there by COGAT as they answered questions from members of the media about the flow of aid into Gaza. Again, day 165 of the war between Israel and Hamas playing out there in Gaza. 10:28 over on the East Coast and 7:28 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but a lot more live coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we do continue to cover the latest developments out of the Middle East as Israel's military is saying that Israeli troops have killed more than 50 Hamas gunmen during the ongoing raid of Gaza City's Shifa hospital. The IDF adding the raid, which did begin Monday, also led to the capture of at least 180 people described as, quote, suspects. Now, in the meantime, Israel's Prime Minister has agreed to send a team of Israeli officials to Washington to discuss the impending Rafah operation. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying both sides are looking to make clear to the other its perspective. I do want to bring in Fleur Hassan Nahum, the deputy mayor of Jerusalem for Foreign Relations, Economic Development and Tourism, to discuss all of the latest developments here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk about the operation there at Shifa Hospital. Explain to me the significance and importance of that operation as a whole.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that Hamas has spent a great deal of all of the foreign aid that's been coming in over the last few decades, building a terribly complicated infrastructure, subterranean infrastructure of terrorism. So it's not like they build tunnels under hospitals, they build hospitals over tunnels. And that's how it's been going. And so unfortunately, even though Israel a few months ago already had thought that it had cleared all of the terrorists, but many more remained and many more came through the tunnels. And so now we're at the point where we really have to go back in and make sure that the area is neutralized from terrorist gunmen.
We've talked a lot over the last several months about a possible hostage release and ceasefire deal. We know at this point that there are still more than 100 people that are held hostage by Hamas. They're in captivity there in Gaza. Does it appear that we are any closer to a deal being reached for their release?
Well, unfortunately, and this is really very sad, the Israeli hostages are to Hamas and its leadership a strategy for defending themselves and saving their own lives. And so Sinwar, who's the big mastermind of the October 7th massacre, is surrounding himself with hostages. Now, we are a little bit closer to a deal today than we were a week ago, but it doesn't mean that we're close to a deal. The negotiating teams from Israel, including the head of the Mossad, Barnea, have gone off to Qatar to see if something can be agreed. We had broad strokes of an agreement, but again, sometimes what happens is that in the Hamas leadership itself, there is dissonance between what Ismail Haniyeh, who's sitting in Qatar, is willing to give and what he can then convince Sinwar, who is subterraneanly like a coward hiding in the Gaza Strip, what he is willing to give. And so I think that even though we're closer than last week, we're still very far. And we pray for the return of our innocent hostages every day, including elderly people, including a 1-year-old baby.
Now, we know that protesters, and we've been covering this, have blocked some of those major roads in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv. What does that say to you overall?
Well, I think I have to make clear what the protesters are protesting about. These are not anti-war protests, and it's very important for your audience to understand it. The majority of the state of Israel understand that we have to dismantle Hamas and we have to bring back our hostages. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with these genocidal terrorists, the only way to do that is by going to war with them. They started the war. I want to remind everyone, we didn't want this war, but they started it, and they took our innocent civilians and they murdered our innocent civilians at home. And now we have to, unfortunately, go in there, war that we had no choice about. And that's the situation that we're in right now. And we hope that we can bring this to a quick end. But the people who don't want to finish the war are exactly the same people who started this war. And that really is the saddest thing.
We've seen a lot of back and forth between the Biden administration and Chuck Schumer here in the U.S., as well as Netanyahu, going back and forth there. They are going to send a delegation, Israel is, over to Washington to discuss some of the differences there. How has the U.S. relationship with Israel changed, if at all, since October 7th?
Well, I think it's a fallacy to think that Israel and the US have always agreed on every policy, on every war. This is not the first time this has happened. We know that in the 1973, there was a movie that came out recently, Golda. We see also a tension between Kissinger and Golda Meir about the 73 war. And the situation is like this. Like I mentioned earlier, we didn't start this war. We didn't want this war. And now that we're in this war, we need to win it. And I think that the United States are under pressure not to let Israel go into Rafah because they believe that there could be a humanitarian crisis there. And I actually believe that Israel has a plan in place in order to protect the innocent as much as we can. But it's very difficult to protect an innocent when it's the very Hamas that is putting those innocent people in harm's way. The number 2 point of Hamas's defense strategy are its own people, are its own civilians. Why? Because they know that the United States and Israel and other countries around the world actually care for their civilians more than they care for their civilians. And so part of their strategy is to create as much of a humanitarian crisis as possible amongst their own people, so that then Israel will be pressured by the United States or the European Union to actually not enter Rafah. But ultimately, you can't avoid the inevitable. The inevitable is that the hostages are in Rafah, that the the mastermind terrorist Sinwar is in Rafah, and also the 4 battalions of Hamas terrorists that are left are in Rafah. So if we don't go to Rafah, we cannot win the war. And so is the United States asking Israel not to win this war that we didn't start? So hopefully they will find a way to get through those differences so that we can actually go in and finish the job.
On that same note, would you still describe the offensive in Rafah as quote unquote imminent? Does it sound like it could, literally happen any day now?
I think that was the plan. The plans to go into Rafah were approved last week. And I think the only reason that we haven't gone in yet is to give a chance to this hostage deal. We know the hostages are in Rafah. And so if Hamas don't actually sign a deal with us, we will have to go in and rescue them or try our best to rescue them. But those are the terrible choices that we have.
I want to talk about what's going on over to the north right now. Do you see Israel declaring war against Hezbollah anytime in the near future?
I think that ultimately, we have to understand that Hezbollah is funded by Iran. And even with Hamas, this is a much bigger war. And I think sometimes people around the world don't understand that this is not a localized war between Israel and Hamas. Israel is representing the free world, and Hamas is representing jihadi Islamism coming from Iran. I know that the moderate Arab countries actually do understand it. Saudi Arabia understands it, and the UAE understand it. And that's why they haven't rolled back the Abraham Accords agreements, because they understand that we all share the same enemy, which is this jihadi mentality coming and being exported from Iran. And so I don't know whether a war will happen imminently. All I know is that from the 8th of October, Hezbollah has been attacking with missiles the north of Israel. I know that there's almost 100,000 evacuees in Israel, people who live within 10-kilometer border of the northern border, who've had to leave their homes, and they don't even know when they're going back. These are people who've left their businesses, their children have left their schools, they've left their homes, because we don't know when a war is happening. And so I hope that the Americans, who are being very, very, resolute with Hezbollah and with Lebanon, that they shouldn't be starting a war right now, and they should be going back, backing up behind the Litani River, which was part of the deal for the ceasefire for the last war that we had with Hezbollah. If Hezbollah actually do what they're supposed to do according to an international agreement, then there won't be a war. It's really up to them.
All right. Deputy Mayor, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I think ultimately I want people to understand that it's Israel today, but we're facing a much deeper existential threat as the free world, as a liberal world. And I believe that everybody should be supporting Israel in a war that eventually, if we don't stop these people, they're going to get to the rest of the world.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, everybody. And I do want to take you back out to these posts on X or Twitter that are coming in from I-24 News there. They did say that there was a closed-door meeting, and then Netanyahu said, quote, between the Jordan and the sea, there should only be Israeli security control in every situation. The U.S. attacks are targeted at me because I am preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state. Again, this is a series of tweets. They said, if I were to talk about two states for two peoples and give up an attack in Rafah, then I would be on excellent terms with the Americans. Another prime minister would have done this, win the American support, but lose in the battle against Hamas. They also said, and of course, this was a closed-door meeting with Foreign Affairs Knesset there. The Americans asked us not to carry out the operation in Rafah, but we don't have any other choice. We need to have control over that corridor. The time now 10:41 on the East Coast and 7:41 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but on the other side, we will get back into some more international headlines, including the search, so to speak, for Princess Kate that now appears to be over. Alex Hogan with Fox News will join us live with the latest developments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:44 on the East Coast and 7:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Now, it's a mystery we've been talking about a lot that's been taking over social media, and there may be a possible solution, an end to it here after photos are starting to circulate showing Princess Kate. Want to bring in Alex Hogan here with Fox News to break down the latest developments on the search for the quote-unquote missing royal. Thank you so much for being here with us, Alex.
Hi, Josh. Thanks for having me. So there is this new video that was released, but it's not really easing a lot of the concerns that people might have for the Princess of Wales. This was video that was released by TMZ, and here we can show you some of the photos that appeared on the front cover of the newspaper The Sun in what appears to show Princess Kate walking with her husband, Prince William, in Windsor. They were going to their local grocery store. Kate appears to be wearing leggings and a black zip-up as well as her husband, who was there, who was wearing a baseball hat and a jacket. They appear to be smiling and in good spirits, but despite that, there's still been a lot of backlash from people saying that they don't fully believe these images, hoping that there would have been more images released. All of this comes after conspiracy theories, as you mentioned, really have run wild in the last couple weeks, and that started fueled by a photo that the princess actually posted herself back on Mother's Day here in England about 2 weeks ago, which was then retracted by some major news organizations because of the very clear photoshopping in that photo. And Kate then issued an apology saying that that was due to her amateur editing skills. But it was 2 months ago when the 42-year-old was hospitalized. Kensington Palace called this for a planned abdominal surgery for an unspecified condition. There has been widespread concern, genuinely just around the world, of people sending their well wishes, hoping to hear more from the princess and hear more from Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace about how she's faring. Josh.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the speculation has pretty much taken over social media. You can take anything and kind of tear it apart and find holes and things of that nature, because folks have said that can't possibly be Kate. She's looking too thin. She's too tall in the photo. Why do you think it is that so many people are so focused on this situation and, you know, while this was playing out, figuring out where Kate was?
Well, there's definitely rumors that have been spreading around the world, but you won't see any of those rumors or speculation really playing out on any major media outlet at this point. We haven't had any official word from Buckingham Palace or Kensington Palace that there should be any other message at this point. They continue to issue the same statement, which is that the princess is recovering and that she's not expected to have any public outings until after Easter. So while we potentially could see her make an appearance on Easter Sunday, which is just at the end of this month, we're not expecting to see her any time before then. So we're not expecting to see her join her husband. Her husband today, the Prince of Wales, he's going to make 2 visits today. One already took place today. He'll likely have to face some questions. Again, there's just a lot of public concern about her safety and overall health. Health is the main concern. We should reiterate that. And I think, one, this speaks to the love that the public has for the princess, and genuine concern after editing images is not something that is typical at Buckingham Palace. But as she mentioned once again in that statement, she says that it was her amateur editing skills, and we'll have to continue to see where this goes. But there is, you know, genuine questions as to whether we might see her anytime sooner ahead of Easter. But as of right now, there is no likelihood of that until at least Easter Sunday. Josh.
All right, Alex Hogan there with Fox News following the latest for us. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, I do want to stay international right now and head out to an event that wrapped up just a bit ago as U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin hosted the 7th in-person Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting. This was at the U.S. Air Base over in Germany to talk about Ukraine. Only about 5 minutes in length, but let's pop up the audio and listen in.
For today's 20th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I'm Celeste Wallander, Assistant Secretary of Defense, and I'll serve as facilitator for today's contact group. I would like to welcome Minister Umerov and the Ukrainian delegation to today's meeting. As always, we are grateful for your attendance and are looking forward to hearing from you shortly. As the first order of business, I would like to introduce Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, who will now provide introductory remarks. Mr. Secretary, over to you.
Well, thanks, Celeste, and good morning, everyone. And thanks for joining the 20th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. It's great to see everyone in person, and it's great to be back at Ramstein. Let me start by thanking Minister Pistorius, our host, for his wonderful hospitality, and also Minister Umerov and his delegation for joining us. For more than 2 years, Ukraine's forces have fought Putin's aggression with defiance and skill. Russia has paid a staggering cost for Putin's imperial dreams. At least 315,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded since Putin's all-out invasion in February 2022. Russia has squandered up to $211 billion to equip, deploy, maintain, and sustain its imperial aggression against Ukraine. Putin's war of choice will cost Russia $1.3 trillion in previously anticipated economic growth through 2026. And Ukraine's defenders continue to degrade the Kremlin's capabilities. Ukraine has sunk, destroyed, or damaged some 20 medium to large Russian Navy vessels. And Ukraine continues to down Russian warplanes. Now, Ukraine's troops face harsh conditions and hard fighting. And Ukraine's civilians endure a constant barrage of Russian missiles and Iranian drones. But Ukraine won't back down, and neither will the United States. So our message today is clear. The United States will not let Ukraine fail. This coalition will not let Ukraine fail, and the free world will not let Ukraine fail. Just last week, the United States announced additional security assistance for Ukraine valued at $300 million. This is an extraordinary measure to support Ukraine's most pressing needs for air defense, artillery, and anti-tank capabilities. We were only able to support this much needed package by identifying some unanticipated contract savings. But we remain determined to provide Ukraine with the resources that it needs to resist the Kremlin's aggression. And so do the countries of conscience that have gathered here today. Together, this contact group continues to dig deeper to get vital security assistance to Ukraine. The Czech Republic recently procured 800,000 urgently needed artillery shells. Germany, France, Denmark, and Sweden have each recently announced important new military aid packages. And these are investments in Ukraine's just battle against Russian aggression. But these are also investments in our shared security, in European security, and in global security. We will all be less secure if Putin gets his way. And we will all be less secure in a lawless, violent world where dictators can redraw borders by force, wipe countries off the map, and rebuild their old empires. So Ukraine's battle remains one of the great causes of our time. And the Ukrainian people do not have a day to waste, and neither do we. So we continue to build creative, adaptable, and sustainable ways to support Ukraine's defenders. And this contact group continues to move full speed ahead to get Ukraine the capabilities that it urgently needs to help Ukraine build a future force that will provide its long-term security. Earlier this morning, I convened the first meeting of the Capability Coalition Leadership Group. And I'm grateful to Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany, Iceland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, and the UK for steering the Capability Coalitions. We're coordinating on cross-cutting issues such as drones, sustainment, command and control, and training, and galvanizing our defense industrial bases. The 8 capability coalitions have made significant progress in recent weeks. We'll keep working together with all of the capability coalitions to identify gaps, to maintain cross-cutting needs, and to help Ukraine build a formidable force for the future. And we won't let up. The capability coalitions underscore our shared commitment to Ukraine's long-term security, and we stand united and firm. Ukraine's struggle for freedom matters to us all. And ladies and gentlemen, let's not kid ourselves. Putin will not stop at Ukraine. But as President Biden has said, Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. Ukraine's survival is on the line, and all of our security is unaligned. So we will continue to stand together to resist Putin's campaign of conquest, and we will continue to keep the faith with the people of Ukraine. And with that, we'll pause as our friends in the media depart.
Thank you, Russ.
You guys.
All right, so again, some fairly brief comments right there made by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin a bit earlier on today over at the Air Force Base in Germany. Now, this is actually a live look as we expect to hear once again from Secretary Austin and the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, General C.Q. Brown Jr. That's expected to get underway any moment now. We saw them doing a microphone check a bit earlier. Once it does start, we'll bring it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, I do actually want to talk a little bit more about the war between Israel and Hamas. Our very own Gene Francine, a bit earlier on today, did speak with Ken Gray. He is an expert on everything related to the war, about the breaking news involving the operation going on at Rafah Hospital, where we do know that more than 50 Hamas terrorists, according to the IDF, have been taken out. Right now, what you're looking at, once again, is a mic check there. So once this gets underway, we'll make sure to take you out there live. But for now, let's pop up the audio and listen to that interview.
Israeli forces, meanwhile, launching another raid on the Gaza Strip's largest hospital, saying Hamas militants had regrouped there and fired on them from inside the Rafah hospital compound. Well, joining us live this morning to further break down this conflict of the Israel-Hamas war is senior lecturer in criminal justice and homeland security at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Mr. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Janae. Good to be with you again.
So a lot of information I just shared. We can start with that humanitarian crisis that looms. Many people saying that the aid being received is too small and too scarce. And we've actually seen this in real time. I remember talking with you a few weeks ago, and you could see the food coming down on small, like parachutes, something you would see at a basketball game when they drop down the T-shirts for the fans. And it was really small. What's being done? We are hearing that Hamas has allegedly been stealing the aid meant for those out in the Gaza area. Break that down for us, please.
Sure. So there's different routes in which humanitarian aid is being attempted to be gotten into the Gaza Strip. You have the land routes across the southern border from Egypt, and a few routes have been opened up from Israel into the Gaza Strip. Most recently, the Israelis opened up a northern route into the Gaza Strip and only allowed in a small number of trucks to try that out. There was also the airdrops, as you mentioned, but those airdrops provided very, very few meals. And once the airdrops platforms got onto the ground, who knows where that food went? And so in addition to the problem of getting food into the Gaza Strip, you also have to distribute that food. We've also seen the sea route. A ship came from Cyprus and then had to be offloaded by small boats going out to meet it. That only provided a very small number of meals. There's 2.2 million people in the Gaza Strip, and the maritime route that brought in food only provided 500,000 meals. In other words, 1 meal per every 4 Palestinians there. So this is really a crisis. Even in the best of times, the Gaza Strip has to rely upon external food being brought in. There are no farms here. It's not self-sustaining. And so when you interrupt the supply of humanitarian aid, famine is going to result from that. The problem with famine is that after a certain point, even if you eat, you can't recover. And so this is a very serious situation. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that 100% of Gaza is under a condition called food insecurity, meaning that there is likely going to be famine as a result of this. And so this is a very, very serious problem going on there inside Gaza, serious beyond that of the conflict between Hamas and Israel.
So many great points you just raised. And when you spoke about the famine and how it's hard to recover, we should also mention that there was already a humanitarian crisis in this region before this war broke out. So how do you recover from something that you never really healed from in the first place?
Yeah, as I said, there are no farms here. So the Gaza Strip relies upon humanitarian aid on a day-to-day subsistence before October 7th. And so once October 7th happened and IDF started placing this country under pursuit of Hamas, the food aid stopped, and therefore the Gazans have been experiencing this reduction in the availability of humanitarian aid ever since October 7th. But in best of times, it was just barely enough to survive with. And so this really has put them into a crisis situation. Now, you put this up against the IDF's intention of pursuing Hamas into the southern part of the Gaza Strip, into Rafah. Israel is under a lot of intense pressure. President Biden spoke with Netanyahu on Monday concerning the plans to enter into Rafah, told him he had deep concerns about this. However, if Netanyahu plans to get rid of Hamas, he has to enter Rafah. And so this, on top of the humanitarian aid problem, has made Gaza in a very, very difficult situation. Ongoing with this has been the efforts towards effecting a ceasefire and to release the 135 hostages that are still being held, and those talks are continuing forward. But that's very difficult to do when the country is starving and IDF is planning to pursue Hamas into Rafah. So there are a lot of moving pieces in this, and the possibility of this all going wrong is very high.
As we know from the very beginning, Israeli officials and IDF forces have been adamant, saying this fight is not against those innocent people in that region. It is against Hamas. And further breaking that down, I want to ask you, as Israeli forces just recently launched another raid on that hospital out in the Gaza Strip, it just further shows how their fight continues to defeat Hamas. As we see these raids happen, I know that there's been kind of conflict over, them raiding a hospital, but put it into perspective, because Hamas doesn't care where they camp out. Tunnels, hospitals, schools, hiding bombs in little kids' teddy bears. I mean, this is something that they have to do, correct?
Absolutely. So Al-Shifa Hospital was one of the central hospitals in the Gaza Strip. IDF had cleared that hospital. There was a lot of press coverage of the fact that they had gone in there and had basically shut down the operations of Al-Shifa Hospital during that period of time while they were trying to clear Hamas from there. But after they had cleared it and had moved on to other areas in Gaza City, Hamas had returned there and was once again using that as their central base of operations for the northern part of the Gaza Strip. And so Israel, the IDF, had a firefight with Hamas there yesterday. And so this is not over yet, despite the fact that the IDF is clearing from the north down to the south part of the Gaza Strip. Hamas has a presence still in some parts of the country that have supposedly been cleared from them. But nonetheless, the central concentration of Hamas that still exists, Hamas was thought to have been about 25,000. They're now thought to be around 10,000. Those 10,000, a majority of them are believed to be in the southern part of the Gaza Strip, mingled among the Palestinians that are not Hamas members down there. And consequently, IDF must be able to go into Rafah to clear that area to be able to encounter Hamas to remove that threat. And that's very difficult when you have civilian Palestinians in that area. They've got to move the Palestinian civilians out of that area and engage Hamas, and that's a very difficult process.
Absolutely, and I can only imagine with so many moving parts and ever-developing parts. I want to ask you, Mr. Ken, what do we need to be keeping a close eye on? I know Fox News confirming that Israeli officials will be traveling to Washington to discuss their steps to defeat Hamas. What are you hearing on that end, and also from your personal end and your expertise?
So the thing that I found very interesting during the last week was that Benny Gantz, a member of the War Cabinet for Israel, traveled to both the UK and met with David Cameron, and then he traveled to the United States and met with Senator Schumer, among others. And with this travel here, he is looked at as a potential political rival of Netanyahu, and may be the next person to lead that country as prime minister. And so that was interesting to see his influence there, and the fact that he was meeting with foreign leaders. That was a very interesting part. But I would keep an eye on the external machinations going on, in that Israel is being brought into a lot of pressure from the United States, from the UK, and a number of other countries. And so whether they will yield on their plan to enter Rafah, or whether they will ignore that and insist on going into Rafah, that is something that will probably come to a crux here during this week. And so that will be a key point, whether they enter Rafah.
Absolutely. And while I have you, Mr. King, because I know you're very candid, which I definitely appreciate, and I know the viewers too. We know today is the Tuesday primaries in 5 states here in the U.S. And one of those key topics is the Israel-Hamas war. Recently, former President Donald Trump saying that if you don't vote for him, you're basically stating you hate Israel, you hate Israelis, you don't want to get a ceasefire, you want more people to die. Can you talk about how the strings are being pulled as it relates to this war and as it relates to the election that is in place?
So everything is political, and so both political parties are trying to gain points, trying to gain votes over this issue. And so it's not surprising that the Israeli conflict is being used as a political tool in the battle for who controls the country after the next election. And so, probably both, President Biden said that he was fully behind Israel, and then now our support of Israel is starting to weaken a little bit over this matter of Rafah and over the matter of humanitarian aid. President Trump, full supporter of Israel, much more in tune with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but this is all politics, and politics at the expense of this ongoing conflict.
You summed that up perfectly, Mr. Ken Gray. We always appreciate your expertise and dialogue. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
No, I think we about covered it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
You too.
All right, and that was Janae Francine as she previously interviewed Ken Gray, a senior lecturer at the University of New Haven. And you heard that one of the talking points they were discussing is that, in fact, today is the primaries for 5 different states across the United States. After this 2-minute break, we're going to be delving more into what to expect, what to really extrapolate from today's results. We're going to bring in a former New Jersey legislator and gubernatorial candidate, John Wisniewski, who's going to be breaking this down in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Happening today, voters in 5 states, Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio, will cast their ballots in their state's primaries. And in fact, you're taking a live look at a polling location in Palm Beach County, Florida. Now, when it comes to the presidential election, President Biden and former President Trump, they have already secured enough electoral votes to set up a likely rematch between the two in November. However, voters not going to be deciding just on their presidential nominee of choice. We're going to head over to this live look right here. This is out of Dayton, Ohio. Ohio, of course, one of the states holding their primaries today. Now, an interesting race in Ohio's Republican Senate primary. This pits Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno against 2 challengers, both Republicans, Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose and Matt Dolan, whose family owns the Cleveland Guardians baseball team. All right, so joining us now live is former New Jersey's legislator and gubernatorial candidate John Wisniewski to really break all of this down for us. Mr. Wisniewski, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the outcome of today, because at least when it comes to the presidential candidates, we pretty much know what the results are going to be. Beyond those results, what are political analysts looking for when it comes to today's turnout?
Well, let's not forget that in Florida, where you have the presidential preference vote being taken today, even though the outcome of the primary is a foregone conclusion, Donald Trump will be the Republican Party nominee, people will still be looking at how the ballots are cast today. Nikki Haley is still on the ballot there, as are other challengers, and people will be looking at those results and reading the tea leaves to see whether or not there are protest votes, whether there are people who are still engaged in trying to find an alternative to Donald Trump. So while the election outcome is a done deal, reading into what that means is going to be an analysis for days to come.
And also, I would expect who exactly comes out to the polls. Like you said, could there be protest votes? But, breaking down those key demographics, who shows up, who doesn't show up, I'm sure, because as you know, politics, a lot of it has to do with statistics and data. And much of this is data driven. So, what do you think would be most significant when it comes to really pinpointing those key areas to look out for?
Well, if I were a Republican analyst looking at the outcome of the primary down there, I would be looking at what is the gross number of votes cast, how many does Donald Trump get, how many does Nikki Haley get as a percentage? Is there a significant outpouring of votes for Nikki Haley still? Does that signal some type of trouble for Donald Trump's candidacy in November?
Absolutely. And beyond the presidential primaries, I do want to talk about the Republican Senate race in Ohio, really a 3-way race. And what's so interesting is Trump has endorsed Bernie Moreno and, in fact, was at a campaign rally on Saturday to really boost his votes. What do you make of that, and what's so significant about that particular race?
Well, Moreno's challenger, Senator Dolan, has been gaining in the polls, and I interpret Donald Trump's appearance at a rally this close or that close to the election is a last-minute effort to stem that tide. That Dolan seemed to be gaining on Moreno. We don't know whether that's going to translate today to Election Day, but I think it was a sign of concern that the Trump campaign had that their chosen candidate, Moreno, may not succeed today.
Absolutely. Are there any other races that you are keeping a close eye on?
Well, as we talked about earlier, while the primaries are done for president, how they still are cast and how people come out and vote is still going to be very important. To look at the support that President Biden has, to look at the support that Donald Trump has, and is there any ability to look at how those votes are cast today and to try to extrapolate towards November? President Biden's on his way to Nevada, working on the Latino vote. Certainly that's something that's come up in polling that shows that that's an area of concern for Democrats. And I'm sure that that's going to continue as the campaign unfolds.
And you mentioned President Biden going to Nevada. He's also going to be in Arizona. Arizona, of course, was at the center of the last presidential elections with the recount. Those particular states, obviously, very key. And, you know, as we take a look back, you know, almost 4 years ago, there is no state that anyone can take for granted. How significant are Nevada and Arizona?
They're among a handful of key battleground states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, are where the presidential election is likely to be decided this November. And so if you're in a state like New Jersey or you're in a state like California, you're likely not to see the principal candidates show up for things, because those states are pretty much not a big concern for the national party candidates. It's going to be in those battleground states that you see most of the time for both President Biden and Donald Trump.
So we've talked about on-the-ground strategy. Of course, President Biden visiting those key states that he really needs to win. There's also another strategy, and that would be social media. And we have seen former Trump take to social media quite often, and most recently talking about the judge who has ordered him to pay $345 million in fines without delay. When it comes to these messages, these posts that he continues to tweet or X out, if you will, does that hurt him? Does that help him when it comes to November?
I think the long-term effect is that it slowly chips away at what support he has. Donald Trump has not been looking to broaden his base. He's been looking to just hold on to what he has. But with each iteration of some of the fantastic claims he makes on social media and elsewhere, he's slowly peeling off supporters. They may not support Joe Biden for president, but they're certainly leaving him and perhaps not going to participate. And so if I were his campaign advisor, which I am not, I would be telling him, you really need to lay off this, because while it may make you feel better, and candidates always like to say things that make them feel better, it may not be in his own long-term interest.
And it's interesting because this really is shaping up to be a battle between two candidates who are not wildly popular. And, you know, one has to wonder how that is going to play out when it comes to voter turnout in November.
Yeah, I think what you always see, you know, in the early part of every presidential year, there's always a lot of discussion about, well, who else? Are there any other choices? And it's almost kind of a wishful thinking by voters in both parties. But as the primary season gets decided, and we're at one of the earliest points in time now for a decision being already made, those voters now start to look at it and say, okay, these are our choices. And they start to analyze these two choices based on the way they see the world. And so the polling we've seen today and in the past really is about primaries. Now we're going to start to see voters start to make decisions about November.
Before we let you go, any surprises that you think could happen today?
Well, I think that an upset in Ohio, where Senator Dolan beats Bernie Moreno, would be a real blow to the Trump organization. They've invested a lot of time and money in supporting Moreno's candidacy, and it would certainly lead a lot of credibility to those people who are pointing to the Trump organization and saying they're not taking us to victory.
We will just have to wait and see. It's going to be very interesting. John Wisniewski, a former New Jersey legislator and gubernatorial candidate, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me on again.
Absolutely. And you are watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Time right now is 11:20 Eastern, 8:20 Pacific. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but we'll be back with more live events, top stories, and headlines. We do have some breaking news to let you know about. Former President Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, is on his way to federal prison to serve a 4-month sentence. And this is him speaking ahead of that right now. Let's listen in.
We got a letter she wrote to Bill Barr showing her never Trump credentials. And they are the ones who, during the trial, consistently insisted I was acting above the law when they wouldn't let me explain to the jury why I was obeying the law. I get convicted, then it goes to the jury. Did I mention the jury? Look, I love anybody who serves on a jury, okay? I do not criticize the jury itself as individuals. But would you, as a Republican and a member of the Trump administration, want to sit before 12 people drawn from a voter registration pool in which 95% of the people voted for Joe Biden? That's astonishing. So I get in front of that jury. The judge had already stripped me of the defenses, and I'm facing that jury. And by the way, the judge who stripped me of the defenses fact-checked me on this. Before he got appointed to the bench by Barack Obama, he was what's called a bundler. You know what a bundler is? He bundled checks to give to the campaign of candidate Obama. And coincidentally, he winds up on the bench. Democrat, 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 Democrat. The final issue is I go to the appeals court. The appeals court to get simple release pending my appeal, which is the normal course. And it was given immediately to Stephen Bannon. No. The judge fights me on that. But the appeals court, think about this. Mr. Woodward files that appeal. It comes into 3 judges. 2 of them are Republican, 1 is a Democrat. We've got your appeal. Time passes, a short period of time, we get the ruling back, appeal denied. 3 Obama judges on the 3 panels. How did that bait and switch happen? That's supposed to be a random draw. You know what the odds of that are? Less than 20%. Democrat, 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 from start to finish. This is the partisan weaponization of our judicial system. Please write these big stories. Now, the last thing I want to say is that that's prison. That's where they take your freedom. But as hard as it will be on me, and as hard as it will be on anybody who is in there, it's harder on their families. And this is who those Democrats have hurt. This is who the Democrats have hurt. I will walk proudly in there and do my time. But what they do to people, and by the way, fact check this. I will be the only person in that prison who's been convicted of a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor. Everybody else is in there for felonies. I will gather strength from this. Donald John Trump is the nominee for the Republican presidential campaign. While I'm away for the next 4 months, my new book, it's called The New MAGA Deal, the guidebook to the Trump platform, the unofficial guidebook to the Trump platform, is being published by Don Jr.'s publishing house, Winning Strategies. And if anybody wants to get an advance copy, if I may do a little marketing here, you go to newmagadeal.com. That book will be ready on the eve of the Republican National Convention, and it will be an important tool to show the people of America what MAGA principles are about. You want anything? Know about the 100 policies in the first 100 days of the new Trump administration to make us more prosperous and safer and secure, to deal with that southern border, to deal with China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. newmagadeal.com. That will be it. And I am just tired of the Democrats saying that Donald Trump and his followers and supporters are extremists. This was the man. This was the man. Make no mistake about this. For 4 years, peace, prosperity, security, price stability. What do we have now? Inflation, an out-of-control southern border, war clouds growing in the Taiwan Strait, in Gaza, in Ukraine. That's Joe Biden. newmagadeal.com. All right, I'm going to stop there. I'll take a few questions, and then I'm going to make my journey across the street. We'll start with you, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you wish you had shown up for testimony and asserted privilege in person? I mean, you're talking about that now, you're arguing that now, but should you have shown up to Congress to make that argument?
My mission is to defend the constitutional separation of powers and executive privilege. And I knew from day one of getting that subpoena, based on my experiences in the White House, from reading the Office of Legal Counsel memos at the Department of Justice, that absolute testimonial immunity was in place. McGahn, Dearborn, Conway, Porter. I can give you a whole long string of senior White House advisors who did exactly what I did and were never prosecuted. And if I had gone to Congress and played the piecemeal game with them, I would have done damage to the separation of powers, and I would not have been doing my duty. I would not have been obeying my oath of office. Next question. Yes, sir.
Are you nervous, and have you spoken with Donald Trump?
I am not nervous. I'm not talking about, I'm going to claim executive privilege on the Donald Trump conversations. I've had the greatest amount of support from Donald Trump and his team, and look, they can put me in prison. They can put you in prison. Make no mistake about that. And make no mistake about this. They are coming after Donald Trump with the same tactics, tools, and strategies they used to put me over there today. Okay? Think about this. Stripped of all defenses before a jury trial. That's going to happen to him. Democrats in all the jurisdictions he's in. Fannie Willis in Atlanta. The guy in Manhattan, Bragg. And then, of course, Jack Smith at the Department of Injustice, as we like to call it on my side of the fence. So I'm pissed. That's what I'm feeling right now. But I'm also afraid of only one thing. I'm afraid for this country, because what they're doing should have a chilling effect on every American, regardless of their party. If they come for me, they can come for you. What else you got? Take two more. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Poquito. You can. Now I can't speak to the camera though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about. Can I ask you about your prison?
Hang on. Is there anybody else? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Committee be jailed for their suppression of evidence.
Look, J6 committee did not investigate, in my judgment, the most important aspects of how that riot occurred. I wrote in my book, In Trump Time, in the chapter about J6, that the last three people on God's good earth who wanted violence that day on Capitol Hill were Stephen K. Bannon, President Trump himself, and me. And the reason is that the fact that violence occurred deprived this country of having a review under the perfectly legal 1887 Electoral Count Act of the votes. Okay? What I think needs to happen, and I hope the Republicans, are you listening, Louder Mech? Are you listening, folks up there? Jim Jordan, my brothers who I used to ride with on Air Force One, you need to remember that J6 committee has some unfinished business. There were more FBI informants up on Capitol Hill that day, possibly instigating that crowd, than the FBI itself could keep track of. There were stories about that. Why did Nancy Pelosi not provide more Capitol Hill police? Why did Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, have the National Guard so far away? And as for the destruction of evidence, sir, look, the things they are doing, Hillary Clinton, like cleansing her, I mean, there's so many things these Democrats have done that would actually justify prison. You juxtapose that with me, all I've done is my duty. All I have done is my duty to this country, the Constitution, my commander-in-chief, and to my oath of office. Sorry, one more.
Do you want a pardon either from President Joe Biden or Trump if he becomes president?
This is going to the Supreme Court. My mission in this, and I will have served my time by the time that mission is completed, is to get this in front of the Supreme Court, and I hope that they will put politics aside and look at, this is what they call a case, this is important, this is what they call the case of first impressions, okay? There are so many novel legal issues in this case that require the settlement, again, another legal term, of good law on the subject, settling good law. It's crying out for the Supreme Court to do this. But the tragedy here is because I have not been released pending appeal, I will have already done my time before that is done. But that's the price of living in Joe Biden's America right now. God bless you all. I'll see you on the other side.
All right, so we're following some breaking news as former President Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, giving some remarks before walking across the street and turning himself into federal prison. He is going to be serving 4 months in prison after the Supreme Court rejected his emergency request yesterday to postpone his sentence while he appeals his contempt of Congress conviction. Now, back in September, Navarro was found guilty of contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena from the House of Representatives committee that investigated the 2021 attack on the Capitol. And again, as he was walking away from the microphones, he's actually just heading literally across the street to serve his 4-month federal prison sentence. We will continue to follow that, although we have another major event happening right now, and we're going to pivot to that as U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and others are talking about the Ukraine-Russia war. Let's listen in.
Russia has made some incremental gains since it has been at a great cost of personnel and equipment. Ukraine continues retrenching their defenses to fortify their lines and maximize the effects of their ammunition and supplies. From the beginning, Ukraine has asked for the capability and training to stay in the fight. And for 2 years, Ukrainian forces have used this coalition support to repel Russian attacks using innovative strategies and tactics. They have consistently imposed severe tolls on Russian forces and capabilities. Heavy costs on the battlefield, combined with our collective pressure on the Russian economy, has forced Russia to turn to the likes of Iran and North Korea to replenish its military stockpiles and enable its war against Ukraine. For 2 years, we have shown the outcomes we can achieve when we act together and provide support to Ukraine. Russia's plan is to wait out Western will to support Ukraine. This coalition must not let that strategy work. Collectively, allies and partners contributed more than $88 billion in security assistance. This support doesn't just help Ukraine, it strengthens NATO, it helps to bolster the defense industrial base of the United States, Europe, and the world. It enables our own security. The collective support will ensure Ukraine is successful today and into the future. As President Biden and Secretary Austin have said, the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine. Peace and security are more than just words, it is more than just belief. Peace and security require constant work and constant action. The Ukraine Defense Contact Group will continue its work to achieve peace and security for Ukraine and for all. And thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Our first question will come from Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Thank you very much. Secretary Austin, nice to see you. First for you, how great is the risk of a major Russian breakthrough given the shortages that Ukraine is now facing? And does that danger continue to grow if the U.S. supplemental is delayed further? And do you think, given the stakes that you laid out in the fight in Ukraine, do you think the United States has a responsibility to dip further into its own stockpiles if the supplemental doesn't pass? And then for you, General Brown, the White House has said that the United States and Israel, based on a U.S. request, are now discussing alternatives to a major ground operation in Rafah. What alternative options exist for achieving Israel's security goals in southern Gaza, including destroying the remaining Hamas battalions, without further threatening aid delivery and further endangering the civilians who are sheltering there? Could it achieve those goals with some combination of targeted raids and precision strikes? Thanks.
Well, thanks, Missy. It's great to see you as well. Regarding a potential Russian breakthrough, what we've seen on the battlefield is a series of incremental gains by the Russians. To the point that the chairman made a couple of minutes ago, these gains have come at significant cost in terms of personnel and equipment. But nonetheless, we have seen some incremental gains. And as I have engaged my counterparts and the Chief of Defense in Ukraine, they feel confident in their ability to continue to defend their sovereign territory and hold the line. Of course, they need munitions, they need support in order to be able to continue to do that. And of course, that's where the supplemental comes in, and we certainly would hope that we would see this supplemental get passed soon. I continue to see broad support in both chambers of Congress for Ukraine, and so I'm optimistic that we will see some action moving forward. But again, this is a thing that you can't absolutely predict, and we'll continue to work closely with Congress and our international partners to ensure that Ukraine receives the support it needs. The thing I would like to highlight, Missy, is that the United States is not doing this alone. As you witnessed today, again, some 50 countries gathered for the 20th time to address security assistance for Ukraine. And in that meeting, I continue to hear unity and resolve and an effort to find a way to continue to provide that support. So we're seeing allies and partners step up, but the support from the United States of America, of course, is very, very important.
Thanks, Missy, for the question. Having not seen the detailed plans that the Israelis might have for Rafah, it's hard for me to lay out an alternative. And even so, I wouldn't provide you specifics in this form, naturally. But one of the things that, as I've engaged with my counterpartners, we've engaged with the Israelis throughout, even shortly after 7 October. We've had experience in operating in urban environments in the Middle East. We continue to talk about how the lessons learned that we have without dictating to the Israelis on how to execute. At the same time, we also talk to them about how do we protect civilians. And I can say from personal experience, having led parts of the air campaign in the Defeat ISIS effort, our focus on how do you protect civilians and minimize any type of collateral damage is a continued conversation. And that'll be an aspect of the conversation that we will have with we continue to have with the Israelis as they ponder future operations.
Thank you. Our next question will go to Ute Spangenberger, ARD.
Hello. A question to both gentlemen. Are there plans to transfer the Ukraine Defense Contact Group into NATO structures? It would make things maybe easier, or just the other way around, more complicated?
Thanks, Jutta. Good to see you again. The UDCG has been a very effective forum, as you know. Again, we met This is the 20th meeting, and each of these meetings are well attended. And each of these meetings, again, our partners and allies come and express sustained support for Ukraine. Now, over time, Uta, we'll shift from focus on the current fight solely to more of a focus on building a longer-term capability for Ukraine. And you're already starting to see that with what we're doing with our capability coalitions. We have countries that have volunteered to lead these coalitions that are focused on the critical warfighting capabilities that Ukraine will need to be able to defend its sovereign territory and deter aggression in the future. And so we'll see that transition continue as we go forward. But for right now, we're focused on making sure that we can get Ukraine the security assistance that it needs to be successful today and in the near and midterm. So,
thank you. Next question will go to Nancy Youssef, Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, in December, you warned that if Israel did not protect civilians in Gaza, it risks a tactical win but strategic defeat. Since that time, we've seen tens of thousands of civilians in Gaza killed or wounded, and now they face potential famine. Has the U.S. considered withholding offensive weapons that Israel's asked for? And if not, why do you believe that the U.S. is right to build piers and conduct airdrops, but not leverage everything it can, including conditions on weapons, to open land routes and protect civilians? General Brown, in light of Niger's announcement that it will end its military relationship with the United States, are U.S. forces leaving? If so, when and how would that impact the U.S. counterterrorism operations in the region? Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. To take us back to where this started, on October 7th, Hamas launched a brutal attack against Israel and killed 1,200 Israelis and took 200 Israelis hostage. And 100 of those hostages are still held by Hamas. And so we acknowledge from the very beginning that Israel has a fundamental right to be able to defend itself. And so we're going to continue to support them as they try to do that and ensure that they have what they need to defend their people. But we also recognize the importance of ensuring that people remain safe in Gaza. And the two things aren't mutually exclusive. You know, you can conduct operations to defend your sovereign territory, you can and protect your people, but by the same token, protect civilians in the battle space and provide humanitarian assistance to those people that are in need in the space as well. And we continue to encourage the Israeli leadership to do just that, to make sure that they're doing everything possible to get increasing amounts of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. And we are doing everything that we can do to help as well. You've seen us do airdrops, and certainly if we can increase the volume of humanitarian assistance by providing an option, a maritime option, that makes a lot of sense. We could, you know, maybe increase the amount of meals that are provided on a daily basis by some 2 million meals, that's material, that's substantial. And so, you know, we will continue to do that. Israel has a right to defend itself, but they also, there's also a need to protect the civilians in the battle space. And again, the two things aren't mutually exclusive.
We are continuing to listen as Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and others are discussing a range of topics, including the Israel-Hamas war and the Ukraine-Russia war. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, and we do want to get to the very latest as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to send a team of Israeli officials to Washington to discuss with the Biden administration a potential Rafah operation, as each side is looking to make, quote, clear to the other its perspective. That's according to White House National Security Advisor. And in just about 10 minutes or so, we are going to be speaking live with retired U.S. Colonel Joe Buccino, who was also the former Central Command spokesperson about this issue. And so we do hope that you can stay with us, as we will be having a live interview with him at around noon. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to follow all of your live events following this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow the latest developments out of Gaza as you are taking a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, and you can see the sun setting there in the distance. And again, we did want to recap what we shared with you in that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be sending a team of Israeli officials to Washington to discuss with Biden administration officials a potential Rafah operation. Now, the agreement to hold talks about Rafah came as Biden and Netanyahu spoke Monday, their very first interaction in more than a month, as the divide has grown between the U.S. and Israel over the food crisis in Gaza and Israel's conduct during the war. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the talks will happen in the coming days and are expected to involve military, intelligence, and humanitarian experts. The White House has been skeptical of Netanyahu's plan to carry out an operation in the southern city of Rafah, where about 1.5 million displaced Palestinians are attacked. A new report warns the expansion of the war could push half of Gaza's total population to the brink of starvation. The EU's top diplomat saying that the impending famine was, quote, entirely man-made, as starvation is used as a weapon of war. Israeli forces, meanwhile, launched another raid on the Gaza Strip's largest hospital early Monday, saying Hamas militants had regrouped there and fired on them from inside the Shifa hospital compound. The military said troops killed 20 people it identified as Hamas militants and one of its own soldiers was killed, although the identification of the dead as militants could not be confirmed. We do want to bring in retired U.S. Colonel and former CENTCOM spokesperson Joe Bacino, who joins me now live. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Yeah, thanks again for having me back on here, Stephanie. A lot ahead and a lot of critical conversations, critical questions ahead here for Rafah, for Gaza, and for the Palestinian people.
Absolutely. And I do want to speak with the very latest that the Biden administration and Israeli officials are going to be meeting at some point in the coming days to talk about Rafah. And both sides have remained very firm in their unique stances. From your perspective, because again, there's going to be military intelligence, et cetera, officials joining that discussion, what could this upcoming discussion entail and what could it lead to?
Well, I'm told, Stephanie, that from the perspective of the Biden administration, that they are going to demand that before a ground assault, before ground forces go in, that the IDF moves, hundreds of thousands of Gazans out of Rafah into humanitarian sites, humanitarian corridors, and into some of the cities up north. And just to maybe, expand on that point a little bit here, that's going to require, the IDF knows that's going to require activating about 100,000 reservists. So if you remember earlier this year, in January this year, the Israeli Defense Force sent many of their reservists back home, back into Israel to go back to work and resume their lives, resume their jobs with the understanding that they may be called back up. So this plan to move Gazans out of Rafah is going to require the IDF to recall 90,000 to 100,000 reservists, bring them in, and it'll take weeks. It'll take 2, 3, 4 weeks to move the Gazans out of Rafah before the ground assault can begin.
And again, that is going to take quite some time, as you mentioned, weeks. In the meantime, we are taking a look at just a dire situation in Gaza. As the new report says, half of the displaced Palestinians are on the brink of starvation. With this growing humanitarian crisis and the need for urgency now more than ever, what happens if this timeline continues to get pushed back?
Well, look, every day the situation gets worse. There really is no aid effectively coming in. This idea of building a floating pier and sending aid in by sea, was more of a photo op than anything else. That's weeks away. Every day the situation grows more grim for the Gazans there in Rafah, particularly for the children, for the babies, for the elderly. There's a lot of people that really are in need of care. And because the roads are cratered, because there's very few humanitarian care workers there, and because the Israeli Defense Forces are not distributing any aid, nothing's being done about this. And, in the coming weeks, it's going to get even hotter. That's going to exacerbate the suffering here.
We just heard live from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin addressing the ongoing crisis in Israel and Gaza, and specifically Gaza. And again, just reiterating, of course, that the U.S. stands with Israel. However, there needs to be a solution when it comes to addressing the humanitarian crisis. What happens if Israel does not change course?
It's so far gone now that anything the administration could do is going to mean very little. So the administration could put some very specific caveats on the aid and direct that Israel provides aid, provides humanitarian assistance, provides food to Gazans for any additional munitions or any additional funding we provided to Israel. But at this point, it's really not going to matter. Israel has the munitions it needs. It has the artillery rounds it needs. It has the rockets it needs. there's very little the administration could do. Even a vote in the UN would mean almost nothing right now. So it's so far gone in this thing, and the administration has clung so tightly to Netanyahu and Israel for so many months that this backing away now, this harsh criticism of Netanyahu now, not just by the administration, but by Senator Chuck Schumer, the senior American, Jewish American in the United States government, it's really going to mean nothing. And it's not really going to be able to push Netanyahu because he doesn't have the support of Israel for his administration, his legislation, but he has his support, the support of Israel for the way he's adjudicating this war, and he does know that.
And let's talk about that, because we have seen weekly protests in Tel Aviv as there are individuals who are calling for his removal from being prime minister. He has become increasingly unpopular worldwide, but also in his home country of Israel. Is that a possibility that he is forced out of his position?
It is, but not as long as the war continues. And so, look, as soon as this war is over, I think everybody that I know in Israel, all the senior officials I know in Israel, believe that as soon as this war is over, he's going to be called to election, he's going to be voted out, and then he's going to be held to trial for his 3 corruption charges. And furthermore, the senior IDF leadership will be leveled, will be sacked and removed, and will never be heard from again. But Netanyahu, he's in position, and he was in this position because he's the guy that was going to keep Israel safe. He's the guy that was going to keep Israel safe from Iran, from the Palestinians, from the West Bank, and so he hasn't done that. But as long as he's continuing this war, he's going to stay in power, and he knows that. So, he really doesn't he's really incentivized to keep the war going. He is disincentivized for a full ceasefire, and he's disincentivized from agreeing to a 2-state solution, because that would solve for the war, that would end the war. And so he's not going to do that. And so, I'm afraid that this is going to continue for many more months. I do believe they're going to get to a ceasefire that's going to be, 4, 5, 6 weeks. And then there'll be, more staggered ceasefires to come in the months ahead. But as long as Netanyahu could say there's remnants of Hamas in there, and we can't live with any remnants of Hamas in there, this war is going to continue, and Netanyahu's going to stay in power.
And I would have to imagine that it's virtually impossible to prove that they have completely eliminated Hamas, especially as we know Hamas tends to dress as civilians. So you mentioned that you do see a future ceasefire, likely a temporary one at that. What needs to happen to get to that point? Because as you mentioned, it does seem that both sides, both the Hamas and Israel, are disincentivized from a ceasefire. It doesn't have, maybe some benefits, especially if Hamas refuses to free the hostages, which really seems to be a major sticking point.
Well, they're both disincentivized from a permanent ceasefire, but in terms of the temporary ceasefire, they'll get there because, Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, leader of Hamas, he's in a point where he needs to reorganize his defensive positions, consolidate ammunition, change out leadership. They got 4 battalions remaining, switch out the battalions in terms of who's in the north and who's in the south. So they will get there. But just to maybe address one of your comments there in terms of how do you know when you've fully eradicated Hamas? Well, you think about it this way, is that, since 2007, almost every adult male has grown into some function of Hamas. So Hamas is obviously the military arm of Gaza. It's also the government. It's also the trash services. It's also the plumber. It's also the education system. It's also the garbage man. So every adult male is in some function, almost every adult male is in some function a part of Hamas. And Hamas also has, a normal political function, normal social function. So if you remember the March of Return, that was a peaceful protest movement that was sanctioned and developed by Hamas. So in perpetuity, you could say, well, there's remnants of Hamas there. As long as there's adult men in Gaza, Netanyahu could say there's remnants of Hamas there, and we can't allow for that. And I'm afraid he's going to play into that. And I believe, and I've said this since last year, that this war is going to go the entirety of this calendar year and into 2025.
And then that begs the question, can the displaced Palestinians survive all of that? Because again, as we've seen, it's half the population is on the brink of starvation if this continues for months in this direction. And again, maybe it could change course, especially with the upcoming discussions between the Israeli officials and the Biden administration officials. But it just seems that, as you mentioned, it's so far gone. And if this war does continue for months, that begs the question, what happens?
Right. What happens? And then when this is all over, who rebuilds Gaza, and what does that look like? And so, that's really why the only solution to this, the only practical solution, is all the solutions that Netanyahu is rejecting, which is bringing back in Palestinian Authority, really, I think, refurbishing the Palestinian Authority under new leadership, bringing them back in, some sort of two-state solution. And Netanyahu's not going to allow for any of that. And, he's going to remain in authority while all this continues.
All right. Retired U.S. Colonel Joe Pacino and former CENTCOM spokesperson, again, as always, thank you so much for sharing your perspective and insight. We greatly appreciate it.
Thanks again for having me, Stephanie.
And you are watching Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 12:06 Eastern, 9:06 Pacific. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look as we are awaiting the State Department press briefing to get underway in just about 20 minutes or so. And of course, as soon as that happens, we will bring that to you live. Meantime, the House is in session for their morning session, so we do want to pot up the sound and listen in. This is an opportunity for lawmakers to speak up to 5 minutes on any topic of their choosing.
Iowa farmers from dangerous grain elevator accidents and represents a monumental step forward in agricultural safety. The Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition is a national competition that picks one winner from each of the 50 states. These students beat out hundreds of other submissions with their clever invention that will save lives and protect farmers across Iowa. These students now aim to compete to be one of the 10 finalists, with 3 being named national winners. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating these incredible achievements and wishing these students the best as they continue marching toward the finish line. And if we can bring their poster back, we can show these students. And then, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend birthday wishes and greetings to my daughter. Happy birthday, Taylor. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
All right, so as we pivoted to the House, they have just concluded their morning session. And again, that's when lawmakers have an opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes on any number of issues. And did they? Because we just heard from the last lawmaker who used her time to wish her daughter a happy birthday. So the House is in recess until 2 p.m. Eastern. We are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. On the other end of that, spring break is upon many people here in the United States. We shared with you last week here on Live Now from Fox that Miami Beach has broken up with spring break to try and minimize the violent encounters there. And just moments ago, Daytona Beach, Florida, held their own press conference with Florida's Attorney General and a number of other officials. So we do want to share that with you in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at a polling location from Ohio as, again, voters in 5 states are casting their ballots in their state's primary. Ohio, of course, among those 5 states. The other states include Arizona, Florida, Illinois, and Kansas. Of course, when it comes to the presidential election, President Biden and former President Trump, they have already secured enough electoral votes to set up a rematch between the two in November. But again, voters aren't just going to be deciding on their presidential nominee of choice. There's a very interesting race out of Ohio, and we've been talking talking about this for quite some time now. There is a race in Ohio's Republican Senate primary. This has 3 different candidates. One who is Bernie Moreno. He is the businessman backed by former President Donald Trump, and he is running against 2 challengers, Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose and Matt Dolan, whose family owns the Cleveland Guardian baseball team. This is a very hotly watched primary, as it will be interesting to see who wins the GOP nomination. It could really showcase how influential Trump is as he then heads to the presidential election in November. So again, this is a live look at a polling location in Ohio, just one of many, as 5 different states have their primaries as well. Another big event that's happening is, of course, spring break, and everyone wants to be safe when going on spring break. Just a short time ago, Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody held a press conference to issue a spring break warning in Daytona Beach, and also to recognize a program that provides access to free naloxone to first responders. And we do want to play that for you right now.
Well, hello and good morning. We're so excited that you can be with us today, as well as so many of our Volusia County law enforcement officers. We have police chiefs, we have folks from the Sheriff's Department, we have Senator Tom Wright, we have head of emergency management, Sheriff Chitwood. We're very, very excited that all of you are here to highlight such an important issue with us today. As you know, my name is Ashley Moody. I'm the Attorney General of the best state in the nation. Proud to be so, and one of my favorite things to do is to help law enforcement do their jobs and help them in any way that I can in this position. It is no shock to those of you that are here with us and those who may be watching. We are in the middle of a spring break season in Florida. And the state has done so much proactively to supplement resources and make sure we are prepared for all that comes with spring break. And spring break is a fabulous thing for Florida. We know that Americans, students, adults flock to our Florida beaches. We love this about Florida. It's what makes us unique. In fact, I could probably ask everybody up here, as a teenager or a kid or a student, did you participate in spring break in Florida? Raise your hand. Okay, so I did too. So this spring break in Florida can create a lasting lifetime memory in a positive way. We also know that because millions will come to Florida, whether it's seeking a break from scholastic studies or seeking a break from the harsh weather up north, they will come here, and we know because of that, and so many coming here, we lead the nation for those who overdose while on vacation. And that is a stat that we want to change. And it is also the reason that brings us all together today, because this is something that sometimes gets lost in the discussion when we're talking about how to secure our beaches and how to make sure we're reducing crime. But somewhere in all of these discussions, we lose sight of the fact that many equate spring break with drug use, and we have got to stop that, because we now know that so many illicit substances contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. And that is one of the reasons that we have been seeing such a rapid escalation in overdose rates. We know last year in 2023, 112,000 people in this nation overdosed and died from drug use. And I want to put that in perspective, because I think what happens is when we start hearing these numbers, you know, when we hear another large number the next year, we're like, oh, okay, well, last year it was something similar. No, 112,000 people, to put that in perspective, when Nancy Reagan first started the Just Say No campaign, we lost just over 3,000 people nationwide, and we considered that to be a crisis. We now lose 112,000 in 1 year nationwide. So We are in the midst of an overdose crisis in the U.S. That is in large part because the abundant supply and surge of fentanyl being pushed into this country. Florida is not immune to that. Fentanyl is making its way into Florida and in every illicit substance that you can think of. And many times people will ingest an illicit substance having no idea that there is a lethal dose of fentanyl. In fact, just this year, again, we saw in fake pills that are seized by the DEA, 7 out of 10 of those pills have a lethal dose of fentanyl. Last year, that was 6 out of 10. So even in those numbers, we're still seeing an escalation of the lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs. Now, when I say fake pills, think about this. This is what kids are getting off the internet. They're getting from their friends at school. Many times they think it's Adderall or Xanax, things that are prescribed or illicit, but they may not believe have fentanyl. They're taking them from their friends, and many children, young adults, are dying. We know in Florida we are doing everything in our power to get our arms around the opioid epidemic and the fentanyl crisis. I just delivered what I see as positive signs that what we are doing and the resources that we're committed to implementing are working, and that ranges from our law enforcement efforts being very aggressive, going after these poison peddlers, putting them behind bars, keeping them separated from our communities, but also, and not losing sight of, the community recovery programs, because if you have ever had a problem with drugs, if you have ever been addicted to drugs, now is the time to get help, because I've just said one pill can kill. And we're quickly moving from one pill can kill to one pill can kill, will kill. And so we have got to get through to our community members. If you're struggling with addiction, go to treatmentnavigator.org right now. It will connect you with a organization, whether that's inpatient or outpatient, that can help you. It's never been more important. You can also go to our webpage where we launched the One Pill Can Kill campaign, doseofrealityfl.com, and that has an abundance of resources of how you can get help. And lastly, we're focusing on Narcan and the generic drug naloxone, which is a tool that has been used by medical professionals, emergency responders, and law enforcement to help those who may have overdosed have a fighting chance at recovering to go on to a successful and healthy life. This has been a remarkable tool. It has truly been beneficial in our efforts. My office launched a Helping Heroes program, which partners with Walmart around the state. Agencies that sign up can go right into a Walmart store, show that they are law enforcement, and get a resupply of Narcan. And we know during spring break, this tool will be used. We know that law enforcement and other emergency responders will use this, and it is so important that they have access to this, ready access, ready to a resupply, and we're grateful to Walmart for partnering with our Helping Heroes program. Again, I want to remind everyone that is here from out of state or in state, celebrating during spring break, celebrating this time of the year. We welcome that in Florida. We want this to be a positive experience. So many of us have such fond memories and pleasant experiences from our younger days. But we don't want what is intended to be a memorable experience to be tragic. And we have seen that happen time and time again. I would tell you that those standing with me today, for every story they have where they can remember in their youth where there was something positive that came from spring break, unfortunately, they can also tell you in these roles that they're serving, they've seen the other side, the dark side of spring break, especially as it relates to drug misuse and overdose. And so I'm very excited to announce today that the law enforcement agencies standing with me, effective immediately, have become a part of the Helping Heroes program. And we're so grateful to them for taking part Volusia County Sheriff's Office, DeLand Police Department, Daytona Police Department, Ormond Beach Police Department, Ponce Inlet Police Department, and South Daytona Police Department are now officially part of the Helping Heroes program, and we know this will go a long way to saving lives during spring break and throughout the rest of the year as Florida successfully combats this drug overdose crisis. And I will say, congratulations to all those standing with me today. Volusia County has seen a drastic decrease in their opioid overdose rates. And I truly believe that is because of the combination of working together, law enforcement, but not losing sight of the recovery efforts and the emergency response efforts to save lives. It all goes hand in hand. Our fentanyl within Volusia County, our fentanyl deaths, overdose have decreased slightly, not to the extent of opioids in general, but we are on a positive track here, just as we are in Florida. And that is great news for this state who wants to stay the state that attracts everyone from all over the nation to our beaches, to our cities. We know we break records every year in tourism. We do not want that to stop. And we also want folks to know that when you come here, you will be safe. We'll be proactive to make sure we're not only securing and fortifying our beaches, but that we're offering help to those who are struggling and warning those who may associate spring break with using illicit substances. That could be the last time you use illicit substances. So appreciate you being here with us today for this exciting announcement about our joint efforts, but to also get the word out to community members about having a safe spring break. It's so important. And without further ado, I will turn it over to a man who needs no introduction, Sheriff Chitwood.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. I did not grow up in Florida, and during spring break, it was normally a snowball fight was going on from up north at that time of year. I want to thank the Attorney General because since she has been elected, she has been the tip of the spear for fighting the opioid and fentanyl crisis in the state of Florida. She was the first, I think, Attorney General to put a task force together with Sheriff Lima appointing it to try to tackle this thing in the very beginning, so thank you. One of the things that the Attorney General hit on is, yeah, it's spring break, and we have underage folks in town. And what do underage folks do when they're looking to buy a party drug? They go to the black market. And the problem with the black market is, as the Attorney General mentioned, and all of us in this room could testify to, when we serve search warrants on these drug dens, we recover pill presses. Those pill presses are pressing pills to look like popular party drugs, Adderall, Xanax, MDA, and they're 100% fentanyl. And that's the message we need to get out to parents. Is you got to educate your children. They think they're buying this stuff off the street or they're buying it from a classmate, therefore it's good stuff. In reality, it's laced with fentanyl. We had the kid from recently from Polk County, armed with a gun, 75 grams of marijuana, selling it on the beach to spring breakers. The very next day, the first car stop we make is an adult on the beach with trafficking amounts of meth inside of the car. What was he here for? They're here to sell to the kids. And that stuff that they're buying on the street is laced with fentanyl. And I'll close with this. As we now run our own juvenile assessment center, and any kid that's court ordered to provide a urine sample, what we find is these kids are buying THC vapes on the black market. If that's not bad enough. But their urine tests are coming back with fentanyl, meth, PCP, and heroin in it. And the kids aren't talking to law enforcement, they're talking to drug counselors. So that's the fear, that's why I'm so glad the Attorney General is here, because they think they're buying one thing and they're ingesting something totally different. And that one time is what can end their lives. So thank you, Madam Attorney General.
And now we're going to have Kevin Captain, who's head of emergency management, share a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General Moody. I'm Kevin Captain, Volusia County EMS Chief. On behalf of Volusia County EMS and the countless first responders from Volusia County and throughout the state of Florida, we are grateful for the Helping Emergency Responders Obtain Support, or HEROES program. These doses of naloxone literally save lives. In calendar year 2023, our agency, Volusia County EMS, was involved in almost 1,000 cases in which naloxone was administered and saved those lives. This medication gives people a second chance. a second chance at life. Spring break is more dangerous today than it ever was before because of what we're talking about that's on the black market. You don't know what's out there. And especially fentanyl and the fentanyl analogs that are out there, they can be up to 100 times more potent than the legitimate medication. The HEROES program helps us obtain this vital, life-saving medication. The program ensures that we have naloxone stocked and ready to give intravenously or intranasally. Thousands of patients who are emergently transported and treated with naloxone are alive today with their families. They're saved. And thankfully, patients will continue to be treated promptly and saved with this medication. So we thank Attorney General Ashley Moody for her conscientious efforts with this program, with the HEROES program, the Florida Department of Health, the Florida Department of Children and Families, and all of the many first responders who are helping to combat this nationwide opioid epidemic. Spring break is upon us. Be safe. Stay away from opioids. You don't know what's in them. We're always here to respond. And thanks to the HEROES program, we have naloxone ready to give. But remember, your life is far too important than a quick high. Please use good judgment. Thank you. Karen?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Attorney General. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about the Volusia Recovery Alliance. We are a 501c3 organization that is CAPRIS accredited. We're the number 4 in the state to achieve that. But we are in place to help families and the person struggling with substance use to get the resources they need to enter into recovery and to maintain recovery. The Department of Children and Families made us several years ago, towards the end of 21, we started to have free Narcan come down from the Department of Children and Families. And in that time through today, we've given out more than 18,000 Narcan kits with reports of 197 lives saved from our Narcan distribution. That's not to say other entities throughout Volusia County are doing similar work with handing out Narcan, but we have formalized training programs to help people learn how to use it. We have many programs in place to help families as well as the person struggling to stay and get into recovery. And so we're very proud of that. We can't do this without our community partners. We partner greatly with law enforcement, EMS, throughout the whole county. I'm happy to say we have a contract to help first responders as well to get the resources that they need. One of my staff, his name is Rhino. He goes by Rhino. His name is Ryan Foster. He was supposed to be here this morning, but he's a dad and his kids got sick and he got sick. So I'll tell a little bit of Rhino's story. He was Narcaned 18 times during his active use. Often he didn't seek out fentanyl, but the heroin that he was using was tainted with it. And so the last time he was Narcaned, he went, wow, I really need to stop. And so he went into treatment and he's been in recovery ever since. He's now got over 3 years of recovery. He's one of my staff that heads up a dad's program that we have. And he is truly making a difference in our community. You know, all of my staff are people in recovery. The best weapon is the recovering person. I've been in recovery 41 years. And I used cocaine in my active addiction. I was a healthcare professional that I sank my career as a result of my drug use. And I'm just so committed to getting the message out that recovery is possible and it should be expected. And we are here to help people in Volusia County with whatever they need for recovery resources. So I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy and grateful for our community partnerships. Sheriff Chitwood has been one of our biggest partners and has opened doors for us that we would never have been able to achieve. Stigma is the biggest barrier against asking for help. And so we're committed to reducing stigma, and part of the way we do that is to show up with our friends in law enforcement. So thank you so much. And I really appreciate all the work that you're doing so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And first, let me say thank you to Senator Wright, who has always advocated in Tallahassee for our first responders, for the resources they need to combat this opioid epidemic. We're grateful for you and for all your efforts, and grateful for those like the director here, Director Shrapik, who struggled with addiction, and after putting in the hard work and recovering, said, I would like to use my struggles to help others. Time and time again, I have met people who have finally, after years, struggled with addiction, said, I want to be a better person. I want to be there for my family. I want to offer my difficulties to others as a way to show that you can overcome such a difficult time in your life, such a personal struggle. And I've seen time and time again have remarkable effects. And those who had struggled with addiction, not only are they now present and fully involved in their families' lives, and so that family unit will be forever better off because that person put in the work, but they go on to not only be a positive impact in their communities, but I would dare say they've saved lives because they chose to get help. And so if anything that we've said today has moved you or has said, I'm ready to do this, not just because I'm concerned for my own safety because of the prevalence of fentanyl in the United States and in Florida and these illicit substances, because I want to be a positive influence in my family and my community, and I know that I can do that. Go again to treatmentatlas.org. You can find a program like Volusia Recovery Alliance where you can get help. I would urge you to do that. That is the only way we will pull the state out of this crisis. So again, thank you for being here with us as we warn not just Floridians, but those who have come to Florida to be a part of the spring break festivities. We want people to do that. We think it is a great thing for our state. We think it attracts many people to all that Florida has to offer, but we want them to be safe, and that's what today is all about. We'd be happy, any of us here, I assume, would be happy to take any questions.
Is there an education piece that comes after, say, you run into someone who's overdosing, you help them? What happens next to make sure they get the treatment they need?
So, I want to also give credit to First Lady DeSantis and Governor DeSantis. This has also been one of their top priorities. One of the things we have highlighted and pushed in the state that it can't be someone is overdosing, we save them, we bring them to a hospital, and then that's the end of it. Because that will just keep happening, and we will never get that person to a point where we're not going to have to keep bringing them back. And so we have encouraged the kind of, we'll call it a warm handoff, where you go from an emergency situation to an organization that can help you with the resources to maintain sobriety, to maintain, taking yourself out of that cycle of drug use and drug abuse. And so that generally will be offered if you go to an emergency room and you have overdose. But I know that the law enforcement agencies and the first responders that engage with those who have overdosed also have that information. That's why you heard Director Shrapik say they work with law enforcement to make sure they're educated, that they know to give that information over, and that folks that have experienced that know where to go and where they can get help. Yes, sir.
General, I know it's spring break all over Florida. You're here in Daytona today. Is this program being done around other spring break areas, or has there been a case maybe in Volusia County that makes you being here a priority to deliver this to law enforcement in the area?
Well, we've been working with law enforcement for some time now. As you heard, I led a statewide opioid task force to examine ways we could bring down the overdose death rate here in Florida. There were many recommendations. Our great legislative leaders and our governor have followed up on those and given the resources to the state to help us do that. And we're seeing some positive signs from those efforts, especially as it compares to the national rates of overdose. But as you know, in Florida, our leadership here is very proactive. So when we suspect or have seen crime trends, or we have seen trends that may affect the health and safety of our citizens, we're very proactive. So Prior to spring break starting, you heard a rollout that we were going to send additional state officers around the state to different beaches that may have had crime trends that showed they needed help during this time of spring break. We also know that in the second quarter of every year, we do see a spike in overdose rates. That's probably not a coincidence that it is also the spring break time when we have so many people coming in here. You heard me say earlier that a study has shown that Florida leads the nation. If you are going to die on vacation of overdose, Florida is the lead state for that. We are also the leading state for tourism. So those numbers are not shocking, but we're proactive. And so as we knew that spring break was upon us, as you know, I issued some warnings as to drug use. We want to make sure people know that now 7 out of 10 pills seized, these fake pills, have an illicit or a lethal dose of fentanyl. And we're making sure that our law enforcement partners and emergency response personnel around the state are ready to go. They know where they can get resupplied on Narcan, and that they know about the resources available to them. Again, this is not a one-event thing where we're going to show up and warn in one area and we're going to take care of the problem. This is a problem that, that I started off this conference talking about, is pervasive nationwide. We have done everything we can do in pushing back on some of the policies at our border that have led to fentanyl coming into this country, both in court, both in policy discussions. We've been very vocal here in Florida that that is unacceptable, and it's untenable to states like us where this deadly, brutal drug gets dumped, and where people are coming and selling this drug. It puts a lot on our law enforcement efforts. We expect a lot of them because of that overwhelming supply of fentanyl. But the reality is that is what we are up against now. We have a border that is wide open, fentanyl flooding into this country, into our state, and it is remarkable that we have been able to stem those escalating numbers as much as we have, contrary to the national trends. A lot of that is due to the men and women standing up here with me today and their efforts. But we are a proactive state. So as you heard Governor DeSantis say, we're going to roll out additional state personnel to our cities and ahead of spring break. We also put out warnings about drug use. We're very proactive, and we will remain that way, not just during spring break. As you know, we're a law and order state. We'll keep pounding that message to make sure not just Floridians know that, but the people that might think to come to this state know that.
You alluded to it a little bit. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You alluded a little bit, like your message to people who see this as an opportunity to come in here. Maybe they're upping their production because all these people coming into the area. What is your message to those people accused of dealing those drugs?
Yeah, you heard Sheriff Chitwood say he has seen people descend upon our beaches with drugs in tow to take advantage of what some may see as a party-like atmosphere. You know, Florida has been very clear. We do not backpedal from strong law enforcement efforts. Spring break is no different. If you're coming here with the intention of committing a crime or selling drugs that may harm our citizens, you have a lot of folks that wear badges that are going to be fighting as hard as they can against you. And truly, and I think that message resounds not only within Florida, but to those outside of Florida, especially criminals. You've heard it. They've heard the word. They've gotten the word. Many will avoid Florida. I would suggest that you do. If you are thinking of coming here with a criminal intent, think twice. We back our law enforcement that go after the bad guys that want to do harm to those that have come here to make lifetime memories and enjoy all that Florida has to offer. We want to make sure that is what remains true. That is what keeps our state strong and safe and attractive to so many. And I'm just thankful we have guys and gals like this that are willing to do these.
All right, so you heard Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody delivering remarks about spring break safety and also a program to combat drug overdoses during this time. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Underway right now, the State Department press briefing. Let's listen in. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Underway right now, the State Department press briefing. Let's listen in.
That's really specific. I mean, is there a call for Israel actually to rapidly approve Mr. Lazarini's entry?
Again, I don't want to speak to that situation in specificity because I'm not aware of the circumstances of what transpired and why he was specifically denied entry. But I will just echo again that we believe that the free movement of international workers is a key part of the humanitarian response, and Mr. Lazzarini and his staff, we believe, should be able to assess their operations. And so we're going to continue to work with the government of Israel and other appropriate interlocutors to push for that to happen. Simon?
If we can come to so the call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, obviously the White House, but this speaks to broader U.S. policy. So you've sort of talked about, it's been talked about from this podium, that the offensive in Rafah would be disastrous, and that seems to be, the warning is even made even more strongly on this call yesterday. But Prime Minister Netanyahu said today they're determined to complete an elimination of the Hamas battalions in Rafah. There's no way to do that except by going in on the ground. So, do you have any response to basically this pushback to what U.S. government is trying to tell the Israelis?
It should come as no surprise that when it comes to this, we are just squarely in a different place and have a different viewpoint than our Israeli partners. You saw National Security Advisor Sullivan speak about this a little bit yesterday. But I will also note that in this very same call, President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to have their teams meet, for them to meet soon here in Washington to exchange views and discuss alternative approaches that would target the key elements of Hamas, help secure the Egypt-Gaza border, and do so without a major ground operation in Rafah. We continue to feel quite strongly that such an operation in Rafah, where there are more than 1 million people seeking refuge, a region that continues to be a key conduit for the entrance of humanitarian aid, that doing something like that without a credible and clear plan, without a plan that also doesn't address for the various humanitarian pieces, would be a disaster. And we hope that through this mechanism, our officials will be able to discuss some of these issues in greater detail and find a path forward.
So in that mechanism, there will be, what you're saying is the U.S. will have some suggestions of how, basically Netanyahu is saying it's not possible to do it without a ground operation. You're saying it is, so you're going to give them ideas on that.
I don't want to get ahead of the process here, Simon. We'll have an exchange of views with them and discuss approaches that we think are in line with our shared objective of degrading Hamas and ensuring that October 7th can no longer be repeated, while simultaneously also being cognizant, mindful, respectful of the more than 1 million people seeking refuge in Rafah, and being mindful of the important conduit that Rafah continues to be for humanity. Aid.
Are you able to say when that meeting's going to be?
I don't have any scheduling updates at this moment. Thank you. Yeah. Camilla?
Thank you. Also, just going back to what National Security Advisor Sullivan was talking about yesterday, he implied that there hasn't been a response from Israel on the President's National Security Memorandum. I was wondering whether you could confirm whether or not Israel has responded with a letter to that effect, and if you could give us a bit more information on the what next.
Sure. So as it relates to individual countries and their communications with us, as it relates to the National Security Memorandum, I will defer to those other countries to speak to those pieces. I don't want to get into those details on an internal processes from here, nor do I want to speak for other countries. But as you all recall, this was signed on February 8th. And as laid out quite clearly in the text of the National Security Memorandum, there are 45 days for countries to offer an assurance via a letter as it relates to the provision of U.S. Lethal assistance. And in that time, after receiving that assurance, the United States also, through close coordination with the interagency as well as close consultation with our relevant embassies and consulates, will take a look at that authorization, that certification that is provided to us.
Can you confirm at all whether or not Israel has responded?
I'm just not going to speak to individual countries as it relates to an entire memorandum. Go ahead, Julian.
Haiti, couple questions.
Can I see if anybody else has anything on Gaza, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just following up on what Sean was asking on the famine.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you don't see that famine is imminent in Gaza.
That is literally not what I said, Saeed.
Okay.
I think in the very first thing I said in response to Sean's question is that we are.
Maybe I couldn't hear.
The question was from the. You can actually just read the transcript if you want to see what Sean's specific question was. But let me just echo again: we are deeply concerned about the report that indicate that famine is imminent in Gaza.
Thank you. Because there was actually a report by Samantha Power saying that, it is imminent. So
I think it was a press release.
Clarified that. I have a couple of other questions. The Wall Street Journal reported that Israel is going to expropriate or steal, as they called it, 16% of Gaza for a buffer zone. Is that something that you're aware of, or is that something that would be acceptable to the administration, considering that the administration said time and again that Gaza should not be reduced in size?
That's absolutely right. You have heard me and the Secretary and Matt be very clear that there must be no reduction in territory of Gaza, that Israel needs to comply with international law and any measures it takes to defend itself, and it needs to take every feasible step to protect civilian harm. We certainly appreciate Israel's need for security, especially since October 7th, but again, let me just be very clear that there can be no reduction in territory of Gaza.
So the administration would never agree to the concept of a buffer zone?
That is not something that is the kind of thing that would run contrary to one of the key principles that Secretary Blinken laid out in Tokyo last fall.
There was also an article in the Washington Post that said that the president and the administration knew very well, early on, in a meeting on the 27th of October, that Israel was purposely targeting Palestinian civilians. Are you aware of that report? Have you seen it?
I'm just not going to comment on any hearsay side. We have been very clear with our Israeli partners that they need to do more to improve its deconfliction mechanisms, that more must be done to minimize civilian casualties, and more needs to be done to protect the well-being of Palestinian civilians. And that's something that we'll continue to echo and raise with them at every opportunity.
So we are taking a listen as the State Department press briefing is discussing the ongoing humanitarian crisis as the war between Israel and Hamas continues. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a live look as we are awaiting the House Foreign Affairs Committee to hold a hearing called An Assessment of the Biden Administration's Withdrawal from Afghanistan by America's Generals. So again, the House is going to be holding a committee hearing about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, of course, today there are presidential primaries and other primaries in 5 different states across the United States. That's a live look at a polling location from Chicago, Illinois. That is going to be a major story that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox, and of course, bring you all of those results when they happen. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at the Dow, and it is rising big time. Almost 300 points there in the green. Session high is about 305, so it's right there. And so it is looking good from the start. So we'll keep an eye on that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us. As always, bringing you the top stories, the live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered always on Live Now. Do want to take you out to this in-demand House hearing that we will be taking definitely for the beginning portion here, the opening remarks. This is going to be on the Afghanistan withdrawal. So this is going to be a big one, as retired General Mark Milley, the former Joint Chiefs of Staff chair, will be testifying at a high-stakes House committee hearing on the Biden administration's 2021 withdrawal from Afghanistan. And again, we will be bringing that to you here in just moments. He will be joined also by retired General Kenneth McKenzie, the former head of U.S. Central Command, the combat command center that oversees American troops across the Middle East region there. So we are waiting for those witnesses to come, and we will be bringing you that coverage on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out. State Department briefing is still going on, so let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Is something that we agree with. We also agree with every step must be possible. Every step must be taken to degrade Hamas, so such an event like October 7th can't be repeated. We also, when it has come to the provision of humanitarian aid, when we've talked about the protection and well-being of Palestinian civilians, and even recently, in the context of Rafah, when we have had disagreements on policy, disagreements on course of action, we've not hesitated to say those and raise those privately, but when we're asked about them in this briefing room, or when the Secretary takes questions from you, we've not hesitated to make our point of view from the United States of America, from the State Department, crystal clear.
Just I want to clarify why I'm asking this question, because yesterday Jake Sullivan, when he was laying down the arguments why the administration doesn't support